Chapter 11. In the heat of the afternoon, cicadas strummed from the hillside above the road like lyres that had lost their tone. Woodpecker pulled the length of brown wool that was one of his few remaining possessions across his lower face to screen out the dust. By night it was his blanket, by day a drape to shield his fair skin from the sun. They had been marching for 6 days, from Tyrins north on the graded and gravelled road to McCaney, and then turning off before they reached the Acropolis and going on toward Nemea. That had been the moment when the boy hoped for rescue, but his captors made a night march, and King Tisamenos had stayed behind his mighty walls, hoping the Heraclidae would think them impregnable. And now the high valley that sheltered Nemea was also behind them. The way ahead curved downward along a slanting ridge. Beyond the stark curves of the hills he could see the green of cultivated lands and the blue glimmer of the sea. Corinthos, where Aletes now is king, he thought grimly, trying not to wonder what would happen when they got there. First he glanced anxiously at the wagon, where Valantos had been unceremoniously dumped atop piled sacks of grain. They had to reach the city alive. He could understand why Cresvantes, on learning who Valantos was, had not wanted to keep him in Tyrins, where he might lead the surviving populace in a rising. But the prince should not have been moved so soon. Woodpecker had protested, but slaves, as he understood only too well, had no choices. And Cresvantes and Temenos had decided to let the gods choose whether to preserve King Phorkys' last son or relieve the Heraclidae of a problem. The officer whom the kings had put in charge of this collection of loot rode in a chair litter, out of the dust at the head of the column, shaded by oiled cloth stretched over hoops. A dozen warriors tramped after it, though the boy could not imagine from what dangers the man thought he needed protection. All the scary people were guarding him. Perhaps if Woodpecker could find a stick he could use it to prop his bit of wool over his eyes so he could have shade without sweltering. "I am a slave," he told himself. "What I cannot change I must endure." With Valantos he had almost forgotten that for a while. He thought he heard a grunt from within the wagon and stepped closer to see. Valantos lay curled around one of the sacks, his head pillowed on another, apparently asleep. But he knew that the prince feigned sleep even when pain did not exhaust him, as if by closing his eyes he could shut the new reality away. "It did not work for me," thought the boy, "and the gods know I tried." On the voyage from Beleriand to Tartessos he had been too seasick to care where he was. By the time they arrived he could count his ribs. He was surprised they had not simply tossed him into the sea. He leaned over the wagon. Valantos had grown thinner even in the past week. Above the black beard the strong shape of cheekbone and jaw stood clear. Even wasted, the powerful lines of the smith's body were still apparent, but the tension that had enabled him to manifest that power was missing, or rather disrupted, as limb locked against limb to resist the pain. Valantos's features tensed as the wagon hit a deeper rut, throwing him against the side, and Woodpecker heard a moan the older man could not deny. "My lord, I know you're not sleeping. This jolting would wake the dead," he babbled. "Would you like water? And maybe I can fix something to keep off the sun." "Not dead," Valantos echoed. Woodpecker wasn't sure whether that had been a confirmation or a complaint. "Water would be good." Woodpecker wondered if they had given him the skin of water to test his devotion or his self-control. But after 3 years in this dry land he could go without it if he had to. He pulled the stopper and held it to Valantos's lips, steadying the man's head with his other hand. As they descended they began to pass scattered farmsteads. Men and women were working in the vineyards, hoeing weeds into the soil and trimming shoots to concentrate growth in the hard green grapes that were beginning to swell on the vines. They looked up as the soldiers came into view, then returned to their labor, satisfied that this was the enemy they already knew, unlikely to ravage fields where food could grow. "I suppose the worst has already happened to them," Woodpecker said aloud. "Farmers are like that, even when the world is falling apart. I remember—" He faltered, and then, seeing interest replace the pain in Valantos's eyes, forced himself to go on. "In my country, after the floods came, or the human wolves, they would go back to the fields." "Earth must be served," said the older man. His gaze grew inward. "I tell myself that it doesn't matter who rules. The kingdoms of men rise and fall, but the peasants remain. So long as the crops still grow, life will go on. The blood of the slain fertilizes the fields." "But if the sun doesn't shine, the crops can't grow," thought Woodpecker, remembering some of the bad years at home. "Men and beasts alike prey on each other." For the first time, it occurred to him to wonder if the disasters that beset the Island of the Mighty had troubled other northern lands. Could such disturbances have pitted one people against another until the pressure set the children of Heracles in motion? If the whole world was sick, he shouldn't envy these farmers. They, too, were doomed. They just didn't know it yet. "Is something wrong?" As Valantos spoke, Woodpecker realized that he had been silent for too long. But his reflections would be a poor medicine for a wounded man. He shook his head with a bright smile. "Thinking about farmers. This land is so different from my home." In other circumstances, he might have enjoyed this opportunity to see the interior of Achaia. His earlier journeys had mostly been made by sea. At the summer's beginning, the grass had already ripened to gold. Though patches of brush dotted the hillsides and taller trees clustered in the ravines, the shape of the land was still clear. The dark green pillars of holy cypress were scattered across them like the columns of a temple for the gods of the wild. "They say that long ago there were more trees here," muttered Valantos. "We cut them for houses and firewood and charcoal for smelting copper ore. There were lions, too, but none has been seen in Achaia since the one that Heracles killed." "If I could, I would summon a lion to chase his children home again," said Woodpecker, and was rewarded by the twitch of a smile. The hill they had been descending began to level off. At its base clustered a few oak trees and some bushes with leathery pointed leaves and pink flowers, surrounding a stone basin that collected the trickle of water from a spring in the side of the hill. An order from ahead turned the line toward the trees. When they came to a halt, Woodpecker assisted his master to sit up and found 2 sticks over which he stretched his bit of cloth to provide some shade. It was hot. When he went to refill his water-skin, he plucked a spray of the pink flowers. They had 5 petals with squared-off tips and a faint sweet smell. "It's so dry here, I'm always surprised to find flowers." He held them out to the older man. "These are pretty. What are they called?" "Bitter laurel, highly poisonous." Valantos's wry smile became a bark of laughter as Woodpecker snatched the flowers away. "But only if you eat them. A grown man would only become sick, but a little can kill a child." Woodpecker relaxed, but he did not return the flowers. "You need not fear I'll try to poison myself," Valantos added bitterly. "I have no wish to add a bad belly to the pain I bear. Though I do not know why you should take the trouble to keep me alive. Or, for that matter, what gives you the right to do so?" Woodpecker gave him a sidelong glance, trying to decide whether this was a convalescent's petulance or a justified anger. He wondered suddenly if he had fretted so much about Valantos in the days since the fall of Tiryns to avoid asking himself that question. "My reasons are selfish, of course," he said flatly. "Taking care of you gives me a purpose again. When I was growing up, I was told I was born for great things. But I think now that those who said so were fighting their own despair. If the gods had a plan, they should have given me more protection. If I can't serve myself, at least I can serve you." He stopped short, breathing rather quickly. It had been a long time since he had allowed himself to feel that particular pain. He cast a quick glance at Volantos, who was looking thoughtful. "Then I suppose I should try to deserve your devotion, though it seems rather thankless when I am a slave, too." "Maybe that is why," Woodpecker replied shortly. "I serve you because that's what I choose. And what I choose now is to take a look at that leg of yours," he added, and Volantos, interpreting the look on his face correctly, stretched out his leg with a grimace and a sigh. The Heraclidae had rousted them awake early, allowing no time for Woodpecker to dress the wound. His lips tightened as he unwound the bandage. The spear point had gone deep, and though the wound had bled profusely, who could say what filth still hid within? The skin around the gash was an angry red, hot and hard to the touch. Volantos flinched when he bathed it and applied powdered sage to poultice it anew. For whatever good that might do, the boy thought grimly. It needed to be opened up so that the medicine could reach it. Volantos needed a healer, not a barbarian who could only try to apply what little he remembered of the ways old Kiri had treated his scrapes at Avalon. He could feel Volantos trembling, though the man made no sound. He finished wrapping a new bandage around the leg and took the old one to the spring to wash. When he came back, the prince's eyes were closed. Woodpecker looked more closely and saw that he had stopped sweating. That was not a good sign. Volantos writhed in waves of heat. He could see the rim of the crucible around him. He was the raw ore, the essential metal liquefying as the dross rose to the surface. He groaned as a harsh touch scraped his skin, scooping it away. He hoped the smith knew what he was doing. If the fire was allowed to grow too hot, even copper would burn. Perhaps that would be best. The pyre would consume his pain. "Volantos, open your mouth. Drink this." The order came from some other world, but his body must have responded. He tasted cool bitterness, and suddenly the heat gave way to racking chills. His sensitized skin screamed at the touch of a woolen blanket, and then he was back in the crucible, and the cycle began once more. Each time it happened, the sensations were more intense, more divorced from any human reality. The crucible became the body of a woman formed of flame, slender and supple, with glowing eyes. He gave himself to her gladly, more fully than ever he had with any mortal lover, pouring out his essence in her embrace. "Now you are fire," said the goddess. "By giving all, you become everything." "But can do nothing," came a voice like thunder. "If he would serve you, he must be shaped and hardened, hammered and honed." "Then I give him to you." "I don't want—" The spark that was Volantos protested, but already the grip of the goddess was tightening. He felt himself changing in her arms. Still glowing, he was lifted and laid upon an anvil. He convulsed at the first blow, and again as each particle of his body was realigned. He screamed as he was plunged into water. He felt the new shape solidifying to contain him, to constrain him, and opened his eyes to meet Woodpecker's frightened gaze. He closed them again, striving to recapture the vision, weeping with the pain of that loss, and slowly became aware that his whole body was wet, that he lay in a cold pool. "Lift him out now," said a deep voice, "before he takes a chill." He could neither help nor resist as many hands maneuvered his body. He felt as if he had no bones. They put him on something yielding, covered him with something soft. "Volantos, can you hear me?" came Woodpecker's voice. And then, "Have we saved him? Did the fever burn his mind away?" "Give him time, lad," the deep voice replied. He has been to the gate of Hades. To return will take a little while." Volantos took a deep breath, a little surprised to feel his body responding to his will, and opened his eyes once more. Woodpecker knelt beside him. In the flicker of lamplight, he could see that behind the boy stood an older man in the white robe of a priest of Avalon Series. The priest bent closer, meeting his gaze, and seemed to read something there that satisfied him. "I think he will sleep now. If the god is merciful, when he has rested he will be able to speak to you. Watch beside him, and call me when he wakes." As if that had been an order, Volantos felt himself sliding down into a darkness that was neither hot nor cold, but infinitely comforting. Anderl woke from dreams of fire. That was not unusual, but for the first time it was not a nightmare of the burning of a Zani-Lir. In fact, she had an unaccustomed sense of well-being, as if from some pleasant exercise. For a few moments she lay blinking, trying to remember what it had been. At least it had kept her warm. She had not only kicked off all her covers, but somehow her sleeping shift had come off as well. What had she been doing? There had been fire. No, she had been the fire. And there had been one man whom she embraced, and another with whom she argued. No, he was a god with a smith's hammer in his hand. And then somehow they had become one man, dark of hair and beard and very strong. The tingle of arousal as she thought of him made her flush again. But now she felt in the air the chill that heralds the dawn. She pulled the covers back up and turned over. The man was not anyone Anderl had ever seen, but she would surely know him again. Was she so desperate for a man's touch that she was inventing dream lovers? Somehow she did not think that she would go to the other priests for an interpretation. But perhaps she might find some illumination in the forge fire on the Maiden's Isle. "Lady, if this dream holds some message, show me what it means," she prayed. And as she slid back into sleep, it seemed to her that she heard the goddess laugh. At the shrine of Paxson the healer, you could always hear the sound of water. The springs of Lorna gushed forth from the rock like the 9 heads of the Hydra that gave the place its name, fed by snowmelt from the mountains behind the town. Woodpecker liked to sit here in the morning when sunlight shafted through the branches of the pines. Their scent and the sound of the water reminded him of home. Sitting on the bench beside the bathing pool, it was possible to forget how much of the city was now a charred and depopulated ruin. But the Heraclidae had spared the shrines, or perhaps the god had taken care of his own. In any case, he was grateful that Cresfante's officer, fearing the loss of a valuable slave, had allowed him to take Volantos to the shrine. He turned at the sound of a footstep and saw one of the younger priests standing there. The priest's nod of greeting held neither deference nor superiority. Woodpecker supposed that everyone, conquered and conqueror, slave and free, were equally suppliants here. "Your master is awake and calling for you." Woodpecker gave him a sharp look. Had there been a hint of relief in the man's tone? "Is he in a bad temper?" he asked aloud. "Convalescence can be very difficult, especially for a strong and active man." Woodpecker interpreted that to mean yes. He was not surprised. When the icy bath broke Volantos's fever, he had hoped for a speedy recovery. But it had been nearly a week now, and although the flesh was no longer decaying, the hole in his calf remained raw and did not heal. "He no longer wants to die," the priest went on, "but he does not want to live. We have discussed the case. We believe that it will improve his mood if he leaves his bed, perhaps to sit in the sun. But for healing, he must be willing to ask the help of the god." Woodpecker could translate that, too. They had already tried to get their patient up and moving, and now they were hoping the slave boy could succeed where they had failed. Volantos was lying on his side with his bad leg propped up on pillows, face turned to the wall. An uneaten bowl of porridge lay on a low table nearby. "It is a fine morning, master," Woodpecker said brightly. "Far too nice a day to stay cooped up inside. The grounds here are very peaceful. Let me help you into a tunic, and we can see how well this crutch they've made you lets you get around." He saw the man's shoulder twitch, so he knew Volantos was awake, and went on, "You may have scared off the priests, but I am not going to go away or stop talking until you sit up and answer me. I saw a hawk circling above the trees. It caught a mouse. Isn't Pion fond of mice? I would think." The bed groaned as Volantos heaved upright. "Will you be still? A man can't sleep through your stupid prattling." "You are not supposed to be asleep. It's morning. Here, take the crutches and haul yourself out of that bed. You'll want to relieve yourself, and then—" Woodpecker dodged back as Volantos snatched the nearer crutch by the pole and jabbed, bringing up the other to guard, as he had learned when practicing staff work at Avalon. The smith swore as the movement jarred his leg, and swung again. Wood cracked against wood, and the boy laughed. "Come here, you barbarian swine! I should have beaten you before. Come here and get the thrashing you deserve." "First you'll have to get up," taunted the boy. He wove back and forth, feeling his own heartbeat speed as he avoided the man's blows. Weakened Volantos might be, but fury could give a man a hero's strength. The boy was pretty sure that in his right mind the prince would not harm him, but that suffused face and those blazing eyes did not look very sane. "Ungrateful, stupid little turd!" Volantos raged. "I'll sell you to the Heraclidae for a whore, if they'll take you, ugly as you are." "He's angry," thought Woodpecker. "Angry men will say anything." But that, surprisingly, had hurt. "I've coddled you. See how you like—" "Catch me!" the boy cried, threw the other crutch at his master, and darted through the door. "I've grown weak as a pup," thought Volantos, levering the crutches forward, swaying as they caught against his loose robe, and taking another step. No wonder the boy laughed at me. He remembered shouting. He supposed he ought to apologize. He shifted his weight to the crutches and swung his good leg ahead, wincing as the movement jarred the other. It ached fiercely, but then it did that most of the time. Hop and swing, he made his way into the herb garden. Woodpecker was sitting on a bench eating dried figs. He looked up at the scrape of the crutches and flinched. Volantos closed his eyes against a pain that had nothing to do with his leg. What did I say to him? His mind felt curiously empty, with the stillness that comes after the storm. "Sit down before you fall down," said Woodpecker when the silence had gone on for too long. Volantos nodded, maneuvered himself to the other bench, and eased down. He took a deep breath. The air was heavy with the scent of laurel and sage, thyme and tarragon, and other plants whose volatile oils were released by the heat of the sun. It was a relief to stretch out his leg, but sweat poured from his brow, and his heart was pounding like a drum. "I've been told that I say things when the rage takes me," he said stiffly. "Whatever I said to you, I hope you will forgive." "You threatened to sell me." "I can't sell you. I'm a slave, too." "I thought of that," said Woodpecker, "but I didn't want to depress you." For a moment Volantos could only stare. Then, surprising himself as much as he did the boy, he began to laugh. That first bark of sound rasped his throat. He could not remember how long it had been since he had allowed the sheer painful paradox of life to overcome him. Perhaps he had forgotten how. Then the next convulsion shook him, a racking sob of laughter, repeated again and again. Woodpecker thumped his back, pressing a clay cup of water into his hand. He drank, choked, drank again, and then fell blessedly still. "I'm sorry I tried to hit you." Woodpecker shrugged. "You couldn't hit a tethered lamb right now. But I understand why the priests didn't want to disturb you. Get well, and maybe I'll be afraid of you again." Volantos jerked his head in denial. Had he lost the boy's trust forever? But Woodpecker's hand still gripped his shoulder. He leaned into that strength, confused by a pain for which he had no words, and forced himself to focus on what Woodpecker was saying now. "You can't go on this way, you know. The priests need your bed for other patients. And King Aletes has sent more than once to ask whether this master smith his cousin gifted him has decided to live or to die. The priests have done all they know how. They want you to sleep in the temple and ask the help of the god." In the last light of afternoon, the procession of sick and wounded made its way up from the sea where they had been purified. Volantos had ridden down in the wagon, but he had sworn he would make the journey back on his own. Willpower had gotten him the length of a running track before his leg, raw flesh still stinging from the sea, had buckled beneath him, so he was in the wagon again. At least now he could sit upright, bracing himself against the wagon's sway with arms that constant use of the crutches was strengthening. But he had a long way to go to rebuild his powerful frame. Now was not the time to ask himself what he was trying to heal his body for. Woodpecker walked beside the wagon. His sunburned face bore its usual half-smile, as if he were secretly amused. For a year he had taken the boy for granted, too busy with his own concerns to wonder who Woodpecker had been before fortune betrayed him. He had an excuse for that. He had been concerned with the fate of a kingdom, but he was no longer his own master, much less the boy's. Now that he dared not wonder about his own future, all he had left was Woodpecker. At least when the boy looked at him, that hurtful hint of apprehension no longer flickered in his eyes. Volantos shifted position on the bench, skin itching with salt. There was sand in his robes. They all smelled of Poseidon's briny blessing, the Dorian warrior who had lost a leg, and the Corinthian harness-maker whose skills were too valuable to lose, and who had been too badly wounded in the fighting to flee. They said that the Earthshaker owned all the shorelands, while the sun-washed bare heights belonged to Helios. Corinthos had honored the other gods between the two in the town that had clustered at the foot of the Acropolis on an eminence that looked over the coastal plain. Most of the buildings had burned, and the Dorian warriors now camped in tents on the field where they had destroyed the Corinthian chariotry, while King Aletes kept their former rulers captive in the citadel. The road curved around the western side of the town. Volantos could see the dark-fringed pines that shaded the shrine, and the sunset-gilded gleam of the buildings beyond. By the time the wagon came to a halt before the sanctuary, he was sufficiently recovered to take his place in the file of suppliants who one by one moved up to the altar to offer a honey cake to the flames. Within the wall, the shrine was roofless, 4 pillars supporting a canopy that protected the image of the god. Gold foil had been attached to simulate hairs and ornaments, but the body of the god was hewn of oak wood, dark with age. From the pillars hung images of the body parts placed there by grateful patients whom the god had healed. "Heal me, Lord, and I will craft a leg of bronze to be my testimonial," thought Volantos. He gazed at the impassive features, but he could read no promise there. Then it was time for another sluicing. Volantos was grateful to wash off the salt, but at least the sea had been warm. Still shivering, he let them belt the white sleeping robe around him and followed the young priest to the sanctuary. By the time they had all been settled on the pallets on which they would sleep, it was full dark. Resigned to a sleepless night, Volantos lay listening to the snores and whistles of his companions, but he had not counted on the effects of exertion and sea air. He was still trying to figure out which sufferer sounded as if each breath was about to be his last, when suddenly he found himself in another place entirely, and knew that he was in the country of the god. It was, he realized immediately, a land made of light, light that filled each rock with meaning and shone with sourceless radiance from the blue bowl of the sky. And he was not alone. The light had taken the shape of a man, white-robed, glowing from within as bronze glowed in the mold. "Volantos, son of Phorkaius, what do you ask of me?" He trembled, knowing that even as he had offered his gift, he had not believed that anyone would receive it. He had gone through the ceremony to please Woodpecker and the priests, but the presence beside him was more real than anything he had experienced before. This was not a deity with whom one could make deals. He had submitted himself to Paion's judgment when he made his offering. Healing was the obvious answer, but Volantos knew even as he spoke that it was not true. "The destruction of my people's enemies," he said then. "As the people of this place have been driven from their homes, the children of Heracles will be driven from this city in turn," said the god. "But that day is 1,000 years in your future. So I ask you again, what do you want?" In this light, thought Volantos, everything was visible, even his own heart. He could not go back to his old life. All that he had loved was gone. Even freedom had little meaning now. "Purpose," he said aloud. "Repair my body well enough to serve my will, and give me a worthy deed to do before I die." That had the ring of truth. He could hear its echo resounding through unimaginable distances, and knew that the fates themselves bore witness to his words. His eyes were becoming accustomed. On Paion's face he glimpsed an enigmatic smile, and eyes that gazed with implacable calm through his, seeming to his soul. "Your lady chose well," the god said then. "A purpose you have, already destined. Unknowing, you have set your feet upon that path. Where you are going, you will find me once more, though day be turned to darkness and warmth to cold. Where the human wolves howl, my wolves shall hunt them, and my silver bow shall slay your enemies." "And what must I do in return?" The serene smile blazed. "What you most desire. You shall forge a sword from the stars for the hand of a king." "Where and how?" Volantos cried. But the shining figure only reached down and touched his leg. Pain blazed through him, so intensely he could not even scream. When he could think again, he saw that the scene was shifting, golden light whirling away in mists of silver, into which the figure of the god disappeared. When Volantos became aware once more, a cock was crowing, and the cool gray light of dawn filled the room. He lay without moving, savoring a feeling of being at ease in his body that he had not known since he was a child. The light strengthened, and the white-clad priests entered the room, moving from one patient to the next. "I have no need to ask how you fare," said the old priest, bending over Volantos. "The god's glory still gleams in your eyes." He lifted the light woolen blanket and with a delicate touch unwound the bandaging. "Look!" he called to the others. "Paion has touched him indeed." At that, Volantos heaved himself onto his elbows to see. There was still a depression in the calf of his leg where the dead beat had sloughed away, but the raw flesh was now covered by smooth pink skin. Woodpecker directed the men to set the heavy chest down on the stony ground and motioned them away again, watching Volantos warily. The smith stood beside the empty hearth in the workshop King Aletes had given him, waiting with the same serene smile he had worn since his night at Pion's shrine. The workplace was little more than a shed built onto the side of the Megaron. The narrow space atop the Acropolis left little space for a palace, but it would have to serve. "They are all here," the boy indicated the box. "All your things from the smithy at Tyrann's. Crestafante sent them with us. He said no use to have a smith without the tools of his trade." His voice faltered. What had Volantos dreamed? He must have told the priests, for they seemed pleased. And the king must have been informed that his captive's wound had healed, for 2 days later men had come to fetch the 2 slaves to the citadel. Woodpecker had been told nothing at all. He frowned resentfully. "Why won't you talk to me? Why do you gaze around you with that exalted smile?" He wanted the old Volantos back again, temper and all. "That was thoughtful," said the smith. "Perhaps we should open it. My muscles are like clay." He laughed softly. "I will have to get my strength back before I can work again." That sounded like an order, and Woodpecker bent to wrestle with hasp and pin. Sunlight gleamed warm from the metal within. "Here's a small hammer for you to begin on." He held out the tool. As Volantos took it, his posture changed, the lines of his face firming, the hammer becoming an extension of his hand. Woodpecker sighed in relief. This was more like the man he knew. "A good choice," the smith said softly. "My first teacher gave it to me when I was so young this was the heaviest tool I could hold. This is a hammer for fine work, not for weapons, but that is just as well. Before I make anything for the king, I have promised a votive offering to the god." Chapter 12. When winter came to Corinthia, the mountains grew white with snow. No doubt the men who were rebuilding the town appreciated the view, but Volantos and Woodpecker very quickly learned to hate the icy winds that swirled around the citadel. Even at the end of winter, when the lambing season had begun below, they wrapped themselves in wool. The walls of the fortress were not impressive, but they hardly needed to be, with such sheer slopes below. The Megaron, too, was small in comparison to those of Tyrann's and McCaney, but it held enough benches for communal meals. When the body heat of Aletes' household was added to that of the central fire, it was almost warm enough to take off a layer or 2. Woodpecker reached for another beef rib and began to gnaw the bone. Soon after dinner began, he had stripped off not only the moth-eaten sheepskin he wore over his shoulders, but the shapeless woolen garment beneath it. He had found the dry cold of the mountains affected him less than the damp chill of the marshes at home. It was Volantos, who had spent all his life in the milder climate of the Argolid, who warmed his hands in his armpits and muttered and swore. The serenity the smith brought from his temple sleep had gotten him through the crafting of an image of his healed leg in bronze. Since then their work had been a succession of repairs to utensils and jewelry and weapons, with little that was challenging or even very interesting at all. The city's former owners had not taken their cattle with them, so despite all the discomforts there was plenty of meat, even for the slaves. Volantos had filled out again, and Woodpecker had put on more inches. He was taller than his master now, taller than most of Aletes' men, though some of the royal guard were from some northern land where they grew long of limb and light of hair. King Aletes himself was a rather small man who wore the tall cap of kingship so habitually it was rumored he slept with it on. His queen, who was Doridus's daughter, sat on a stool beside him. He had put aside his northern wife and married the Corinthian princess in order to legitimize his rule. Woodpecker pitied the girl, who was even younger than he was, but at least she did not have to watch her father and uncle paraded on display at this informal meal. Alete's first marriage had produced a daughter called Letta, a sallow, brown-haired adolescent with her father's big nose, who sat at her youthful stepmother's side. Woodpecker wondered how they got along. From all he had heard, most of Alete's life had been spent in a series of army camps. Perhaps the girl was so glad to live in a house she did not care who ruled it. He tossed the beef bone to one of the hounds that Aletes kept in the hall and carefully wiped his mustache. It was still a little wispy, and the beard was no more than a fringe, coming in a much brighter red than the rest of his hair. The elaborate plucking and shaving by which the nobles tended their facial hair was not for him, but at least a smith could make his own razor, and he and Volantos kept each other trimmed. As he passed Volantos the wine-jug, the twanging lyre ceased and the megaron grew still. Aletes had risen, swaying a little. He did not water his wine. "Cold enough for you?" The king laughed. Woodpecker shivered reflexively. There had been a scattering of snow on the ground that morning, and tonight would likely bring more. Their bench was at the very edge of the room near the door. An icy draught stirred his hair. "You southern men know nothing about cold. In Thessalia, snow covered the fields, but even that's nothing to what they have in the north. In my youth I was a great traveler." Wine sloshed from the golden cup as he gestured. Woodpecker took a drink from his own mug and sat back, wondering which of the stories they were about to hear again. "I crossed the great mountains that hold up the sky, so tall they bear snow all year around, looking for the copper mines in the region beyond. And then I went even further, into a land of mighty trees. I guested that winter with the king of the Tuwadani at Bagadunan. That was snow, heaped up in drifts all the way to the thatching. It lasted until the turning of spring. He made me his guest friend, gave me gifts when the weather warmed at last, and sped me on my way. And when the time came for the children of Heracles to return, I sent word to him, and he gifted me with good fighting men." He gave a nod to the benches where his bodyguard were lingering over their wine. "Now the time has come to repay his generosity. A new messenger has come with agreements from the king. My daughter Letta shall cross the great mountains to marry the son of King Maglocunas, and with her shall go bride wealth from the treasure of Corinthus, gold and bronze, a chariot and horses from Thessalia, and a master smith of the Middle Sea." Woodpecker felt Volantos stiffen and cast him a quick look. Clearly this was a surprise to him as well. "The trade of the north will come to Corinthus," the king proclaimed, "and the trade from the rich lands to the south that our allies now rule. Ships shall come to the isthmus from east and west. We sit at the crossroads of the world, and we will make Corinthos wealthy beyond our dreams." The warriors surged to their feet with a mighty shout, cups raised high, and then, still chattering, began to stream out of the megaron. The little queen and the princess rose as well. Woodpecker wondered if Letta had been informed of the honor in store for her before this announcement was made. Her face showed no reaction, but she had clearly learned to hide her thoughts at an early age. He sympathized. Volantos rose and picked up the striped blanket that served him as a cloak during the day. "You go. Get a fire going in the brazier. I am going to talk to the king." "Be careful." Frowning, Woodpecker watched the older man limp across the tiled floor and bow before the throne. Then he shrugged himself into his own wraps and went through the prodomos to the court beyond. As he turned down the staircase to the small chamber that he shared with Volantos, he caught sight of a woman carrying a lantern. No, 2 females passing through the lower gate. Where could they be going in this weather and at this hour? Silently he followed. The tiny flicker of light was bobbing down the path that led to the shrine of the Lady of the Doves. He had visited it once himself to make a thank-offering after one of the serving maids had initiated him into the lady's mysteries. That had been on a sunny summer morning. It would be freezing down there now, with no shelter but the perimeter wall and the few cypresses that clung to the side of the hill. They would be lucky if the wine stayed liquid long enough to pour a libation. The statue was a weather-worn stone whose contours barely suggested breasts and the cleft between curving thighs, but each year they gave her a new spear and shield. Up here on the Acropolis even the lady who presided over love had weapons, but perhaps that was just as well. In the marriage to which Letta was going, she might need to be armed. "My lord, I beg the favor of a few words with you," Valantos said in a low voice, and wondered why Aletes looked so apprehensive. Perhaps he feels guilty about disposing of my future so blithely, he thought with a bitter satisfaction. Even though I wear rags, he remembers I was not born a slave. "Do you think I should have consulted you about the journey to the barbarians?" snapped the king. He edged to one side so that Valantos, who had been standing with his back to the hearth, had to turn. He supposed that with the bulky blanket broadening his shoulders and his face in shadow, he might have appeared somewhat menacing. "You are the king, you do what you will," rumbled the smith. "But I would ask," he added carefully, "if you are unhappy with my work." "Unhappy?" The king looked genuinely surprised. One of the guards started toward them, and Aletes motioned him away again. "No, not at all. Really, your talents are wasted here. What we need now, any man who can bang on a blade can do." "You think they will appreciate me more in the northern wilds?" Valantos said dubiously. "Not so wild as you might think," Aletes grinned, stroking his grizzled beard. "Great lords there, you will see. Think a lot of themselves. Before they seek our trade, they'll have to be impressed by our skills." The smith strove to keep his expression bland, but his heartbeat had speeded with something that was not fear. "They will not be impressed by the skills of a slave," he said flatly. The king flushed and frowned. "You will go where I say if I have to send you in chains." The king moved back to his throne. He motioned, and Valantos knelt before him, hearing his knee joints crack as he got down. "You can constrain my body," the smith agreed, "but not my craft. You can kill me, but I work for the Lady of the Forge, not you." Aletes blinked, striving to assimilate the idea that he did not own his captive's will. "What do you want?" "Set me and my forge boy free." "Do you value him?" A spark of cunning flickered in the king's gaze. "Perhaps I shall keep him here as a hostage for your cooperation." "He thinks that fear will chain me," thought Valantos, and realized with surprising pain that it was almost true. But then Corinthos could not have been conquered by a stupid man. The smith could play for his own life, but dared he risk the boy? Life, or that which made life worth living? Which would Woodpecker choose? "I need him," he said quietly, hoping that his voice did not betray in how many ways that statement was true. "Send us together, outfitted like men of worth, and I will do marvels." "Is he your Eromenos?" the king asked curiously. Valantos was grateful that he did not use a cruder word. If Aletes thought he understood their relationship, it was more than Valantos did himself. But it didn't matter what the king believed so long as he agreed. Valantos managed a shrug. "Separate us, and you might as well set us to herding goats on the hills, for all the use we will be." "You won't go running back to Tyrann's?" Valantos felt his face grow bleak. "Tyrann's, my city, is dead. Mykenæ is fallen. There is nothing for me there. Nothing for me in any of the lands of the Middle Sea." Aletes sat back, rubbing his bare upper lip. "I didn't get where I am by refusing to take a chance," he said finally. "I suppose we will have to find you some proper clothes." The king sighed. Woodpecker jerked awake as the door slammed. "Are you drunk?" he asked as Valantos stumbled against the bed frame. "Are you hurt? What did he say to you?" The rawhide straps groaned as the smith sat on the edge of the bed and began to unwrap his woolen leggings. "We're going on a journey." Valantos gave an uncharacteristic snort of laughter. Woodpecker's nose twitched at the scent of wine. "Cap, cape, and sword, going to the end of the world. But we're gonna be free." He swung his legs onto the bed, gave a hiccup, and fell over onto his side. "Valantos!" Woodpecker exclaimed, but the only answer was a snore. He had seen men drink to drown sorrow, but why dull one's wits for joy? If there had been any wine in the room, he would have taken a swig himself to dull the frustration he was feeling now. The headache Valantos was likely to have in the morning would not improve his temper, but at least he would be conscious. He would have to give up the whole story then. Woodpecker pulled the covers up and curved his body against the other man's to make a cocoon of warmth against the chill. His mind raced with speculation. North, he thought, with a curious lurch of the heart. In Tyrann's, the northern horizon had been walled by mountains. It had been easy to pretend the world ended there. But the citadel of Corinthos faced northward, and now they would be traveling into the heart of the great land. But that was still a long way from home. Woodpecker had heard of mighty mountains in the country of the Iushan, but except for the very highest, men said that their coverings of snow melted when summer came. The mountains the travelers from Corinthos were facing now were surely the pillars of the sky. Tier upon tier they rose, snow and bare rock frowning above darkly wooded slopes and patches of meadow. He drew in a harsh breath, feeling the chill air sear his lungs. The mountain dwellers they had hired to guide them through the passes laughed when they saw the lowlanders panting, and said they had been spoiled by too much fat air. They might be right, thought Woodpecker as the path leveled and he paused to catch his breath. Certainly he had never known air so clear. A peak like a god's hat looked close enough to touch, though he knew it was many leagues away. Only the eagles traveled freely here. This is Diwas Pitar's land, he told himself, or at least it did not belong to Poseidon. They had been in Istria waiting for the passes to clear when they had felt the earth shake. He had still been recovering from the journey north along the coast, and for a moment thought he was at sea again. It was many days later when a battered ship brought news of the earthquake that had shaken what remained of the citadels of Tyrann's and Mykenæ down. Queen Naxomene had been a true oracle. Corinthos had not fared much better, but even before they left, King Aletes had been planning to build a great house on the ruins of the old town below. The Dorians did not need the citadel. They were the enemy against which it had been built to defend. He heard stone crunch behind him as the line of porters caught up and started into motion again. They had abandoned the wagons several days ago. No wheeled vehicle could manage these paths. The princess was the only one riding, in a covered chair carried by the sturdiest slaves her father had been able to find, and when the way grew too steep, even she had had to get out and climb. At least the trail was well marked. At regular intervals they would find a cairn of stones piled up in offering to the mountain spirits, or perhaps to honor men who had perished here. There was one just ahead. He bent to pick up a shard of granite to add to the pile. With all its dangers, this was a major trade route. The wealth of the northern lands, furs and amber and copper from the mountain mines, flowed over these passes, and in return came amphorae of wine and rolls of fine cloth, and weapons and ornaments of worked bronze and gold. "Move, boy," grunted Volantos, and Woodpecker shook his head and continued to climb. That night they camped at the edge of a mountain meadow in a three-sided shelter of rudely piled stone they roofed with a length of oiled wool. Volantos, who by the end of the day was limping badly, eased down by the fire with a skin of wine, too tired to do more than glare when Woodpecker asked if he wanted to climb up the slope a little to watch the sun go down. Still grinning at that answer, the boy found a spot beneath an overhang of rock that gave a little protection from the wind, and settled himself on a flat stone. Below him a fold of the mountains wound northward, its depths lost in shadow, while the western sides of the peak flamed with rose and gold. Earlier he had seen some kind of brown goat-like creature bouncing from crag to crag, but now the mountains were still, the hush so deep it echoed in the ear like a sound. Peace, he thought, caught in the timeless moment. A peace in which he was one with the pine tree that clung to the rock, and the starry white flowers that nodded where a little soil had collected among the stones. He jumped at the sound of voices and turned to see Letta clambering up the slope, followed by a panting maid. He rose politely, wondering why she had dragged the poor woman after her. Since her betrothal, the princess had been strictly guarded, but her virginity was hardly in danger here, where no one in his right mind would take off his clothes. They were all wearing northern breeches and leg wrappings, as well as long-sleeved tunics, sheepskin vests, and cloaks of tightly woven wool. "My lady," he gestured toward the flat rock, "will you be seated on your throne?" She had a pretty laugh, which was why he had said it. He grinned and remained standing, leaning against the cliff. "And enjoy this beautiful evening." He gestured toward the distant peaks, where banners as deeply pink as the flowers that grew in another pocket of soil just below him flew now in a golden sky. "It is beautiful," she echoed softly. "I will not forget this. To have seen it almost makes up—" She bit back her next words. "For being sent to the back of beyond to marry a stranger?" He knew better than to say that aloud. The warm light gave her skin some unaccustomed color. She might be almost pretty if she were happy. He hoped her barbarian prince would be kind to her. "Were you born a slave?" Letta said suddenly. "I was a king's son, so they say," thought Woodpecker. But if all the slaves who said they had been nobles before they were snapped up by pirates and sold were telling the truth, there would have been no one left to inherit the land. Anyhow, he supposed she would have thought his own homeland even more barbarous than the place they were going. I must not think of that. He fixed his gaze on the mountains once more. "I don't mean to insult you," she went on. "I used to think that nothing could be worse, but I have no choices either, only a more comfortable captivity." Woodpecker cast a quick glance at the maidservant who was doing her best to pretend deafness. But if she was her mistress's confidant, she would have heard all this before. "We always have choices," he said slowly. Before they left, the king had formally given him his freedom, but their guards still treated him as a slave. "I choose not to think about what I was before, only about what I am going to be." She nodded without speaking. The light was fading, the shadowed slopes deepening to purple as the sky turned to rose. The peaks on the other side of the mountain were etched in black against that glowing sky. Warmth as well as light were ebbing with the end of day. He was about to suggest they go back to the fire when a flicker of movement brought him around. The princess screamed as a lithe shape soared from the cliff toward her, but Woodpecker was already in motion. His leap landed him on something with muscles like writhing snakes encased in thick fur. A feline screech assaulted his ears as he clutched with arms and legs, grabbing for a stranglehold. A clawed foot whipped past, searing his thigh. He yelled and tightened his grip convulsively, feeling the impact of each stone as they rolled down the hill. He heard shouting. A javelin rattled past. A stone scraped his shoulder, another loomed up before them, and they crashed to a halt. He could feel the muscles beneath him contracting. He yelled and wrenched and heard the crack of bone. The beast convulsed, and then went limp. He collapsed atop it and lay panting as every part of his body began to complain. "Woodpecker!" Someone had brought a torch. The light flickered over Volantos's agonized face, the princess behind him, the tall figures of the guard. "I'm all right." He struggled to sit up, blinking. "Is it a lion?" asked Letta, leaning over him to see. Woodpecker turned and looked. Stretched out, the cat's body reached his shoulder, longer if you counted the tail, covered in grayish dun fur mottled with black spots. In death, the creature was still snarling. There were black tufts on the laid-back ears. "A lynx," said their guide. "He hunt the chamois on the cliffs. It's good there's no cut. The skin will make a fine cape to witness your glory." "My glory?" Thinking back, Woodpecker wasn't at all sure the cat hadn't broken its head on the rock before he broke its neck. But the men who had been sent as Letta's escort were grinning. One of them brought up his arm in a salute Woodpecker had never received before. "Come on, hero," said Volantos, getting a muscular arm under his shoulders and heaving him upright. "We'd better see to your wounds." King Aletes had boasted of the forests beyond the great mountains, but not until the travelers had left them behind and crossed the plain at their feet did Volantos begin to understand. On the other side of Danu's river, the rolling countryside belonged to the trees. Except where humans had hacked them down for field and meadow, they flourished, a mixed forest of oak and beech and ash, of chestnut and elm, and the occasional glimmer of white where graceful birches grew. He did not believe the hills of his homeland could ever have been so thickly wooded. Such growth needed deep soil and abundant rain. There was always shadow beneath the trees. Volantos suppressed a shiver as he made his way across the muddy yard, though the sun shone warmly enough to set sweat trickling down his back. In this climate he sweated after any exertion. Even the air was rich in water here. At least in the smithy it would be dry. Behind him rose the great hall of Bagadunan, half as long as a sprinter's track and a third as wide, like a setting goose with the outbuildings gathered like goslings around her. It was fashioned of plastered and whitewashed withies braced by strong-hewn timbers. Beneath the thick thatching jutted roof beams whose ends were carved in grinning faces. The palisade behind the bank and ditch was made of whole logs. When they had arrived, this had all seemed very strange. But after several days, Volantos recognized that despite the difference in layout, King Maglokunus's hall was not that different from the holding of a minor king at home. The warriors feasted beside the narrow central hearth, and the king had his high seat at one end with his great men around him. One of them, of course, was the king's own smith, a wiry middle-aged fellow called Catuerix, who did not share his master's pleasure at the arrival of an expert from the lands of the Middle Sea. Volantos had anticipated the problem, and had not been surprised to be greeted with stiff courtesy. The secrets of the forge were holy mysteries, the smith's status dependent on his monopoly of knowledge. Volantos had to persuade the smith he was an ally. The hide that curtained the door was looped back, but Volantos knocked politely on the doorframe just the same. At the gruff summons he entered, suppressing his own amusement at the smith's expression of mingled resentment and surprise. "What do you want?" Volantos bowed, glad he had trimmed his beard and brushed the cape of tightly woven dark brown wool that Aletes had given him. "To pay my respects to you and make this offering," he said in the dialect of the Dorians. Most of the higher-ranking folk here understood it, confirming his suspicions about the importance of trade. He reached into the satchel slung over his shoulder, in which he had placed a carefully hoarded skin of Nemean wine. "I should throw it in your face," grumbled the smith, but he took the wineskin. "That would be to insult the spirit of the vine," said Volantos. "Surely men such as we know better than to offer insult to any spirit. At least taste it before you decide." Catuarix worked the stopper loose and squirted wine down his gullet. "Men such as we," he mocked, reclosing it carefully. "What do you know of the skills needed to keep life going in this land? We've little use for fripperies, beyond a few gauds to amuse the queen. You are a good bronze smith, if that sword I saw the king wearing is yours." It was one of the leaf-shaped blades, confirming Volantos's suspicion that the style had originated in northern lands. "Is the king a lover of war?" "He wards the tribal lands." The smith hesitated. "Which is harder than it used to be. We go through a lot of spearheads, but it's hard to get metal. The scrap bronze you brought will come in handy." Volantos nodded and sat down on a bench, breathing in with a throat-tightening nostalgia the smoke that curled from the hearth. The implements hanging on the walls were very much like his own. "I was able to bring my own tools," he said presently. Catuarix had downed about half of the wine, and the lines of strain in his face were beginning to ease. "I don't suppose my work for the princess will take much time. I will be happy to assist you with whatever you need. I can make scale armor, and I know how to make those swords." "Do you now?" The other man considered him, frowning. Then, seeming to come to some decision, he tossed over a worn leather bag filled with something lumpy and hard. "Do you know anything about these?" Volantos pulled open the bag and poured its contents into one hand. Black and rough, pocked with air holes and mixed with some shiny stuff, the pieces were surprisingly heavy. He rubbed one with his thumb, brought it up, and sniffed. "Is this iron? I have only seen small bits worked into ornaments before. Men say that the Chalabi tribesmen have the secret of working it over in the Hittite lands." "Takes a lot of labor for not much result," the smith confirmed. "It grows in bogs. Maybe it was alive once. When you leave it out, it shows red dust like dried blood. Sometimes when you peel back the peat, you'll see an oily film, and underneath you'll find the pellets." Their eyes met. Volantos felt a moment of satisfaction at having been accepted as an equal in the quest for knowledge, but the rest of his mind was following the other man's reasoning. "Can you make it take and keep an edge?" "Sometimes. Not all of the metal is the same." From a small wooden coffer he took a small, slightly irregular dagger of black metal with a dull shine. "I haven't been able to make a fire that's hot enough to melt it, but it's easy to hammer." Volantos nodded. He was accustomed to shaping bronze that way, but usually only after he had already molded its basic form. "This is interesting. If a helper will make the learning go faster, I would be honored to work with you." On the morning after the first full moon since their arrival, the wedding festivities began. Woodpecker and Volantos had been given a place in the procession. Whether as honored guests or as part of the bride wealth, the boy was not sure. By this time he and the smith had picked up enough of the local language to have a general idea of what was going on. Woodpecker seemed to be learning it more quickly than Volantos, he reflected with an inner smile, perhaps because he had had to learn the Argive and Dorian tongues so recently. There was a family resemblance between many of the more basic words. The princess had learned it as a child from her father's guards. He hoped that it would help her to get along with her new husband, a rather sullen youth only a year older than she. The priestess of the sun led the procession, followed by the king and his wife, and then the bride and groom. Woodpecker could just see the back of Letta's elaborate headdress, a felt cap banded with amber beads, to which a rectangle of tubular jet beads had been added on each side. Lappets hung down her back, and her hair had been intricately braided behind. Necklet and bracelets were of gold, and her shoulder cape was held to her gown by long pins of bronze. Woodpecker reached up to stroke the soft fur of the lynx skin that draped his own shoulders. Their guides had insisted on skinning the beast and stretching the hide, and the women here had done a good job of tanning it. Already more than one serving girl had tried to stroke the fur, and then to admire his scars. The procession moved slowly, for the bride's ornaments included bronze anklets connected by a short chain. They reminded him uncomfortably of a slave's shackles. How must it feel to know that your chief value was as a symbol? In the lake village, people chose their own partners, and at Avalon the priests and priestesses did not marry at all. Men usually went to live with their wives, clans among the tribes. Letta had treated him with courtesy even when he was a slave, and here she always greeted him kindly, even as she tried to find her footing in her new home. He hoped that her husband would treat her well. The processional way was only a track through the forest, but it had been newly cleared for the ceremony. It defined the heart of the family's territory, following a winding path from sacred spring to holy tree to ancient standing stone. At each one they paused, and the bride poured out an offering. It was, he supposed, a kind of initiation. The couple had begun by exchanging bread and salt and pouring mead into the hearth fire at the hall. Once accepted by the hearth goddess, to maintain good relations between the family and the spirits of the surrounding land would be one of Letta's responsibilities. The path led all the way to the boggy ground at the river's edge, where tattered hides on poles bore witness to earlier offerings. A path of hewn planks that reminded him of the ones in the marshes at home had been laid across it to an open structure of wood above a platform that looked like the framework of a shrine. Bearers set down the chest, and the couple began to take out the gifts they had brought for the gods. This, too, was familiar from his homeland. These liminal boundaries, neither land nor water, were good places from which to reach out to beings of the other world. He did have to swallow a moment of regret when a bronze sword that he remembered Volantos crafting was ceremonially bent and then tossed into the bog. What use, he wondered, would the gods have for a sword? But Anderil had always said that the offering took its value from the giver, and the harder it was to part with a gift, the better the sacrifice. More and more, as some aspect of this new land would stimulate a new memory, he found himself remembering Avalon. He felt as if he were all one healing wound, where the stiff and itching scab is almost ready to fall away from the new skin. As a slave, he had needed that protection. A slave dared admit no feelings, not love or hate or fear. A slave only needed to endure. Had that begun to change when Aletes declared him and Volantos formally free? No, he thought, it had been earlier, when he had saved Volantos's life at Tiryns. I thought I was condemning both of us to slavery. He glanced at the older man. But the result has been to set both of us free. At Avalon they used to talk about souls who were linked from other lives. Did I know Volantos when I was that man whom the Lady of the Hidden Realms called by name? Or have we forged a bond here that will haunt us in lives to come? An amber necklace went into the bog, and then a bracelet of gold. The chest was almost empty now. Woodpecker sighed. He felt as if he was moving into another life already. Woodpecker was the hidden child, and then the slave. When would the time come to break loose and claim his own true name? Letta and her new husband made their way back to solid ground, and the procession followed them past the barrows of the ancestors and back to the hall. Even before the thatched roof poked above the trees, they could smell the rich scents of cooking meat, roasted or boiled, the aroma of baking bread. But the food would not be ready until sundown. The meadow outside the bank and ditch, which at most times was used as the home pasture, had been cleared of rocks and cowpats and mown to serve as a field for the warriors' games. Woodpecker felt his heartbeat speed. His memories of the games at Tyrann's were overlaid by sorrow at the thought of all those beautiful bodies turned to meat on the battlefield. But foot races and wrestling and other contests of strength and skill were part of celebrations among the tribes as well. At Tyrann's it had never occurred to him to be anything but a spectator, but here he felt almost at home. His body tingled with energy. In the past months the growth of his limbs had finally reached an equilibrium, and as he watched the guards and the lords' sons who had come in from the outlying farmsteads march past, he realized how much he wanted to match his skills against theirs. Volantos eased onto one of the logs that had been set for benches with a grateful sigh. Most of the time his leg did not trouble him, but extended walking stressed the muscles around the place where the flesh was gone. He had left space beside him, but Woodpecker did not sit down. He was watching the runners line up for the first foot race, sunlight catching fiery glints in his hair so that he seemed haloed with light. When they first met, Woodpecker had been all knees and elbows, with a nose too big for his face and a jutting jaw. But lately, thought the smith, the boy had begun to grow into his bones. Beyond him, a sunshade had been set up for the wedding couple and the king's family, with heart-shaped tassels hanging from the cloth. "Too bad you cannot line up with them," said one of the men who had come with them from Corinthos. "The games here are only for the well-born men." Woodpecker paled, then the blood rushed back beneath his fair skin. "Only the noble folk of this country," his voice tightening. "I suppose not," said the man. "King Elides competed in throwing the javelin when he was here. Your master, I understand, was a prince of Tyrann's." He nodded toward Volantos. "So—" "In my own land," the boy's words came in a hoarse whisper, "I was the son of a king." Volantos gazed at him in astonishment. How could he not have known? When the boy's wit and his ease in noble company all spoke of a background no peasant would have shared. "I did not see because I did not think to look," he thought, with an odd wrench of the heart. "What else have I missed because I was too self-absorbed to care?" He was not the only one to have noticed. A little group had begun to gather around them, and the princess and her husband were watching as well. "My father was Uldan, king of the Aesir in the Island of the Mighty." The young man was shaking with the effort it took to say those words. "Is it so?" asked the warrior. "You come from the lands where they mine the tin?" "I believe you. I saw how bravely you tackled the mountain cat whose skin you wear. That deed was worthy of the son of a king." "So we are exiled princes together," thought Volantos. "For all the good it will do us, either one." But he could see that at this moment it meant everything to the lad. "Come on, then," said one of the others, and Woodpecker began to strip off breeches and tunic with a swift grin. When he was down to his clout, he trotted off to join the other young men at the starting line. In a moment the blat of the starter's horn released them, arms pumping and long legs pounding the surf, lips pulling back in a snarling grin. The runners were a song in motion, with the elegant, efficient grace Volantos found in a well-made sword. All of them were in the good condition that comes with hunting and work on a farm, but the muscles of Woodpecker's legs had been stretched and hardened by their journey across the great mountains. Caught in the middle at first, he began to pull away from the others, and he was a full length in front of the nearest when he flashed across the finish line. Shining with sweat and flushed with victory, he was led forward to receive his prize from the bride's own hand. Blushing furiously, she worked the bronze arm-ring over the hard swell of his forearm, and as far up beyond it as his forge-developed muscles would allow. "You have defended the honor of Corinthos as well as your own," she stammered. "May this ring bear witness to your victory." Grinning, the victor reclaimed his clothes and was borne off by a crowd of young men. Volantos shook his head and sat back to watch the rest of the events, remembering how he had for the first time felt that he belonged among his brothers when he won the wrestling at King Orestes' funeral games. "Your boy ran well," said a voice behind him. Volantos looked up, saw Catuerix, and motioned to him to take a seat beside him. "Like a falcon set free," Volantos agreed. He himself had not been a slave long enough to really believe in that identity, but the boy had forged his own shackles. It took more to break such bonds than a word from a king. But since the crossing of the great mountains, he had begun to see the figure of the man he was meant to be, emerging from the rough shape of the slave boy, as those pieces of iron the smith had been playing with took form beneath the hammer's blows. "Then you'd best warn him to beware of nets," said the other man. "This is not the first time the princess has looked at him as if he were the young god come again. Though, unless he's more aware than most cockerels his age, I doubt he has any notion of what she feels." "I am sure he does not," said Volantos, fighting back the first stirrings of alarm. "Others are more observant," Catuerix said dryly. "Until she has borne a few grandsons, the king will not tolerate any threat to her chastity or her reputation. Tell your young princeling to have a care." Chapter 13. The pony was balking again. That was not unusual. Since the beginning of their journey, the wretched animal had shied at the prospect of crossing streams, stopped short to snatch at every tempting hummock of grass, and spooked at the wind in the trees. "What is it this time?" asked Volantos wearily. They had been on the road since before dawn, if you could dignify the trail they were following by that name. Woodpecker was still swearing. "I think the girth is rubbing his side," came the reply. "Would it help to loosen it?" Volantos stumped back to see. Neither he nor Woodpecker had much experience with horses, a fact of which the pony, a sturdy chestnut-colored animal with a white blaze down his nose, seemed determined to take advantage. "Only if you want tools all over the road," grumbled the younger man. "I suppose we must be grateful to Catuerix for packing them, but they do unbalance the load." "Yes, we should be grateful," Volantos said repressively. "Wherever we end up, we will need to make a living. Those tools are more valuable than gold." "I'm sorry," Woodpecker burst out, stopping short in the road. "But it's not my fault. I never touched the girl, never even spoke to her alone. That would have been crazy. What did I ever do to make King Maglacunas doubt my sanity?" I know. Volantos pulled a bit of leather from his pack and set about devising a pad. "It is not your fault, lad. He doesn't know you as I do, and he seems to be one of those who believes in striking first and settling the rights of the matter later on. And I've no kin to demand compensation if he had succeeded in killing me," Woodpecker added bitterly. Volantos finished adjusting the pad and tugged at the rein. They had left the dun in hurry when Catuerix came with a warning that the king was sending men to kill the boy at dawn. "Go north," the other man had told them. "You'll be out of Maglacunis's territory when you reach the coastal plain. Go to the city of Circles. Rumor is they have had some bad floods, but they should be all the more willing to welcome another good smith there." "Are you sure he was telling the truth?" asked the young man. "Maybe this was a clever way to get rid of his competition." "I don't believe so. We were planning some experiments with a new batch of bog iron. I don't think Catuerix would willingly dispense with the first man he's met who shares his thirst to learn what this new metal can do." "I thought the war band liked me," Woodpecker exclaimed, suddenly sounding very young. "The men who came with us from Corinthos like you," Volantos corrected. "The others, the ones who've never traveled past the river, much less the great mountains, are suspicious of anything they don't understand. Be grateful the Dog King isn't hunting us with his hounds. His reasons have nothing to do with his feelings. If he decided to remove you, it is because he thought it is the most practical way to deal with a threat. If he is not chasing us, it is because we have solved his problem another way. I suppose you would know. I may be the son of a king, but I did not grow up in a royal hall." "You have never spoken of your history," Volantos said after a time, "and I am ashamed to say that I never thought to ask you." "Why should you?" Woodpecker looked back with his swift grin. "I was doing my best to forget it myself. Slaves have no history." Volantos nodded. "I was beginning to learn that. But what I have also learned in the past year is that there is a world beyond my forge." He broke off as a grouse flew up in a clatter of wings and the pony reared. By the time they got the beast calmed down, it was almost noon. They were passing through a grove of mixed oak and ash. Bracken grew thickly on the forest floor. Ahead of them, sunlight glowed golden through the green leaves. In the next moment they had come out into a clearing where the ferns gave way to grass and summer flowers. In its center grew a group of 3 silver birches, fair as maidens bending in the dance. "Potnia," he breathed, making a gesture of reverence, for surely they were worthy of the goddesses. Clearly he was not the only one to think so. An image braided of straw and ornamented with strips of cloth had been bound to the middle trunk, its ribbons fluttering in the slight breeze. "Should we be here?" breathed Woodpecker, his eyes going wide. Volantos shook his head. "We need to eat and let the pony graze. If we are respectful, I don't think that the lady will mind. Help me unload the beast. While we are resting, maybe we can devise a better harness as well." Catuerix had brought them hard loaves and a mixture of dried meat and fruit for the journey. Volantos laid a little of each at the foot of the tree and poured out some water. "Potnia Theron, I salute you. Receive this gift, which is all I have, and ward our journey. And if we come to a place where I can earn my living, I will make you a better offering." If their pony kept misbehaving, she might get a horse once they reached their goal. He stepped back, wondering if this was like one of the sanctuaries they had at home, where the gods spoke through the whispering leaves, but the air was still. When he returned, Woodpecker was still looking anxious, but he had started eating with the appetite of the young and healthy as soon as the offering was set down. "Have you ever thought of going home?" Volantos asked when he had taken the edge off his own hunger. "No," Woodpecker replied. "Too quickly? It has been too long. They will all have forgotten me." Volantos looked at him from beneath bushy brows. The lad sounded very sure, and yet at the games he had claimed his heritage. Ever since he had proclaimed his lineage, the smith had been thinking about what Payon Apollon had said. Where was he destined to forge the sword from the stars, and for the hand of what king? He had no answers, But when they continued on after their meal, he began to suspect that some god had heard his prayer, for the pony settled down and they made good time. They slept that night within the protection of a copse of holly, and the following one in the barn of a farmer who accepted Volantos's claim to be an itinerant smith, and traded them a good meal for mending a cauldron and sharpening his sword. In this way they moved northward, crossing a range of low mountains, and then faring downward through the forest. They passed from one steading to the next, sleeping in sheds or under the stars while the moon waxed from a sliver to nearly full. Gradually the country changed. The trees became more sparse, then giving way to bog and heathland, except where cuttings and dikes protected rich fields as the land sank toward the sea. Woodpecker stopped short, nostrils flaring, as the changing wind lifted his hair. Fire. He had always feared it, but only when Anderl told him how she had rescued him from the burning house had he understood why. The scent faded with the wind, then returned, stronger. With time he had grown accustomed to the smoke from the forge, but this was no charcoal burner's fire. The reek of burning thatch was unmistakable now, the smell of a burning home. He turned and saw that Volantos, who was leading the pony, had scented it as well. "A house is burning." He pointed across the heath, where purple heather covered the rough ground between stands of yew and pine. Now they could see a black plume of smoke beyond the trees. It was leagues away. Whatever was happening would be over by the time they reached it. Even with a trail to follow, getting across this country took time. These days Volantos had a few nightmares about fires as well, and in the past few days they had seen the charred timbers of more than one steading. Despite its apparent peace, this was a troubled land. They both kept their swords loose in the sheath and their spears within easy reach as they continued on their way. Presently the heath began to give way to mingled marsh and pasture, and winding channels that edged aisles of trees. It reminded Woodpecker strongly of the Vale of Avalon, and he found himself amusing Volantos with tales of his childhood there. That was not all he was remembering. Spending so much time outdoors had awakened skills he had learned hunting in the marshes, and as the sun sank toward the west, he began to have the uncomfortable feeling that they were not alone. He stopped the pony and leaned over to fiddle with the harness, scanning the heath from beneath the animal's belly. A clump of buckthorn trembled. Was it the wind? "What is it?" Volantos called. "The fastening here seems to be loose," Woodpecker said loudly. "Could you take a look?" As the older man bent beside him, he murmured, "I think we're being stalked. Can you reach your bow?" The smith's eyes widened. "You may be right. Have to unpack a bit to see." Fortunately, they had put the weapons where they would be accessible. Carefully, he eased the bow from its place, holding it between his body and the horse to bend and string. He slung the quiver casually over his shoulder. Woodpecker loosened the ties that held his spear and looked around him. The path wound among scattered clumps of thorn and alder, any one of which could conceal an enemy. Beyond them he glimpsed reeds. He couldn't see anything that offered good cover near the road. If he had been alone, he would have taken to the water, but that would mean abandoning the pony, and it was probably the gear the beast carried that the wolf's heads wanted anyway. The pony's head lifted, nostrils flaring. He smells them. As he straightened, Woodpecker caught another scent, the smell of baking bread. "They're out there, but I think there's a farmstead nearby. Move as fast as you can and be ready." Volantos lifted an eyebrow at the decisive tone, but nodded and strode ahead, holding his bow casually under one arm. Woodpecker jerked on the pony's rein and hurried after him. They passed a tangle of trees and saw ahead a well-built house on its own isle, with a newly built fence of logs around it and bridges and wooden walkways to connect it to pastures and fields. In the next moment, an arrow flicked past his ear and stuck trembling in the box that held the smith's tools. "Run!" he yelled, jerking at the ties that held the spear. But Valantos ducked back to the pony's other side, fitting an arrow to his drawn bow. "Right," thought the younger man, "he won't leave the gear." But it was true that the horse was the closest thing to cover they had. The chestnut pony, sensing its danger, tossed its head and jerked diagonally across the road. Woodpecker followed, hoping the beast's movements were confusing the enemy as well, and grinned as more arrows skittered harmlessly across the path. "Ho! The house!" Valantos's deep voice rang out. "Aid! Aid!" Whether or not the farm had heard him, the call brought the bandits leaping from their hiding places. Another arrow parted Woodpecker's hair. Then it became a race, with the snorting pony in the lead. As the animal, thank the gods, headed toward the gate at the end of the causeway, he found himself facing a tattered fellow with a spear. He swung up the shaft to block a thrust, as his training with the staff at Avalon came back to him, shifted to horizontal to jab, gulping as he felt the point go in. Not far enough. Instinctively he had pulled the blow. The man yelled, but he was still fighting. He heard the dull ring of bronze and knew that Valantos had drawn his sword, but could not turn to see. Woodpecker whirled the spear around to block another blow, the steel-shod butt striking with the strength of desperation. The man reeled back, and Woodpecker thrust at the first one again, but only managed a slash. Then a third man knocked the spear from his hands, and they were all around him. He got his own sword free and began to swing, with so many targets connecting more by chance than by design. He felt the sharp sting as a blade scored his arm. What a stupid way to die! Then arrows were falling all around him. The man who had cut him fell back, screaming, an arrow sprouting from his chest like some strange flower. A blur of shouting figures came across the causeway, led by a monstrous figure shrouded in dark fur. "Run for the house, fools!" As Woodpecker forced his limbs to motion, he saw his rescuer advance upon their enemies, a sharp bronze war-axe whirling in each hand. Valantos stretched out his arm, biting his lip as the farm-wife poured hot water over it and began to swab the wound. He told himself he should be grateful to have suffered none worse, and endure at least as stoically as Woodpecker, who had made not a peep as the woman sewed up the long gash across his thigh. The house was not so great as Maglacunis's hall, but built on much the same plan, with a long central hearth in the middle section where most of the household slept in beds built against the wall, and private quarters at one end for the master's family. At the other end was a space that in the winter might shelter the family's most valuable cows. The fire had been built up, and the merry blaze blessed the room with a warm golden light that reminded him oddly of sunset on the walls of Tiryns. In both cases it gave a deceptive sense of safety. He forced his attention back to their rescuer, not the master of the farm as he had at first supposed, but his uncle, a warrior from the City of Circles who went by the name of Bodavos the Bear. "The city was never the same since the great storm that struck us 25 winters past," said Bodavos. "But I think now the trouble began before, when the princes who should repair the gates and dikes spent the gold on their fine houses. Or maybe it would have happened anyway. When the gods line up in the heavens and then send a storm against you, there is not much that men may do." He upended the elmwood cup from which he was drinking and held it out for more beer. A blond boy called Elfrix was acting as cup-bearer. He was the heir to the steading, if he could hold it. That was looking less likely, as whatever weather did not destroy, the masterless men who now roamed the heath tried to take away. "We heard there was work for smiths in the city," rumbled Valantos. "Oh, aye, for fixing," said the older man. "Not so much call for things made new." "And for warriors?" asked Woodpecker. Bodivos fixed him with a sardonic smile. "You have not had your fill of fighting?" "Was I fighting?" the young man said bitterly. "Seems to me I was about as effective as a maid with a milk ladle out there." Volantos suppressed his own smile. After killing the lynx and winning the race, Woodpecker had been thinking himself a hero. It was better to learn sooner than later that he was not invulnerable, so long as the lesson did not prove fatal. Growing up in the shadow of his brothers, the smith had never had any illusions about his own skills. "'Twas not so bad," the warrior said kindly. "You got in a few good knocks with the spear." "Good knocks, and that was all. I had some training with the staff long ago, but I don't know what to do with the point." "You understand that, do you?" Bodivos's gaze was suddenly intent. "Then you might make a warrior. Is that what you want to be?" Woodpecker flushed. "If I'm going to carry a sword, I should learn how to use it. I was hoping to find someone to teach me, that's all." Bodivos began to laugh. "Perhaps you have. For my sins, I've the task of commanding the city guard. A recruit who doesn't think the sun shines out of his arse would be a welcome change." "You'll be leaving us, then?" The woman finished tucking in the bandage on Volantos's arm and rose. "Uda, you know I must. And if you're wise, you and the boy will come with me. Today's exercise should make that much clear. I can't stay with you, and without your own war band, you will not survive." The woman cast an anguished glance toward her son, who had brightened at the mention of the city. "You can come back when times are more secure, and Elfric's here is a man. The land will still be here." Bodivos spoke heartily, but Volantos was not so sure. From what he had seen of this country, if they did not maintain the ditches constantly, the fields might very well be marshes by the time they returned. From the despair in Buddha's eyes, he thought she knew it too. Face set, she turned and made her way to the door at the end of the room. "We will go with you," said Woodpecker, with a quick look to make sure Volantos approved. The smith nodded. He could not help the woman, and despite Bodivos's gloomy words, the City of Circles sounded like a civilized place where he might almost think himself at home. Woodpecker dreamed that he was fighting. This was not unusual. Since coming to the City of Circles, he had trained with Bodivos almost every day. But this was not the exercise ground with its raked gravel and seats cut into the grassy bank around it from which observers could watch the play. He was on a hillside of sheep-cropped turf, where scents of gorse and heather mingled with a briny breeze from the nearby sea. The warriors who fought beside him were the boys with whom he had studied at Avalon, grown now to manhood. Instead of staves, they wielded spears, but even less effectively than he had used his in that fight outside Elfric's farm the spring before. Clumsy, they fell back before the band of wolf's heads who were attacking them, and one by one they were brought down. At each death he redoubled his own efforts, but however many he killed, there were always more. "Help me!" he cried, swinging his spear in a swift circle that repelled his foes, and like an echo heard another voice that he knew to be Anderel's. "Help us!" she called. "You are the only one who can. My Cantor, come home!" He turned, seeking her, but the woman he saw bore first Redfern's features, and then, for a moment, the bright eyes and red hair of the mother whose face he could only remember in dreams. "I have no home," he replied. "You abandoned me." At that, his enemies closed in. Someone grabbed his arm, and he struck out, heard a yelp. Then cold flooded over him, cold water. As sensation shocked through him, consciousness shifted with a jerk, and he opened his eyes. Elfrix was standing at the foot of his bed, rubbing his arm. Beside him, Volantos held an empty bucket, his grim frown easing as he saw the sanity return to Woodpecker's eyes. "Had a bad dream, did you?" asked the smith. "Another one." Shivering, Woodpecker nodded. Volantos turned to the boy. "Did he hurt you?" "Not much," Elfrix said valiantly. Since they arrived in the City of Circles, he had followed Woodpecker like a puppy. "Next time, try the water first," the smith said sardonically. "Much safer." "For you," muttered Woodpecker. "Throw me a dry blanket, someone, before I catch an ague standing here." "You'll warm up fast enough on the training field," Volantos said cheerfully. "Or had you forgotten you were scheduled for an early session of spear drill with the guard?" "Aren't you due for some more work with the axes?" Woodpecker tucked in the tail of his breechclout and reached for his tunic. Elfrix was already trying to untangle the sopping bedclothes. Bodivos had judged that the same muscles that swung a hammer so efficiently would swing a war-axe as well, and amused himself by tutoring the smith in his own favorite form. Volantos said it was like the war dance of his own country. "Tomorrow," said Volantos, handing him his wide belt with the round bronze clasp embossed with the concentric circles that were the emblem of the town. "Today it's a conference with Lord Lutronix about a new mechanism for working the sea gate." The city was built on the more or less circular series of embankments that gave it its name, based on islands diked and raised by mud dredged out of the channels in between. Like the bank and ditch system of a dun, they provided successive rings of protection for the central island that housed the homes of the nobility, and the temples and the palace of the Tuistos and Manos, twin monarchs of the city, and the Sowila, their sister and queen. The channels were linked by staggered openings, but the outermost ring was closed by a massive arrangement of chains and timbers which could be raised or lowered to keep out enemy vessels or mute the fury of their greatest enemy, the sea. "Good luck," he replied. Lord Lutronix was notoriously resistant to any change, but in truth there were times when he wondered if any human ingenuity could stand against the anger of the gods. Not that he would ever have said as much to Volantos. The smith had found powerful patrons here, and seemed to be as happy as Woodpecker had ever known him, except for complaining about the cold. He picked up his cloak, for even at the end of summer mornings were cold, and started for the stairs. "I'm sorry I hit you," he said to Elfrix, tousling the boy's fair hair. "What about breakfast?" asked Volantos. "It won't help your spear work if you faint from hunger on the field." "No time," he said cheerfully. "Besides, men have to get used to fighting on short rations in war." He frowned as his gaze passed across the water on the floor, but the details of the dream were already fading. Shaking it off, he clattered down the stairs. "Move forward together!" barked Bodivos. "Cuno, get that shield up. You can't cover each other if you're wandering all over the field." Woodpecker felt his movement mirrored by the man beside him, the slide of muscle beneath the skin as familiar as his own. In close-order drill, everything became very simple. Their movements were as ordered as a dance. Of course, the row of posts on which they were advancing were not going to do anything to upset that rhythm. The real test of their discipline would be the first time they faced a living enemy. "Shield up, sword out! Thrust left, thrust right. That's the way. Keep together and none of the misbegotten scum can get past your guard." Bodivos's voice was already cracked by years of parade ground bellowing. He never seemed to tire. He had promised to lead them against the lawless men who roamed the coast as soon as summer had dried the roads. Then they would find out how well they had learned the drill. Beyond the heads of his companions he glimpsed the bright robes of the nobles who had come to watch them. Woodpecker did not mind putting on a show for them. They were paying for the food he ate and the armor he wore. He found himself straightening, head cocked at a more martial angle, and grinned. The posts seemed to rear up suddenly before them. He thrust, felt the vibration of impact all the way up his arm as the blade bit wood, jerked it free and strode past, 2 steps forward, and then the turn in unison with his fellows, ready to face the foe once more. "That's enough!" Bodavos's call carried above the smattering of applause from the banks where the observers were sitting. From the next field he could hear drumming, where the acrobatic dancers who served the temple were also practicing. "Stand down. Red and blue files, that will be all for this morning. Greens and yellows, take your javelins to the butts and see if you can hit them this time." There were a few good-natured protests and grumbles, but the men knew that their commander was not only tough, but fair. "Woodpecker, 'tis your day for sword work, yes?" When the younger man nodded, Bodavos grinned. "Just as well. You'll give a good performance for our audience. Tuistos himself has come to watch us today." Woodpecker suppressed a twitch of nerves as he took his place in the ring. He knew he had improved. The bruise from the last time Bodavos had landed a solid touch to his ribs with the wooden blade had almost disappeared. It did not matter what a king thought of him. As the commander had told him far too often, in a fight, the only person whose opinion mattered was the one coming at you, weapon in hand. "We'll start with the standard drill, I think. You know the moves, but they don't know that. We can go a little faster, and it will look good." Woodpecker gulped but nodded agreement. Knowing the sequence didn't always help when Bodavos stepped up the pace, and the older man could swing that wooden blade very fast indeed. He settled into position, slightly angled with his left foot forward, shield up, sword ready. Bodavos picked up his own gear and moved to face him, weaving in place, though whether that was to loosen his muscles or confuse his opponent, Woodpecker did not know. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly in the way he had learned at Avalon, focusing, centering, letting his own tight muscles ease. "Very good," murmured his teacher, moving in. "Sword high, now low. Shield high, to the side. Again." The snick of the wooden blades and the hollow thud on the shield created a counterpoint to the dancer's drumbeat. He let himself relax into the rhythm, as if his motions were also part of the dance. The commander stepped back, inviting Woodpecker to initiate his own attack, the same sequence of moves, but this time the younger man increased the pace, a decision he began to regret as his opponent grinned. Bodavos's response was another degree faster. Woodpecker narrowed his focus and attacked, then found himself abruptly on the defensive as the commander began to push him backward. One step and then another. Now it was all he could do to keep that darting blade at bay. His concentration wavered as his heel struck something behind him. He got his shield up as the next blow came in, but his balance was going. Bodavos's sword was a brown blur that he could barely see, much less counter. His own blade flew from his hand as the sword hit. A blow to the ribs knocked the breath from his body, and he was falling, vision a whirl of stars. When he could focus again, he realized that he was lying on his back on the grass, and Bodavos was holding out his hand. He worked his left arm loose from the shield strap. The right was now throbbing fiercely, and he knew he wasn't going to be using it much today. Gripped the man's calloused hand, and came to his feet. "Sorry," he said, looking around, and realizing his opponent had driven him to the edge of the field. "Just so," Bodavos nodded. "It is as important to be aware of where you are going as to see what your enemy is doing. You won't be fighting your battles on a newly cropped and raked field. But I'll admit it was a low trick. The thing is, I wanted a dramatic finish, and you were doing well enough I couldn't be sure of taking you any other way." Astonishment overwhelmed Woodpecker's pain as he realized that the light in the commander's eyes was pride. "I'm getting better." "You are indeed. Your early training laid a good foundation. Come on now, and I'll introduce you to the king." Chapter 14. In the City of Circles, the harvest was celebrated at the turning of autumn. It was the city's most important festival. For weeks the people had been making sheaves of emmer and rye from straw and wood, for every grain that the fields had borne was needed for food. The early storm that had washed part of the outermost ring of the city away had flattened much of the harvest. The shadows cast by the arrangement of rods they used to calculate the seasons still marked solstice and equinox, but the movements of the heavens and the turnings of the year no longer seemed to correspond. Valantos squinted upward, hoping to glimpse a patch of blue, but clouds still covered the sky. Last year's festival, the first year that Valantos and Woodpecker had been here, had been the same, more blessed by rain than by sun. Still, as an act of faith, if not of affirmation, the people hung out their banners and festooned their balconies with green branches and fruits carved from wood when their orchards were bare. And who was he to say they were wrong, thought Valantos, as he stuck out his elbows to make room for Buddha and Elfrix to stand next to him. If he had learned anything during the 3 years since the children of Heracles destroyed his home, it was that people needed hope, whether or not that hope was justified. The street was filling with people whom he had begun to recognize as friends as well as neighbors. That still seemed odd to him. When his own city died, he had been certain that he would never belong anywhere again. "I can hear them!" exclaimed Elfrix. From somewhere beyond the houses came the clash of brass cymbals and the regular vibration of the deep drums. The boy bounced on his toes as he strained to see. He had grown during the past year until he was as tall as Valantos, leggy as a young colt. No doubt by the time he reached manhood he would be as big as Woodpecker, who seemed to have reached his full height, half a head taller than Valantos himself. "Of course you can hear them," Buddha replied. "They must be right over there." She pointed at a gap between the buildings on the other side of the street, where one could just glimpse the sheen of gray water. "But they will have to go all the way around the 4th and 3rd circles before they cross the bridge to start around ours." And a depressing circuit it would be, Valantos thought then. Last winter's storms had taken the seaward houses of the 5th ring and the docks where the large ships moored. Now they anchored in a makeshift shelter between the city and the mainland. Valantos had repaired an anchor chain for one of the captains, a man called Stavros who traded with the cities of the Middle Sea. It was pleasant to talk and share a cup of wine with someone who knew the warm lands of the south, but Valantos had learned not to do it too often, for one cup could easily become several bottles, and a sore head only added to his pain. In more than one place the water had broken completely through, and they had had to build makeshift bridges before the festival. The openings of the circles were offset, so that a boat could only reach the moorings below the palace by making a series of turns. Oared ships did so under their own power, but those that depended on sail moored outside or were warped by a system of lines and pulleys from one circle to the next. The circles were linked by arched bridges, but many of the houses at the edges of each ring kept small rowing boats tied up behind their back doors. A lad came down the street with the tiny sausages fried in a twist of pastry that were a local delicacy, displayed on a tray suspended from a strap around his neck. Valantos got enough for Elfrix and his mother. The house he shared with Woodpecker stood on one of the twisting lanes that ran between the processional way and the shore. Those with the wealth to live on the road were watching from their balconies, but the smith's breadth of shoulder and black glower had won a place for him and his household at the edge of the paved road. He thought that the palace and circles of the city had about the same population as the citadel of Tiryns and the town that had sprawled below. Many of the traditions here reminded him of home. There, too, families had gathered for the spring festival, while more formal observances took place in the citadel. Their first year here, the servants they had inherited with the house had insisted that they must participate in the festival. Somehow Buddha and Elfrix and even Bodavos had become part of their family. A stir of anticipation rustled through the crowd as the sound of the procession grew louder. Now he could hear the tramp of hobnailed sandals. 2 of those sandals belonged to Woodpecker, newly promoted to lead the red file. Volantos found himself smiling. "They're coming!" Elfrix's voice squeaked in excitement. Above the heads of the people, the carven images of the powers that protected the city bobbed on their poles as if they were marching too. The crowd retreated in a wave of motion as the standard-bearers appeared, followed by the men with the drums. First marched the blue file, wearing mantles the color of the sea on a sunny day, edged with a spiral wave pattern. They were followed by the Guild of Fishermen, wearing their nets like ceremonial garments, and carrying the image of the Kraken, part god, part monster, who ruled the waters. If his powers were not quite the same as those of Poseidon, they were surely no less, here in this place that men had wrested from the sea. The leading merchants followed them, bearing models of the ships they sent to lands north and south in search of trade. This holiday signaled the end of the season for safe sailing, though these days they saw few vessels from the Middle Sea at any time. Next marched the green file, whose mantles were embroidered with a stylized pattern of sheaves. They carried the veiled image of the goddess who gave fertility to the fields, and were followed by farmers and cooks and all whose trade had to do with feeding the city. There was a pause, during which some of the neighborhood's children scampered into the road to strut in imitation of the soldiers. Then they heard more drums and cymbals, suddenly much louder, and the children scurried back to their families. "There he is!" exclaimed Buddha as the red file came into view. "And doesn't he look fine?" Woodpecker was leading his men, marching just behind the fellow who carried the image of a god whose pointed cap bore the horns of a bull. Woodpecker had laughed oddly when he told them of his promotion, and only later did Volantos remember that the younger man had once mentioned that his people were called the tribe of the bull. From the bronze that banded his helm to the buckles on his sandals, he was polished and shining, marching with an easy stride, as if his corselet of heavy leather sewn with plates of bronze weighed no more than Egyptian linen, and his wooden shield, painted red with the image of a bull, no more than a serving tray. Volantos had made the sword that hung at his side, almost the only bronze work he had done here, for with trade so disrupted, scrap bronze had become as valuable as gold. Woodpecker's crimson mantle bore a frieze of animals. As the file tramped past, the reason for the delay became apparent. Farmers from the lands that supported the city had brought their finest livestock, among them the beasts destined for sacrifice, and one of the bulls was balking. The people laughed as the herders struggled to get the creature going again, but Volantos frowned. If this animal was intended as an offering, its recalcitrance was not a good sign. When the animals were finally past, Volantos sighed in relief. After them, the yellow file was coming, their standard a goddess who reminded him of Potnia Athana, their emblem the bird they called the oyster-catcher here. She was the patroness of the artists and artisans of the city, those who worked in wood and stone, in thread and clay and glass. The smiths walked here also, hammers in hand. Volantos nodded respectfully as they passed. Few in the city were his equals in skill, but he had not protested when they insisted that he should serve his period of testing before being admitted to their ranks. Perhaps next year he would wear out a pair of sandals in this procession as well. The palace musicians marched toward them, those who played flutes and horns walking, while the harps and lyres were borne in a wagon from which they could hear the occasional twang over the cheers of the crowd. The people hushed as behind them the banner of the royal house appeared, 2 swans flanking the sun on a field of blue. 2 trumpeters paused to blare a commanding note on the curving bronze lure horns. A chariot followed, drawn by 2 white horses. The box was carved and painted with spirals and chevrons, with gilding on the rails and the spokes of the wheels. In the box stood the 2 kings. They wore fringed kilts and white mantles sewn with gold, a wise choice, as it was said that the rich fabric covered a pair of rather flabby torsos. On their heads were pointed helmets of gilded leather, with curving horns whose ends were tipped with tiny golden birds, and each king bore an archaic double-bladed axe, Tuistos in his left hand and Manos in his right. Volantos leaned forward, wishing he could get a closer look. In the lands around the Middle Sea, kings bore such axes in the most sacred rituals. It was a design that had been ancient when Tyrann's was new. There was another space, and then more flute players, followed by girls shaking sistrums that filled the air with a shimmering sound. The priests and priestesses walked behind them, each arrayed in the vestments of his grade and god. The temple dancers came with them, stripped to clouts and brief skirts of twined wool cords, interspersing cartwheels and backflips with the sinuous movements of the dance. Volantos glimpsed a blaze of gold and turned. Everyone was shifting to stare down the street as flowers turned toward the sun. A light wagon was coming, drawn by a chestnut mare. Sides, spokes, and all were covered with gold. In the wagon rode the queen, robed in a saffron mantle so thickly sewn with golden ornaments that she seemed an image cast in gold, steady and strong. From what he had heard, her image reflected reality. There was no need for the wagon to bear an image of the sun. She was the sun for her people, her rayed headdress scattering light each time the orb in the heavens peeked through a gap in the clouds. "Sowila! Sowila!" the people cried, casting their remaining flowers into the road before her. "Bring in the summer! Bring us warmth and life again!" Her face was painted so that one could not tell her age, for the sun had no age, unlike the ever-changing moon. In the south, men thought a god, bright and merciless, ruled the solar orb. But Volantos could understand why folk might seek light from a goddess here. He lifted his hands in adoration as she passed. It was going to be a long winter. "Bring us life," he prayed as he felt the first drops of rain. Woodpecker tossed on his straw mattress, twitching too badly from exhaustion to sleep. The guard had been ordered out to help the people of the Fifth Circle, and muscles he had thought hardened by Bodavos's training were throbbing with pain. At least he was finally warm and dry. Rain pounded dully on the thatching over his head, driven by a wind from the west that moaned around the eaves. Winter had been cold and relatively calm, but as the wheel of the year rolled toward the turning of spring, the elements seemed determined to hold off summer's coming with a defense more violent than anything the city had ever known. For 3 days storms had battered the coastline, with the promise of worse to come. Tonight he would have welcomed one of his dreams. He no longer fought the visions, frustrating himself and frightening his friends. To walk the green fields of the island of the mighty, the native land that his conscious self had tried so hard to deny, would have been a relief after such a day. However soggy, the island was at least solid ground. He hoped that Volantos believed that the nightmares had ceased. At least it had been some time since they had used a bucket of water to awaken him. He told them he did not remember what he had been dreaming, but it was not true. More and more often, the memories were bleeding into his waking awareness, so that sometimes it was the city of circles that seemed unreal. And he carried his knowledge of the city with him when he walked on Avalon. If he looked hollow-eyed with strain, he was not the only one whose face bore witness to his anxieties. Tonight he could probably have shouted without disturbing Volantos, who lay snoring on the other side of the bed. Ever since the city had recruited him, the smith had spent all his waking hours with the builders. By the time he fell into bed, he was far too tired to worry about the younger man. When Volantos returned today, he had worn a look Woodpecker had not seen since Tyrann's fell. All their efforts were failing. Those who lived on the outermost circle had been told to seek refuge in the inner rings. Finding room for them would not be a problem. Many of the city's people had already fled to the mainland, preferring to battle human foes than pit themselves against the powers of the sea. And yet, would one of his dreams have been an improvement? His visions had shown him Belerion sacked by sea-born raiders, and the farm where he had herded sheep crushed by a rock-slide. He saw Galid's men tormenting a captive while their leader laughed. There had been other scenes in places he recognized as belonging to other tribes. By now he probably had a better idea of what was happening on the island of the mighty than anyone but the Lady of Avalon. The state of affairs was not much better than things in the city. He suspected that things were not much better anywhere. But in this liminal state between sleep and waking, he could admit to himself that the island was home. He wondered if he could summon a vision of the Holy Isle. Surely he would find peace there. He took one breath and let it out slowly, and then another, closing his eyes. He would imagine he was looking at the Tor by moonlight. He smiled a little, seeing the pure line of the slope, the faint gleam on the standing stones that crowned the hill. But the image was not quite what he had expected. Within the circle he glimpsed a warmer glow. As the light grew stronger, he realized that someone had lit a fire on the altar stone. There, at least, there was no rain. As he drifted toward that light, he felt a vibration in the air. The priests and priestesses of Avalon were there. They filled the night with a full-throated, shifting shimmer of sound. This was no full moon ritual, but one of the great magics, forbidden to uninitiated eyes. The elder priests had been quite explicit about what could happen to any child who dared to spy. He willed himself to turn away, and realized with a thrill of fear that he was still moving toward the hill. A stand of singers, they had called it, when 7 notes were sounded to weave a tapestry of harmonies. Like a leaf caught in the current, he floated toward the sound. All of the initiates were there, forming their own circle within the circle of stones. A single trained voice lifted above the others. "I call the one who will bring us hope," and Darrell scattered incense upon the fire that burned on the altar stone, and a sweet smoke swirled upward. "I call the one who will comfort the bereft and rebuild what is broken, he who shall defend the weak and destroy the strong." At each word, Woodpecker remembered the visions of disaster that he had seen, and felt once more his frustration of being unable to do anything to change them. With every tone, the buzz along his nerves intensified, if he had nerves here. He struggled to escape, but this was no current. It was a vortex that had drawn him inexorably in. "I summon the hero who will save our people. I call the defender." The smoke of the incense was spreading in a luminous cloud above the altar, curling around him. He had always been an invisible witness before. "Holy Goddess, show us the one who will save us. Hear and appear! Hear and appear! Hear and appear!" And Darrell's eyes widened, and he realized that she could see him. The sound wavered as one of the priestesses fainted, then steadied as the others gathered their forces and sang on. "My Cantor," the priestess whispered, reaching out to him. They said you had died, but I knew the gods would not be so cruel. Come back to us. Come home." Her fingers passed through his arm. He trembled, torn between the desire to save the people whose suffering he had seen and the memories of all his failures. "I am no hero." He shook his head, not knowing whether she could hear. "I cannot help you." "You are the son of 100 kings," she exclaimed. "For this you were born. For this you have been saved." He was still shaking his head. Could he persuade her that this was his ghost returned from the other world? Meeting Anderel's fixed and glittering gaze, he suddenly doubted that even death could release him from her demands. For a little while, between his 12th and 14th years, he had believed that he was destined to be a king. Instead, he had become a slave. His body had been freed, but invisible shackles bound him still. "I am not. I cannot. I am not worthy." "Goddess!" Anderel flung up her hands. "Show us thy will!" At the words, the fire on the altar blazed. Glowing within the smoke, he saw the shape of a woman with laughing eyes and fiery hair. Then it thinned and sharpened, until what hovered before them was a sword. From the wonder in the eyes of the priests, it was like none that they knew. But he had seen it, or one like it, in Volantos's hand. And yet not entirely like, for this blade was a brand of silver fire. "Will a sword from the stars convince you?" came her voice, sweet and low. "The priestess summons the defender, and the defender will bring the smith to my forge." Volantos, thought Woodpecker. Had this path been laid for both of them by the gods? The sword flamed wildly, and he was whirled backward, outward, in an explosion of light and sound, until he found himself sitting upright in his bed, heart pounding as if he had run a league, sweating as if he stood next to a fire. Rain drummed on the roof. No, there was a sharper sound to that pounding. Someone was beating on the door. From below he heard voices. Elfric's or Buddha, who slept by the hearth, must have answered. He could not make out words, but the sharp tone was enough to launch him from the bed. He was already shrugging into his tunic when Elfric's flung open his door. "Woodpecker!" cried the boy. "Waves have washed across the 5th ring, and the 4th is suffering as well. They want every man who can lift a sandbag to build up the barriers and carry people to safety." He finished tying his sandal and jerked his head toward Volantos, who had not stirred. "Wake him if you can. He'll be needed. I'm on my way to the guardhouse. May Ni-Terat preserve us all." It was only when the door had closed behind him that he realized he had invoked the protection of a goddess of Avalon. Volantos rose from exhausted sleep like a man fighting his way up through deep water. That was not so far from the truth from the sound of the rain. He rubbed his eyes and recognized the fragile flicker of an oil lamp instead of the gray dawn light he had expected. Elfric's was standing with the lamp in his hand, mouth open to call him again. Woodpecker's side of the bed was empty, the covers tumbled on the floor. He took a deep breath and tried to focus on what the boy was telling him. "Waves! The storm!" He found it only too easy to interpret Elfric's stammering attempt to repeat what he had heard. Swearing, he heaved himself out of the bed. Every muscle still ached from yesterday's labors, but the storm would not wait for him to heal. By the time he had dressed and wolfed down the bannock Buddha pressed into his hand, it was raining even harder, the wind howling like the Erinyes in pursuit of a sinful soul. The streets were clogged with sodden refugees bent under bundles or pulling wagons crammed with whatever they had managed to save. Volantos pushed past them, suppressing an urge to apologize. His head told him that he had done all he could. His heart cried that he should have done more. "This is not my city," he told himself. But guilt rose in a tide as dark and as devastating as the sea. As he neared the bridge from the third ring to the fourth, he saw collapsed houses, and then a section where the ground had washed out all the way to the road. Someone ran toward him, shouting that the western bridge was gone. Valantos groaned. His first home had perished in fire. This one seemed to be dissolving around him. He forced his way back through the crowd towards a southern bridge. Surely it would still be whole. He could see better now. The sky was growing pale. Beyond the rooftops, the masts of the ships that had taken refuge in the lee of the city tossed in the swell. He hoped that Captain Stavros was weathering the storm. The southern bridge was blocked by a broken wagon. By the time Valantos had helped to drag it free, it was full day. When he reached the fourth ring, he found men knocking down houses to brace makeshift dikes with their timbers. The rain had eased up, but the sea was still rising as a strong offshore wind pushed the waves higher. There had been some talk of an evil alignment of sun and moon that lent strength to the waters. Even as Valantos labored, a conviction was growing that the City of Circles had been abandoned by her gods. The work had left him no energy to curse them, but he vowed silently that while he had the strength to defend his new home, she would not be deserted by men. He had failed before. He would not give up again. Some distant awareness told him that this was not entirely logical. No man could fight fate. But he was too locked into the work before him, the next wall, the next piece of wood, the next dissolving bank, to care. His right arm grew weary from swinging the granite hammer, and he switched to his left. It required neither precision nor skill to break down walls. With the sun invisible behind the clouds, the day seemed endless. They said that in Hades the wicked were doomed to repeat the same endless tasks. Perhaps he had died in Tyrannus, and was only now receiving his punishment. And yet a moment came when he realized that the light was fading. The storm had driven them back to the bridge, and someone was shouting that they must abandon the ring. Shivering, Valantos thrust his hammer through his belt. Water lapped at his feet. But for a moment the wind had stilled. Beneath his feet the ground was trembling. As the road crumbled, he shoved the hammer down the front of his tunic and ran. The third ring was in chaos, even the pretense of organization maintained by those who had fought to save the outer circles gone. Valantos saw the Tuisto trying to move down the street with his guards, his elegant tunic muddy and a bruise on his brow. He was giving no orders. The smith doubted that anyone could have heard him, or would have obeyed him if he had tried. As he neared the bridge that led toward the center, the brazen note of the lure horn cut through the moan of the wind and the clamor of the crowd. He glimpsed white robes and the glint of gold. The Sowila was coming across the causeway from the palace. Rumors said she was the real power in the family, but what in the name of the goddess did she think she could do here? Her attendants shared his opinion. One of the priests had knelt in the road, begging her to return to the palace. It was built of stone, proof against the sea. "And what of all those whose homes are not built of stone?" she said clearly. She wore no face paint now, and she looked her age. He recognized the expression he had seen when his brother faced the foe. "My place is here." She picked her way toward the broken bridgehead. Beyond it there now lay a clear strip of tossing water that stretched all the way to the open sea. The priests fell back as she climbed to the edge of the shattered stonework, lifted her hands, and addressed the waves. "Master of the deeps, I, the Sowila of the City of Circles, stand here before you." Her voice seemed suddenly louder, and he realized that the wind had eased, as if the gods of sea and storm were waiting to hear. You have taken so much already. Let your hunger be appeased. Spare my city. We will give you many fine bulls and stallions, and if no other sacrifice will content you, I stand ready to make the offering." A cry of horror went up from those who had been close enough to hear. One of the priests started toward her, but something in her stance held him still. Valantos's stomach clenched as he realized it was not Iason whom she resembled now, but Naxamini. He had been amused by the pretensions of this northern royalty, but now he found himself bending in the full formal obeisance he would have offered his own queen. For a moment it seemed that her prayer had been heard. Then someone screamed. Valantos looked up. A surge greater than any they had seen yet was rolling in from the sea. Water crashed against the remains of the outer rings, demolishing what was left of them in an explosion of spray. But the original wave, focused and forced inward, rolled straight toward the queen. Shouting, he tried to reach her, slid on a patch of mud, and went down. As the wave hit, he saw the Sewila plucked from her perch. Then the spray whirled around her, and she was gone. In the next moment the same mighty force had seized him. He had a moment of wonder that his death should come by water instead of fire. Then he was slammed hard against some unyielding surface, and fell. Valantos surfaced in a whirl of pain, an agonizing pressure in his chest that came and went until he arched, coughing furiously, and nearly passed out again. "Stay with me, damn you! I won't lose you now!" He looked up, saw an agonized face above him. The boy— no, the man, bright spirit shining within. Woodpecker held his face between his two hands, forcing the older man to meet his gaze, and Valantos felt his heart lurch at what he saw in those eyes. "You will live! You keep saving me," Valantos breathed. "You have saved me more often than you know," muttered Woodpecker. "Can you walk? Never mind," he added as Valantos winced. "I can carry you." He nearly fainted once more as Woodpecker hoisted him up and got his right arm across his shoulder. "Where?" he grated as they lurched along. The wind seemed to have died down. In the street people were picking through the sodden tangle of debris and belongings that the storm had left behind. "Stavros's ship is waiting. Bodivos arranged our passage." Valantos tried to stop. "The city, the queen, can't desert again." "The queen is lost, and the gods know what has happened to the kings," Woodpecker said flatly. "Her sacrifice seems to have stopped the storm, but the city is broken. Bodivos's oath holds him here. He released me from mine in exchange for my promise to save his sister and her son. Looting is going on already. Stavros wants to weigh anchor before someone else realizes the ship is a way out of here." Valantos groaned as Woodpecker stumbled over a loose board and continued on more slowly. "Leave me and go while you can." He felt the younger man shaking his head. "Your tools are already loaded, and you are going with us if I have to knock you out again." "Where?" Valantos coughed. "To the island of the mighty." The younger man's voice wavered oddly. "There is nowhere else to go." Woodpecker woke to the sound of water and the briny scent of the sea. What dim recollection he could muster told him that this was to be expected. But it seemed odd that he should be wrapped in something soft and warm, with the rank smell of cured leather, hearing voices that he ought to know above the slap of the waves against a wooden hull. His memories of the last week were a chaotic mix of heaving seas and battling winds that had tossed the ship like a toy. There was a foul taste in his mouth, his throat was raw, and the muscles of his belly sore. "I'm in a boat," he thought, breathing carefully. The sea nearly killed me on the way to Tartessos, too. And yet the surface below him was no longer moving. He seemed to be lying at an angle, and his stomach, though cramped with emptiness, was at peace. Above him, a piece of tightly woven cloth stretched over hoops provided shelter. A new realization came to him. The boat has come to shore. The days that had passed were a series of distorted images, including some that must have been dreams. He hoped they were dreams. He had been in a city that was being drowned by the waves, but his most vivid images were of an island greater still, crowned with temples and palaces, and a great mountain that exploded in a column of ash and flame. There was someone he had lost. The grief of that parting brought tears to his eyes. But now it was all slipping away, and he could not even remember her name. He tried to sit up and found himself weak as a babe, but his grunt had been heard. Elfrix ducked back under the shelter and knelt beside him, grinning triumphantly. "You're awake! Volanto said that reaching solid ground would help you. He'll be so pleased." "He's all right?" "His ribs still pain him, but he's getting around," said the boy. "When we first lifted anchor, what with him raving with fever and you puking your guts out, we wondered if either one of you would survive." Elfrix helped him to sit up and gave him some water, and he began to feel some strength coming back to him. "Where are we?" "Somewhere on your great island. Stavros says it's a place where many ships put in to trade. If you feel up to it, come and see." He nodded and managed, though his head swam and he had to sit down several times, to crawl from his bed to the ship's side. They were beached on a muddy shore where a broad river had cut a channel toward the sea. Tall grasses waved in the sea breeze, and beyond them the land was a mixture of marsh and meadow rising to some low hills. He looked at the blue sky beyond and realized that it was beautiful. There were huts on the shore, and from one of them smoke was rising, but at present no other ships were drawn up on the sand. At Elfrix's shout, Stavros and some of his crew came down the strand, with Volantos hobbling after them. They lifted him over the side of the ship and set him down. Holding someone's shoulder, he took a step, breathing deeply of the sweet air. "Woodpecker, thank the gods!" Volantos reached out to grip his hand. He shook his head, a wellspring of inner joy that had been frozen for 5 years beginning to melt at last. "No, you must call me my cantor now, for I have come home, and I will never deny my name again."
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Part 3. The Anvil. Chapter 15. "Tirilan, daughter of Anderil, why have you come here?" She took a deep breath, feeling the wind that came through the open doorway stir her fair hair, still damp from the bath with which the ritual had begun. Mist lay heavy on the marshes around them, but the turning of spring had come, and the sun was shining on Avalon. "I seek to know in order that I may serve." It was the expected answer, and Laral and Ellet, who were presiding over the ceremony, smiled. Tirilan stood in the Hall of the Sun before the assembled priests and priestesses of Avalon. Sunlight shafted through the upper windows to illuminate their veiled or hooded heads, and the frescoes that told the story of the people of wisdom who had come here from across the sea. She had already demonstrated her mastery of the skills required of a priestess and been purified. At any time during that process she could have withdrawn. But there was no retreat once these vows had been sworn. "And what if I had answered that I am here because my mother willed it, and since my cantor is lost to me, the calling of a priestess will suit as well as any?" Tirilan wondered then, but she did not say so. Those who regretted the loss of the laughing child she had been 5 years ago ascribed the change in her to maturity, not knowing of the grief she had not been allowed to show. At first that had been because Anderel refused to believe my cantor dead, and later because to mourn him openly might make people wonder why they cared so much about one Lake Village child. Although, if he is dead, why does it matter if everyone knows how the Lady of Avalon saved Uldan's son from the fire? Confirmation of his suspicions could hardly make Galed hate her mother more. She glanced at Anderel, who presided in a great chair below the altar on which burned the eternal flame. The priestesses praised Tiralan's gravity, and whispered that she would make a fine high priestess when they thought she could not hear. I would have made a better wife for my cantor, she thought rebelliously. She closed her eyes, trying to summon up his features, but by now he would look different anyway, if he lived. She had always thought she would know if he died, but if he were still alive, why had he sent no word? "Know that the vows you take here bind you to a holy calling," the priest said then. "If you do not fulfill them in this life, you will be called to do so in another. This is not an obligation from which we can release you. Indeed, some of us fulfill that obligation by serving the gods in this life, and some have pledged themselves to serve from life to life until all others walk in the light as well." "In the light and in the divine darkness," Tiralan added silently, remembering what she had been told in the women's mysteries. "When you were initiated into womanhood, you were taught that your body is the temple of the goddess," Elet said then, "and that it was your right to choose when and with whom to share it. But now we lay upon you a greater commitment, for when the will of a trained priestess is focused in the act of love, it can raise a mighty power. Can you swear that you will give yourself only in the sacred times and seasons at the festivals, and, as required, for the good of the people and the land?" To lie with my cantor would have been a holy ritual, thought Tiralan, but her lips moved in the required answer. Chastity was not a problem. She had no desire to lie with anyone, and if it was required of her, she could hope the goddess would use her body and she would not remember. "Do you swear that you will not speak of the mysteries to those who are unsworn?" asked Larrel, and again Tiralan agreed. She hardly ever even saw anyone who was not an initiate living here on Avalon. She looked at the faces of those who stood in the circle, old and young. They had loved and taught her. She would try not to disappoint them. "Do you swear that you will always seek to serve the divine spirit, whom we see in the goddesses and gods? For know that all the gods are one god, and all the goddesses one goddess, and there is one initiator. Will you look for that spirit in the soul of each woman and each man? Will you offer whatever else you may to those who come to you?" That was the vow that had been most discussed among the students. It was, if you thought about it, a terrifying commitment. And yet this was the promise that troubled Tiralan least of all. Perhaps I have been a priestess in some other time, she thought then, for she found it hard to understand why anyone sworn to serve the goddess would not seek to share her love. "Do you swear to obey all lawful commands given in the lady's name?" Tiralan suppressed a shiver, knowing her mother was watching her from beneath that veil, for surely any lawful command she might be given would come from the Lady of Avalon. "I have no choice now, having agreed to all the rest," she thought numbly, and swore. And now Anderel was rising from her throne, coming forward to take the place of the Hierophant between the priest and priestess. "Daughter of the goddess, you have proven your fitness to stand as priestess before us, and you have taken your vows. But know that consecration comes not from us, but from the gods. If the goddess does not accept you, then no human power can do so. Go forth, then, to face your ordeal, and return to us as a priestess of Avalon." Tiralon made her obeisance. "It is a dance. We bend and sway and play our parts, and so I will play mine. Sometimes people were lost during their testing. Perhaps she would die, and it wouldn't matter after all, except, of course, that she had just promised to fulfill the initiate's oath in another life if she failed in this one. But the next time around, she would not be mourning my cantor." The tor looked as it always did, a pointed hill covered with green turf, its long slope notched where the spiral path had been carved out generations before. To climb it did not seem much of a challenge, thought Tiralon as she gazed upward. She had been scampering up and down that hill since she could walk. She had hoped for a day of sunshine like yesterday, but what she had was swirling clouds, as if the mists off the marshes had decided to complete their conquest of the vale by overwhelming the tor. Just so the waves rose up to cover the kingdoms of the sea, she thought then. No doubt the image was a memory of the frescoes in the Hall of the Sun. She closed the gate behind her and started up the path. Once, when she was about 10, she had vowed to count the steps on the spiral path, and been insulted when the priestesses laughed at her. Later she had heard that it had been tried many times before. It made sense that the number should vary with different lengths of stride, but it was said that even for the same person, pacing carefully, the distance would never be twice the same. "In the name of the goddess, I shall ascend the holy mountain," she began the ancient prayer. "In the name of the Lady of Wisdom, in the name of the Lady of Darkness, in the name of the Lady of Sovereignty I shall walk, and in the name of the Lady of Ravens." The names of those who ruled light and love, mind and emotion, and the solid supporting strength of earth itself, all these she called. And if a male initiate climbing this hill had called upon the same powers in the name of the god, it was only the images, not the essence, that would have changed. Or one might pick and choose, or call both together. Another watchword of the temple came to her. "The symbol is nothing, the reality all." "Now I understand," Tiralon thought in amusement. "The purpose of this climb is to make me review everything they tried so hard to stuff into my skull." The prayer brought her to the first turning of the path, and she paused and bent to dig her fingers into the soil. The scent of moist earth and green grass rose around her, more heady than incense. "This," she thought, "this, not some priestly abstraction, is what I serve. While we are in bodies, this is where it begins. The priests forget that sometimes with their meditations and austerities. Earth is holy, our bodies are holy. We must learn to live in that harmony." For a moment, then, kneeling on the green turf, she glimpsed a truth which, if it had been part of her training, she had never recognized. If she must be a priestess, she would not stay safe at Avalon. And Darrell had plenty of people to say the prayers and perform the ceremonies. Tiralon would go where the need was, to teach and heal if she could, and where she could not, to bear witness and offer comfort. The decision released a surge of warmth, or perhaps the sun was coming out. She looked up and saw the clouds thicker than ever, but they held a golden glow, and it was warmer, as if the sun were trying to break through. That was a good omen, she thought, as she started walking once more. Exercise had lifted her mood as well as warming her body. As she continued to climb, she found herself humming the prayer. She had brought down the power. It was only sense to follow its path upward. even if she must first forgive her mother in order to receive the blessing of the Lady of the Moon. Why, she wondered, were they so often at odds? She had heard that mothers and daughters were often so, and she supposed it must be harder when her mother was responsible for her as a priestess as well. But the result is that she tries to rule me body and soul, she thought resentfully. She made the next turn, and a playful wind stirred her hair and stroked across the long grass. The lady of craft and song ruled here, and surely this was where she would find the words to make her mother understand her need. She laughed, her spirits unexpectedly lifting. "And Darrell had to let me take this journey alone. No one else can live my life. No one else can give it meaning, not my mother, and not—" The thought came to her suddenly. Even if he had lived, not my cantor. Tiralon strode out more strongly as the path curved around to the right and across the long axis of the tor. Wind swirled the mists around her, carrying the scent of flowers. Was that perfume borne up from some protected meadow in the marshes? Certainly there was no such garden on the tor. She felt soft turf beneath her feet and looked down. Could she have strayed from the path? In this mist anything was possible, but she had gone neither up nor down. More slowly she continued, striving to see. And then, between one breath and another, the mists were gone. She stood in a world of green, turf whose color was so intense it seemed to glow from within, verdant hedges, a rowan tree whose leaves burned with green fire, and beneath it a woman dressed in a floating garment of the color of sunlight through new leaves, crowned with white flowers. For a moment Tiralon thought it was her mother, for this lady had the same dark hair and eyes. But Darrell had never allowed her hair to flow so freely, had never considered her with such a luminous gaze. This was the lady my cantor had seen. "And yet I will call you daughter," said the lady, as if Tiralon had spoken aloud, "for you are all like children to me. Be welcome, Ailantha, to my realm." "Why do you call me by that name?" "It was your name when first we met upon this hill." The lady smiled. "You do not remember, but I remember each face you have worn when you found your way between the worlds. I offer you now the choice that I have offered before. Stay with me, and you need fear no loss again." Tiralon blinked as she realized that faces were appearing and disappearing among the leaves. Beyond the trees deer were grazing in the meadow. She smiled, remembering how she had danced with them on the wild god's isle. She had sensed the life in the earth before, but here that spirit could be seen. The hedge encircled a grassy dell, and there a cloth was laid, covered with all manner of good things. And somewhere a lyre was being played, and fair-faced people beckoned to her to join them as they danced. The Mycantor she remembered was no more than a clumsy boy. Any man of this realm was far more beautiful. The lady had known how to tempt her, she thought then. But though this might be the soul of the land, it was not the gritty reality she had just sworn to serve. "I cannot," she stammered, and the lady sighed. "Each time I hope that one day you will decide to stay here, but that oath of yours always draws you back again." Well, that answered the question about whether she had been a priestess before, thought Tiralon. She made the reverence she would have offered to the Lady of Avalon while she tried to think of something to say. "Do you have some wisdom to offer me?" Tiralon trembled as the lady laughed. That merriment was not unkind, but it pierced the heart and set the blood pulsing in her veins. She could not tell whether she wanted to scream or to sing. But suddenly she knew that the measured existence that had been hers was enough no longer. Heart fire or hearth fire, you will seek both, my child. You will burn with passion, though now you believe yourself so cold. Your mother would make of you a priestess, and so you shall be, though not in the way that she foresees. You have vowed yourself to the earth, and you shall be a priestess to this land. You have vowed yourself to the people, and you shall hallow the Lord who will lead them. Tiralon took a deep breath. Those words carried their own intoxication. But she sensed that she must be very careful here to avoid illusion, or self-delusion. "What do you mean?" "Behold and remember, and one day you will understand." The lady gestured, and the air between them began to shimmer. Within that radiant sphere images stirred and shifted. A woman who was also a deer, a woman who stood bathed in moonlight upon a snowy hill, a woman standing before the great henge, holding a sheathed sword. There were other images beyond them, but she could not see them. Her vision was focused on the three, and as she gazed, words vibrated in her awareness. "Without me, no life shall come to birth. Without me, no night shall see the morn. Without me, no Lord shall save the land. Without me, no hope shall be reborn." My cantor tipped back the beaker and took another long swallow of thin ale. The shape of the houses, the language, even the wind off the marshes teased at his memory, but he could not fault their hospitality. When the party from the ship trudged up the road, the farm family had welcomed them and made space in the storage sheds for those who would not fit under the round roof. Traveling with Volantos, he had grown accustomed to new places, but here it was he and the smith who were the foreigners. Buddha had begun helping the women, and Elfrix, with his usual sunny good nature, had already started to make friends with the children. Elfrix, he suspected, was the kind of youth who would fall on his feet anywhere. Volantos, on the other hand, glowered from his place by the hearth. Even a winter in the north had not faded a skin clearly bronzed by a warmer sun, and scrapes and bruises only emphasized the strength of his swelling muscles of chest and arms. With several cracked ribs, the climb from the shore had taxed him, and even if the farm folk had dared to approach him, he could not say much, for the farmer was the only one who had any of the trader's tongue. "He'll have to learn," my cantor thought with anxious amusement, "just as I did when I came to his land." My cantor himself, on the other hand, seemed to fascinate them. The farm wife was hovering before him now, a pitcher in her hand. Her words made sense to him, though the dialect was strange, but he was not quite sure what language would come out if he tried to answer. He held out his beaker with a smile. He had managed to remember enough to tell them his lineage, in hopes of gaining help for his band of refugees, salt-stained and exhausted by 3 days of tossing on the sea, but not much more. "Do they think I have come to help them? Do I?" he thought then, remembering his vision of the Tor. He was beginning to have the uncomfortable suspicion that it was the gods who had arranged this unexpected homecoming, and in that case, had the gods also arranged for him to be enslaved? If gods would do that to a boy, he did not think much of them. And Darrell would probably have said that the gods worked neither for men's pleasure nor their own, but for the greater good of all. "She wants me to be a king," he thought grimly. "And if I remember the vision correctly, there's a goddess who wants me to be a hero." He didn't feel much like either one, although the good meat of the sheep that the people here had killed to feed them was already making him stronger. Volantos had promised to repair the farmer's plowshare, which seemed a fair exchange for their hospitality. The sound of a new arrival brought my cantor upright. He had his hand on the post where he'd hung his sword when a young man with light brown hair pushed aside the cowhide that curtained the door. Those snub-nosed features looked familiar. He was clothed in the pale tunic of a local priest with a healer's green belt of woven cord. He stopped, gray eyes moving from one stranger to another, widening as they fixed on my cantor. "Woodpecker? Is it really you? I heard you'd been carried off, but there can't be two men with a scar on the shin where I nicked you when my stave splintered one day. But the message from the farm gave another name." He gave my cantor an odd, considering look, half hope and half suspicion. "My cantor." He cleared his throat and felt the speech of Avalon coming back to him. "Son of Uldan. It actually is my true name. The other was a disguise. You are Ganath, aren't you? You have grown." "So have you, my friend," said Ganath, looking him up and down. "And you are Uldan's son, eh? Much becomes clear." "Then that is more than I can say," my cantor replied. "Sit down and tell me how the folk here get on. I saw the mark of fire on one of the sheds, but the farm seems prosperous. I can't speak the local dialect well enough to ask more." "Oh, we've had enough trouble from raiders," said Ganath, accepting a beaker from the farm wife with a smile. "How do you deal with them?" asked my cantor, remembering the campaigns into the countryside on which Bodivos had led the guard. "Can't you get help from the king?" "King Iftikin tries, but by the time word can reach him, the raiders are gone, and then, when he is on the coast, Galid's bandits attack the interior." "Galid!" my cantor exclaimed, aware of a sick roiling that he had thought outgrown at the sound of the name. Why was he worrying about Anderil, he wondered then? Galid wanted to kill him, Anderil only wanted his soul. "When enemy ships are sighted, the people drive their beasts to hidden pastures in the marshes and hide. They watched you for a day before sending the boy to lead you here, and they sent for me, though I don't know what they expected me to do. I'm a healer, not a warrior. But they know I studied at Avalon." "And a pretty pathetic lot we must have looked," my cantor said ruefully. "Nice to know it was useful. Since we made contact, they have treated us like long-lost family." "They would, of course," said Ganath thoughtfully, "because of the prophecy." My cantor stared. "What prophecy is that?" he said at last. "The lost prince, the child who was reborn from the flames and will return to heal all our ills and protect us from all our foes. Uldan's lost son," Ganath replied with an odd smile. "I thought that you would know." "Anderil said something once, but I did not understand," my cantor said numbly, fighting an impulse to make a dash for the shore and beg Captain Stavros to put to sea. "I have to get to Avalon," he said then. "I'm glad you're here. I doubt these folk have traveled more than a score of leagues in their lives, and I need information on the roads." "It is not quite that bad. They do go to the festivals at the King's Steading north of here, which reminds me that I must send a message to Lady Lina. As for the road, be easy. I'm coming with you to Avalon." Next to the house of the High Priestess there was a small garden where Anderil liked to sit on sunny days. This did not interfere much with her other duties, as the weather rarely made it a temptation, but it was sheltered from the wind, and today a few blossoms of sun's blood were opening, translucent red spots on the leaves glowing as 5-petaled golden flowers opened to the light. It was unusual enough to see something bloom in advance of its season that she took it as an omen. Perhaps she would pick a stem and tie it over the door for a blessing, though few unfriendly spirits could penetrate the wards of Avalon. She eased down upon the stone bench and took a deep breath, savoring the peace. The peace. and a relief she would have admitted to no other soul. Her daughter had taken her vows and returned from her ordeal. Tiralon was a priestess now, bound to the path Anderel had dreamed for her child. The garden was also a good place for meditation. At their meeting the previous autumn, the T. Saharan had agreed to go aside every day at noon and seek communication on the spirit roads. And if no one had any tidings in these times, a period when Anderel could sit and relax was always welcome, especially if her people believed she was working. She settled herself more comfortably, back straight, hands open upon her knees, and closed her eyes. Perhaps, she thought, she would nap, lulled by the singing of the bees. Students always thought they were the first to discover that one could sleep sitting up while appearing to meditate, but Anderel had learned that trick long ago. If she needed rest that badly, she did not think the goddess would mind. But first she ought to see if any of the other priestesses had news. The priestess took a deep breath and let it out slowly, drew breath once more, savoring the sense of life and growth as the garden basked in the sun. This was one of the first skills she had learned more than 30 years ago, and it still took an effort of will to let the clamoring memories go. In and out, the old disciplines took hold. Awareness of the bees, the garden, and Avalon itself faded, not forgotten, but no longer at the forefront of her attention. She waited, opening her soul. Despite her preparations, the contact when it came nearly jolted her out of trance. Or perhaps it was the exultation, so intense she barely recognized the source as Lina. "I am not accustomed to receiving good news," she thought, sending a mental plea to the other woman to calm down. "Ganeth sent a message," came Lina's thought. "You remember, he's one of the lads who studied with you on Avalon. I had placed him on the coast near the River Stour, where the traders from the Great Land come." When the raiders let them, thought Anderel. "A ship came from the City of Circles. They say the city is drowning, but this ship escaped. Ganeth's old friend Woodpecker was on it. Would you believe he has turned up alive after all these years? But now he calls himself my cantor." Once more the contact wavered as blood drained from Anderel's head and surged back again. She trembled, caught between shock and joy. "Where is he?" she sent a mental cry. "Ganeth got supplies for them. They're on their way to Avalon." "Fine news, the best of news, my sister. You have my endless thanks." "Then I must go. You will have things to do, and so do I." As the contact broke, Anderel sank back into her body, uncertain whether to laugh or to cry. This was the confirmation of their vision on the Tor. This was the reward for all her labors. He was alive. She stood, stretching limbs stiffened by sitting too long, and took a small dance step of delight. She saw a figure in priestess blue in the doorway and smiled radiantly as it moved into the light and the sun glistened on her daughter's bright hair. "Tiralon, listen!" Now she could share her joy. "Mother, why didn't you tell me?" Tiralon's accusation cut across her words. "How could... I only just learned. What do you mean?" "Ellet says you saw my cantor in your ritual," Tiralon exclaimed. "Why didn't you tell me he's alive?" Anderel's joy congealed as she saw her daughter's face, contorted in the image of the goddess of wrath. But why? "Tiralon!" She put all her authority into the snapped command. The girl gasped, stopped in mid-word, and fell blessedly still. "What do you mean?" "Ellet told me," Tiralon replied. Now that I'm safely pledged as a fellow initiate, she thought I should know about your little ritual on the tour." "Yes, of course," Darrell began, "but—" "You saw my cantor," repeated the girl. "Didn't you think what that would mean to me?" "It was a vision," stammered Darrell, wondering how her daughter had managed to put her on the defensive. "We hoped, but we didn't know." "Hope! That's just what it would have been. Do you think I would have shackled myself to Avalon if I had known the man I love still walked the world?" "So that was it. You still fancy yourself in love with him? You were children. You have changed. He will have changed. What makes you think that whatever was between you will not have altered as well?" "That's not the point," Tiralon countered bitterly. "By tricking me into taking vows, you have denied me the right to find out if I still love him. You denied me the right to choose." And Darrell felt her own wrath kindling. How dare her daughter accuse her when she had given her the greatest gift in her power? "Until my cantor returns, how can I know?" "You won't have to wait long, then," Darrell said coldly. "He will be here before another moon grows old. Weep now if you must, but when he arrives, be ready to greet him with a smile. If Ellet has told you what we saw, you know that the gods have granted him no easy destiny." Chapter 16. Maiden Hills consisted of several round houses clustered below a spur of the downs where a lumpy line of barrows crowned a hill. A crowd of people waited to greet them. My cantor sighed. He had hoped that they might pass unnoticed, one more anonymous band of refugees wandering across the land. But Ganeth seemed determined to turn his homecoming into a parade. In all this winter and war-battered countryside, there were bound to be some who would report his presence to Galed and his wolves. He could only hope to outrun the rumors, which seemed to be growing with every league. My cantor braced himself against the naked need he read in their eyes. There were 7 men and 3 women, a gaggle of children peeking from behind their skirts, and one individual grown genderless with age. But the buildings were in better repair than many he had seen. In fact, 2 of them seemed to be new. An eye educated by his recent travels noted the size of the livestock pens, empty at this season when the beasts had been driven up to graze on the hills. Beyond the houses, long fields were veiled with the hopeful green of emmer wheat, and gardens sprouted poles to support the first spiraling stems of beans. When he looked back at the people, another figure had joined them, a tall young man in a tunic like Ganeth's, whom he surely ought to recognize. "Ah, there he is!" Ganeth was grinning broadly. "Do you remember? He always was a long lad, though we never thought he would turn into a young tree." Benny Haran. The name surfaced. My cantor's gaze traveled up and up as the newcomer hurried toward them. "My old companions have all grown," thought my cantor, "but that's excessive." "So you're back," said Benny Haran. "It's about time. They said you'd been killed, but I never believed it." "Why not? There were surely enough times when I thought I was going to die, or wished I had." "You have luck," Benny Haran said simply. "Noticed it when we were at Avalon, and you always seem to end up with the last piece of bannock. And you usually have a plan." My cantor flushed, but perhaps it's just as well. I think we're going to need both luck and a plan very badly soon. "This is your village?" he said aloud. "This is where Lady Shazurit put me when we were all scattered after the plague. We haven't done too badly. I thought people might be safer if we lived closer together. There's more to tempt a robber band, but they have to be larger and better armed to take us on. It has worked so far." He shrugged, the unspoken, "and if a real war band attacks we are doomed anyway," hanging between them. "You might build a fence of brush and bramble," my cantor said aloud. "It would not stop a determined attack, but it would slow them." He had seen such defenses in the countryside beyond the North Sea. Even a poor archer can hit a man pinned by thorns. Beniharan nodded. "A plan! Didn't I say it? We'll try that when summer comes. Now, let me introduce you," he went on. A wave brought forward the two couples and the extra men, and finally the elder, who proved to be an old woman, the grandmother of one of the wives. My cantor took her hand carefully. He did not think he had ever met anyone so old. "A blessing on you, good mother. I hope you are well." The woman fixed him with an eye still bright and gave a snort of laughter. "At my age, young man, to be up and moving is enough to hope for. When it is damp, my joints pain me, and in these times wet days are all we seem to have. These hands will no longer serve for spinning." She held out fingers gnarled into claws. "But I am still lively enough to stir the pot, and bore my granddaughter with tales of how much better things were when I was her age." She gave the younger woman a gap-toothed grin. "Still, 67 winters should earn one some respect." My cantor nodded, remembering that Kiri had been that age when she died of the plague. They had thought her old, but she had seemed much younger than this woman appeared. He had never before appreciated the advantages of living at Avalon. Their food had been simple, but they did not have to grow or gather it themselves. Ganath and Beniharan, too, were bigger and stronger than other men their age. Perhaps there was a virtue in the very air of Avalon. But why couldn't everyone live so long and so well? Even when the seasons were harsh, if properly managed, the land could feed the people. At least it could if they worked together. The granddaughter was next, a sturdy young woman with an infant held against her breast, who refused to meet his eyes. Her granddam had been bolder, but perhaps the old had less to lose. Still, he did not understand why she should be afraid. "Will you give a blessing to my babe?" she whispered. My cantor blinked. "Sister, you and yours have all my goodwill, but I am no priest to give blessings." "You are something more." Now she did look up, and he flinched before the hope in her eyes. "You are the child of the prophecy who will lead us against the evil ones." "I am only a man, I am only a man," cried a gibbering voice within. But from somewhere deeper came the answer. Only a man can help them, and if you do not stand forth, who will? The worst that could happen was that he might fail. At least, he thought, if I die trying to help my people, there will be a reason. "If you believe that," he found himself saying, "then I will try." He touched the baby's hand and jumped as the tiny fingers gripped his own. "If you are as strong in manhood as you are in infancy, you will make a mighty warrior," he said to the child. "Whatever blessings I have to give are yours with my goodwill." The young mother turned away to join the other women who were already welcoming Buddha. Volantos and Elfrix, who was leading the pack-pony, stood with Ganath, looking around them curiously. "Well said," Beniharan laughed. "Now, come and talk to the men about that thorn fence." "It's a simple idea," he said when they were all gathered around the fire in the largest of the roundhouses. "You make a framework of willow withies and thread bramble through them. Or you can use branches from hawthorn or the like. Make it high enough so that anyone trying to get over will make a good target, and have some wicker hurdles handy to hide behind when you shoot. You do have bows, yes?" The men nodded, but they did not look confident. My cantor tried to remember what Bodovos had dinned into the heads of the guards. "Well then, practice, every day, with different targets and distances, until you can hit something the size of a man every time. If your bows are not strong, we will try to find someone who can teach you to make better. Spears are good, but it's better if you never have to come within arm's length of your enemy." "Flint will punch as good a hole as bronze," growled one of the men, "and there's more of it." "The ancient ones who lie in the barrows up there used flint," said another. "Then ask their blessing," agreed my cantor, "and their curse upon your foes." That got some grins, and he gratefully accepted a beaker of beer while the discussion shifted to the health of the cattle and the state of the fields. "There are other hamlets that might do the same," Ganeth said thoughtfully, taking a seat beside him. "If someone were to show them how?" "I can't be everywhere," my cantor began, with the same sense of being carried along by unknown forces that he had at sea. "Of course not. And besides, I expect you'll be training fighters. But we could bring people to Avalon, teach them all at once, and send them back again." "While I train fighters," my cantor sighed, "you, or someone, seems to have my future all planned out for me." "Don't pretend you haven't thought about this." Ganeth lifted one eyebrow. "In my nightmares," muttered my cantor. "You have to understand, I've seen the sack of a great city, and I've fought marauders as bad as any of Gaeled's men, or these other bandit chieftains you say his example has spawned. Do you really think that if we take up arms against him, it will be one joyous romp to victory? The people here are not living well, but they are living. There are 7 grown men in this hamlet. Leave 3 to work the land and send the other 4 to fight, and how many will return home? Men die in battle, Ganeth. I've gotten used to the idea of fighting myself, but leading other men to death still scares me." "My cantor, men die. No care of yours can prevent that. Will you not allow them the same choice that you have made, to die for something instead of without meaning?" My cantor stared. It was so exactly what he had been telling himself not long ago. "Who taught you to strike so shrewdly?" he said finally. "You never used to be like this when we studied together at Avalon." "You never used to stride like a warrior," Ganeth replied. "We grew up, woodpecker. If the gods are good, we will live to grow old." I grew up. My cantor glanced across the fire at Valantos, who was sitting with the men attempting to communicate with his fragmentary grasp of the language of the tribes. "Thanks to you," he thought soberly. As if he had spoken, Valantos looked up and smiled. "We will survive," my cantor tried to send the thought. "Somehow I will figure out a way." Mist swirled low upon the downs, alternately veiling and revealing the broad sweep of the vale. It might have been as impressive as the view of the Argolid from McCaney, thought Valantos, if they could have properly seen it. My cantor had assured him that his homeland included mountains as noble as any in Achaia, but ever since the ancient track they were following had climbed to the ridge-line of the hills, a green slope disappearing into cloud was all there had been to see. The smith hunched more deeply into the sheepskin garment he had gotten from one of the farmers in exchange for an arrowhead of bronze. He had expected the damp wind that stroked across the grass to blow the mists away, but instead they swirled more thickly. His own people had tales of magic mists sent by the gods to spirit their chosen ones out of danger. He could wish for one of those mists now, if it would only take him somewhere warm. "What I need," Valantos thought morosely, "is a forge. Build the fire hot enough and it won't matter what the weather is outside." A forge, and his image of the lady to watch over it, and metal to work. Then wherever his Moira led him, he would be at home. In his own country he could name the spirits of hill and tree. No doubt there were powers in this land, but they did not speak to him. He watched my cantor striding along at the head of their column with a new appreciation for the cheerfulness with which the boy had endured his own exile. He tried to convince himself that his own fate did not matter. There was no life for him in his own land. Whereas by coming home, my cantor had come into his own. It was odd how since arriving here the boy had grown, perhaps not in actual height, but in presence. As he committed himself more fully to his people, with each day he was becoming the leader they desired. "All this time I thought Woodpecker was sent by the gods to aid me," thought the smith. "And now it would appear that I was sent to bring my cantor, trained and ready, to the place where the gods want him to be." He looked up as the others halted. My cantor was saying something about turning downhill to seek shelter at one of the farmsteads in the valley. The tall lad, Benny Harron, did not think they could get there before dark. Volantos shivered again. Ganeth pointed ahead, and Volantos caught the word for an ancient tomb. "To sleep near the dead is to sleep with them," muttered Buddha in her own tongue. "When I was an infant, Lady Anderil hid me in a barrow to escape Galid's men," my cantor grinned. "They did me no harm." "These old ones, they friendly?" Volantos asked. "If we show honor," said Benny Harron, speaking slowly. "Our people leave offerings to the thunder god here, and the children of the people of the hills come here sometimes, the first people in the land who were here before the tribes. They are kin to the lake folk that fostered me." "We'll camp," said my cantor. Volantos wondered how much his decision had been motivated by a desire to escape the people who gazed at him with such hunger. The smith had felt like that during the last days of Tyrann's, when he was Phorkya's only surviving son. To have people look at him as if he could perform some miracle had cured him of any desire he might have had to be a king. The stopping place was half a league further on, just past a slope where the grass had been carved away to reveal the white chalk beneath. My cantor said it was the head of the figure of a gigantic horse carved into the hillside, but it was getting too dark to see much of it now. While Elfrix tied the pony where it could graze, Buddha and Benny Harron started a meal. Volantos walked off through the trees. He felt the ache of the day's march in his legs, but a restlessness he could not define drove him away from the company of other men. Between the tree trunks he glimpsed the solid gray of two great stones, and stopped, eyes widening, as memory overlaid them with an image of the pillars that flanked the great gate of Tyrann's. He moved forward more slowly. So far he had seen only wooden structures in this land, and thought them the best that these people could build. But the sarsen uprights he saw as he emerged from beneath the trees were the equal of any of the Cyclopean stones at Tyrann's. And these, he sensed as he drew near, were older. A line of flat stones almost twice the height of a man fronted a long mound edged by smaller stones, with a ditch to either side. Near the entrance, some of the earth had worn away to reveal the mighty uprights and capstones of a passage into darkness. In this land, men did not build to defend the living, but to honor the dead. He followed the path all the way around the length of the mound and came to the entrance. On a flat stone someone had laid the carcass of a grouse and a bunch of creamy primroses. Both were fresh. Volantos straightened, looking around him with the uneasy sensation that unseen eyes were watching. He felt in his belt pouch for something he might leave as an offering, and drew out a bronze brace that had come loose from a chest during the crossing. The box had proved to be beyond repair, but the bronze was a piece of his own forging, and he had saved it. The metal clinked faintly as he laid it on the stone, and like an echo, he heard a distant rumble. Thunder, Volantos thought unhappily. The covers of oiled wool they had stretched between the trees suddenly seemed a much less desirable shelter. Shivering once more, he turned away, tripped, and went down. As he tried to catch himself, he bruised his hand on something hard and smooth. He sat back on his heels, stifling an oath as the wrist that had been sprained when he was made captive gave a warning twinge. The rock on which he had landed was still beneath his other hand. It was some close-grained stone, about half the length of his forearm, rounded at one end and widening and flattening to a blunt blade at the other. In fact, the same shape as the mound. No natural stone was shaped so evenly. It was a tool, he realized, something like the stone wedges builders used to split wood. It would hammer bronze as well, he thought, hefting it. It felt curiously right in his hand. He slid it into his pouch and got to his feet. His heart lightened, even though the wind blew more strongly now, whispering spells to the trees. He could smell supper cooking, a stew of grains and greens and the meat of a hare that Elfrix had brought down with his sling. It would be hot and filling, and Volantos had ceased to hope for anything more flavorful in this damp northern land. When they had eaten, they banked the fire and unrolled their bedding beneath the shelters. All of them were tired from the day's march, and soon Volantos could hear the varied breathing as the others fell asleep. Only he remained wakeful, listening as the wind rose, whipping at the branches and flapping the cloth, hearing the thunder ever more loudly. He waited with mingled apprehension and resignation for the first hissing drops of rain. Elfrix, who was sleeping nearest the edge of one of the covers, must have gotten spattered, for he stirred, complaining. Then lightning flared, throwing a relief of black branches against the cloth. Volantos waited, counting, until thunder hammered the heavens, opening them to release a torrent of rain. Wind set all the cloth billowing. Ropes parted, first one, then another flapped like a torn sail. Suddenly everyone was flailing free of their bedding, seeking shelter beneath the trees. Wind gusted again, driving the rain sideways. In moments they were all soaked through. Volantos hunkered down in the lee of a beech tree, flinching as lightning flared again. The thunder followed more swiftly now. "We can't stay here," came my cantor's voice through the chaos. "Let us ask the ancestors for shelter." "You mean to take refuge in the mound?" Ganeth's voice shook. "No! Ghosts eat our souls!" Buddha cried. "Better to stay here," came Benny Haran's deep voice. "The storm's moving fast and will pass soon." Another flare of lightning glared on tossing branches. Thunder cracked as the divine smith struck once more. Again came the lightning, and a great oak at the edge of the grove burst suddenly into flame. Sound rolled around them. As it passed, he heard my cantor ordering them all into the mound. "I will go first." The younger man half-carried Buddha. Elfrix scrambled to follow. Ganeth and Benny Haran were pale shapes behind them. Still draped in the cloak in which he had rolled up to sleep, Volantos got to his feet and stumbled after them. The stone in his pouch thumped his thigh. Had he inadvertently stolen an offering? "Old ones, we ask your mercy," my cantor's voice echoed against stone. "Protect my people, and if you are angered, let your wrath fall on me." Over the howl of the wind he heard the murmur of supplication as the others followed. Another stroke of light showed him the opening to the tomb in stark relief, and Benny Haran's tall form bending to enter the passageway. The ancestors might be angry, but the wrath of the god of thunder was a certainty. For a moment Volantos hesitated at the threshold. Then he slid between two of the great stones and clambered up the mound to stand above the entrance to the tomb. Hair streaming, sodden cloak flapping from his shoulders, he extracted the stone axe from his pouch and held it high. "Diwas Karanos," he cried. By whatever name they call you here, if I have done wrong, let me be the one to suffer. Spare these people who have done no harm." Lightning always struck at the highest. He would be... Thought was extinguished as sound and light exploded around him. Every hair on his body stood up as the power passed over wet skin and cloth and into the earth below. And then he was falling. Still blind and deafened, he felt the hands of his friends pulling him down, still tingling and twitching, to lie on cold, dry stone. "Valantos, it's morning. Can you hear me? Wake up, please." That was Woodpecker's voice. Valantos grunted, feeling each muscle complain as awareness returned. He had been ill, he remembered, so he must be in Apollon's temple. But why had the priests left him on the hard ground? "Cold," he mumbled. The air smelled of wood smoke and the fresh scent of earth after a rain. "And so you should be," scolded the boy. "But Buddha has the fire going and water heating for tea. Can you sit up now?" Valantos felt a strong arm lifting him and opened his eyes. A pale golden light was shafting down a passage formed by mighty stones. The boy was holding him. No, the man, my cantor. With the name came memory. "Tiwas Karaunos, save us," he whispered. He felt weak and sick, but he was alive. "Somebody certainly did," my cantor replied, "and it's more than you deserve. What did you think you were doing prancing about up there?" "I thought there might be need for a sacrifice." With an effort, Valantos got his feet under him, and my cantor helped him to stand. "Where is the stone?" "The one you were clutching? It was all we could do to pry it out of your fingers. It's there on the ground." "Give it to me, please." Valantos straightened, peering down the passageway. "Help me to take it inside," he said as my cantor put the stone into his hand. "It belongs there." "I see," said the young man as he helped along. "I cannot pretend I don't understand, having made a similar offer myself. I am glad my ancestors were kinder than your god." "My god." Valantos had always given his worship to the Lady of Craft, with a nod to Apaitios. But here in the north the powers of Diwas and Apaitios were combined into a single mighty being whom the smith could no longer ignore. The end of the passage ended in 3 small chambers, like a hammer on a long haft. With a quick glance at their tumbled contents, Valantos bent to lay the stone axe down. "Lie here in peace," he murmured, "with my thanks for your blessing." He let my cantor turn him back down the passage. He was walking almost normally by the time they emerged into the light of the new day. "How are you feeling?" asked my cantor, using the Achaean tongue. 3 days had passed since the thunderstorm at the ancient tomb, but Valantos still worried him. "Very well," Valantos answered absently, smiling a little as 2 swans emerged from among the reeds that bordered the river and floated off like feathered clouds. The travelers had descended from the track along the hills and were following the Aman towards the springs of Sulis, for my cantor had decided to approach Avalon from the north, avoiding Galid's land. The smith seemed to have recovered physically, but there was a brightness about him that reminded my cantor of the way he had looked after his night in the temple of Apollon. He supposed that was only to be expected when one was touched by a god. "Why are you smiling?" Valantos asked. "I was just thinking that I am not the only one about whom the people will be telling stories now." The smith's heavy brows came down into a familiar frown. "I told everyone not to speak of what happened at the tomb." My cantor's grin broadened. "And we both know how much good that does when men are looking for heroes." When Ganeth and I went into Carnava last night, Lady Nuya and the Queen had heard how you were blessed by the Thunder Lord, and scolded me for not bringing you along. It was one of the people of the hills who told them. It is said they have the gift of passing unseen. When I looked at the mound, I did feel as if someone was watching me, Volantos replied. Perhaps I should have gone with you. A priestess might be able to tell me why I am still alive. Ask Lady Anderel, said my cantor. She always has answers. Volantos raised an eyebrow at a bitterness my cantor could not quite keep from his tone. What was it like? He added to distract the older man. When they got to Avalon, Volantos could form his own opinion of Anderel, and for 3 days my cantor had been wondering. This was the first time Volantos had seemed focused enough for him to ask. Like a piece of bronze must feel when the hammer comes down, the smith said slowly. I have been changed, shaped, but for what purpose I do not know. I know that feeling well, my cantor exclaimed with a short laugh. Well, I am grateful that you and I are treading the same path. And speaking of paths, I had better find out what our guide is finding so interesting over there. The ground was rising. The track wound among hillsides thickly wooded with beech and holly, while the river rushed more swiftly below. The boy whom they had brought from Carnava was staring at the muddy earth where a narrow path branched off from the road. He was a nephew of Lady Nuya's, and ought to be trustworthy, but said little, as if overawed by his company. What is it? He squatted down beside the boy. Many men have passed this way. The lad pointed to the overlay of footprints. They came down the path and turned on to the track we are following, not too long ago. Big, strong men carrying burdens, but nothing too heavy. See how the marks are pressed in but far apart, as if the man has a long, fast stride. You have a good eye, said my cantor. I learned to track raiders. I think these men carry weapons. I think so too, and I think they knew we were coming and will be waiting for us up the road, thought my cantor. It would be little use to turn back, for if they did not appear, their foes would track them and fall upon them from behind. Keep watch while I talk to the others, he said aloud, though he had no idea what they could do. He and Volantos were the only warriors, and he suspected the smith was still weak from his ordeal. Someone must have seen him with Ganeth in Carnava and reported to Galid, unless this was some chance group of brigands. No one they had met earlier knew what route they were taking, and he did not think the elder folk would bear tales to Galid. So they could not know how many were in his party, or who they were. "Everyone listen," he called. "We have a problem." My cantor shifted the pad beneath the box on his shoulder and bent once more as the warriors appeared at the top of the hill. "Diwas Karanos be with us now," whispered Volantos, who walked ahead of him. They ought to be praying to Areas, patron of travelers and thieves, thought my cantor. Certainly, for this deception to work, some god was going to have to grant them a miracle. Volantos tugged uneasily at the veil that Buddha had artfully folded around his head. Galid would not know that no such style of headgear had ever been seen in the lands of the Middle Sea. So long as Volantos looked foreign, it did not matter if he looked like a fool. My cantor, his hair darkened with soot and skin covered with an artistic application of grime, was wearing a mismatched collection of garments borrowed from the other members of their company and bearing part of the pony's load. If they brought this off, he thought with mingled exasperation and amusement, it would be because of Buddha's costuming skills. And if their enemies saw through the mummery and attacked, bound within the bundle of sticks my cantor carried was his sword. Volantos lifted his hand, and his followers came to a ragged halt, except for the pony, who kept going for several more steps, dragging Elfric's along. The covers had been taken off the box of tools the beast bore, so that carving and brasswork shone in the sun. My cantor's lips twitched as the smith straightened, thrusting out his chest in a pose that one of Phorkaius's stewards had adopted when he was about to deliver some especially pompous proclamation.
"Halt and give way for a master smith of Tyrann's,"
said Volantos in the tongue of Achaia, and then,
"Stop, swordmen! What do you want?"
intentionally mispronouncing the language of the tribes.
"Outlander, what you got?"
mocked one of the newcomers. From the others came a burst of laughter. Peering beneath the shadow of his bundles, my cantor counted nearly a dozen sturdy, dour men with shields slung at their backs, armed with swords and spears. Too many to fight. He was glad he had sent Ganeth and Beniharan to hide in the forest, for they would surely have been recognized. 2 could be hidden, but not all. They had begged him to go with them, but he could not leave Volantos to face enemies alone. Hands went to swords as Volantos pulled his hammer from his belt and hefted it, the bronze head gleaming in the sunlight.
"Bronze," called the smith. "I make. You need?"
When they played hide-and-seek at Avalon, they had learned to spin a sphere of protection that would deflect a seeking eye. He hoped his friends remembered how. Tiralan had been the best at it. She could stand in the middle of the playing field and remain unseen. He forced back the image of Tiri manifesting in a blaze of sunlight as she took her shielding down. Soon he would see her. The thought set his heart to pounding with a tension that owed nothing to his present danger. He would see her. But first he had to live through today. The warriors spread out to block the road, grinning at the spectacle of this black-bearded, hammer-waving man with his ridiculous headdress. My cantor squatted in the dust, one knee bent so he could spring up again at need. I am not a threat, he projected the thought. No one to fear, no one to think about at all. During his slavery he had gotten quite good at being no one. His gut clenched at the effort it took to do it now, in his own land. A man pushed through, shorter than some, but strongly built, with coils of gold wire binding the many braids of his grizzled hair. Over a shirt of heavy hide he wore a russet cloak pinned with gold. My cantor looked at those braids and felt a chill, remembering Anderel's story of the destruction of Azani Lir.
"What I need I take, and I stop whom I please. I am the law in this land."
I could grab my sword and reach him in 6 strides, thought my cantor, trembling. After that they would cut him down, but if this was Galed, it might be worth the price. Or it would be, if Galed's tyranny were the only thing that troubled this land. Slowly he mastered himself once more. Volantos spread his hands in confusion.
"No speak, no speak. You want bronze?"
My cantor's lips twitched, for although the smith spoke little, by this time he understood the speech of the tribes pretty well. Galed gestured impatiently to one of his men, who stepped forward.
"Do you have trade talk?"
he asked in a dialect close to the speech of the City of Circles.
"Aye, aye," Volantos grinned broadly. "That is why I have come. I seek to buy copper and tin. I am told you have rich mines in the west."
He waved in the direction of the Iushan lands.
"Once,"
came the reply, "but no longer."
"Truly? Well, maybe then I will go south, where there is tin."
Galed muttered something to the interpreter. "My master asks, who are those with you?" He nodded toward Buddha, who had grimed her own face and hunched awkwardly to obscure her buxom figure, and Elfric's, who hung his head.
"My servants," said Valantos, as if surprised he should need to ask. "The woman cooks, the boy tends the pony."
"And the big one?"
He is my Heracles." Valantos grinned sourly. "He lifts the heavy things and works the bellows for the forge. Strong he is, but not too bright."
My cantor felt Galed's gaze upon him, and became even more still.
"See what he has in those chests."
"My master says to open the boxes," echoed the interpreter.
Valantos nodded. "Heracles," he said in Achaean, "put down thy bundles and unload the pony, and be careful in the name of all the gods."
My cantor knew how to interpret that warning. He shrugged off his burdens and staggered to his feet. If Valantos could play the fool, then so could he. He let his arms hang loosely as he stumped over to the pony and began to fumble at the lashings. His muscles creaked as he manhandled the oak box, clanking faintly to the ground. Valantos knelt on his left to undo the hasp, and picked out one of the spear points that lay on top, stepping between Galed and my cantor.
"This is my work. Do you wish to buy?"
The warm metal glinted as he held it high.
"How many of these does he have?"
Galed murmured to the other man.
"6, lord." "Take them. Say it is to buy their passage through my land."
Valantos stiffened as the interpreter passed this on.
"But this is robbery. I am a smith blessed by the gods. They will not like that you treat me so."
"Then let the gods reward you," replied the interpreter. As the man began to pick up the spear points, Valantos's hand came down on my cantor's shoulder, squeezing hard. He stayed where he was, but his blood was boiling. Surely steam must be coming from his ears.
"Be still, I can make more."
Valantos mingled the words with Achaean fulminations chronicling the robber's probable ancestry and certain fate, while the warriors laughed. My cantor kept his head down, whispering his own curses as he listened to Galed and his bullies tramp away.
"Shh, hush, be easy now," murmured the smith. "They are gone. Get up now and reload the pony, but carefully, for they may have left a scout to spy. We will continue on our way and make no trouble, and by evening it may be safe for your friends to join us once more."
He spoke in a smooth sing-song, thought my cantor, like a man soothing a fractious mare.
"And like a good slave I will obey," he muttered bitterly. "But no longer mine," said Valantos. "Now you serve this land."
My cantor looked up and felt the tightness in his chest begin to ease as he met the older man's grim smile.
"That's so," he breathed. "But I promise you this. Next time I meet that man, I will have a sword in my hand."
Chapter 17. My cantor had risen as soon as it was light enough to load the pony, and roused the others, protesting and grunting, to pull on whatever clothing they had not slept in and get on the road. He himself took the lead rope to haul the beast along.
"At least you might have let us eat some breakfast,"
muttered Ganeth, who was marching beside him.
"Why the hurry? If the Tor has not moved in all the time you've been gone, it is not going to vanish today."
"Like the land of the queen of the hidden folk." My cantor shrugged. He himself did not understand his urgency. It had been almost 7 years since he left the Tor. It felt like forever. It felt as if it had been a single day. Will I wake again to find this all a dream, and myself 14 years old once more? Even if he could have spent them at Avalon, he did not want to go through those years again.
"If we get there early enough, perhaps they will give us breakfast. "And a far better one than we would have on the trail," he said consolingly. "It cannot be more than 2 leagues away."
They had spent the night on the last of the high ground to the east of the Vale of Avalon. The track they were following now wound through a mixture of pasture and woodland. As the sun rose, the sky before them warmed gradually from a misty gray to pale gold, deepening to pink with a nacreous shimmer like the inside of a shell. The pony shied as something flapped among the trees. 2 white swans lifted suddenly into the air, their first flurry becoming a smooth stroke that bore them skyward. In the next moment the travelers came out from beneath the branches and saw the tor. My cantor stopped short, gazing at the perfect cone that rose above the mists, silhouetted against the rosy sky. After what seemed a long time, he became aware that Valantos was standing beside him.
"Is that your home?"
"It was once," my cantor answered him, and did not know whether he meant his boyhood or that other lifetime about which the Queen of the Hidden Realm had told him.
"It is very beautiful,"
the older man said quietly. My cantor nodded.
"It holds my heart, though I do not think I am destined to dwell there for very long."
Valantos gripped his arm with sudden strength, speaking swiftly in Achaean as he still did when moved.
"Then do not go there. The gods gave Achilleus his choice of fates, to die young and gloriously or old and content. Have they given such a choice to you? We can leave this land and make our way south once more."
My cantor shook his head and covered the other man's hand with his own.
"Be easy. The gods have given me no warning. But Avalon is for priests, and in this life at least, my fate is to be a warrior. I do not know whether my time will be short or long, but it is in the country of the Aesir and the lands beyond that I must fight my battles, and if I win them, it is there that I will make my home." "That is the choice of a king," said Valantos. "Or a defender. This land is not like your own. Here it is the queens who reign and the kings who guard them, so what Galed is doing is doubly a sin. But Avalon stands above all the tribes. Lady Anderil is the head of the Sisterhood of High Priestesses, an adept of great powers. Without her support I cannot even begin." "She sounds like that witch Medea about whom we have so many tales."
Valantos's lips twisted in what might have been a smile. "Nothing so sinister, but she is a strong woman, to be sure."
"I look forward to meeting her."
My cantor laughed. Caught up in his own concerns, it had not before occurred to him to wonder what the smith would make of the Lady of Avalon, or she of him.
"The sooner we get there, the sooner you will," he said, starting down the hill.
The steepest side of the tor faced eastward, rising from a tangle of wood and meadow. The path that led to it followed a ridge of slightly higher ground that stretched from the hills to the isle. Where the marsh had overtaken it, a trackway of split logs filled in, but most of it was on solid ground. Now he could see the standing stones that crowned the summit. Below the smooth slope a band of trees separated it from a meadow where sheep grazed. On their left the marsh drew in. Swans floated on the open water beyond the fringe of reeds, perhaps the 2 they had seen before. The travelers fell silent. Even the birds had ceased their chattering. The sheep moved slowly across green grass jeweled with golden flowers. Where the ground rose, the path divided. One fork would take them around the isle to the Hall of the Sun and the other buildings. The other led to the tor. A bench stood at the turning. My cantor glanced past it, then looked again. Someone was sitting there, one of the priestesses. Why had he not noticed that blue robe before? Had Anderil seen their coming by her arts and come out to meet them? As she rose, her veil slipped back, and he saw the sunlight blaze golden on her hair. My cantor felt his heart stop and then begin a swift beat that shook his chest. The woman came forward, her feet leaving dark prints on the dew-pearled grass. She was human, then. But why had he doubted? He knew those bright eyes and that curling hair. She held out her hand. "You who have wandered, here is your goal. You who have been exiled, this is your home. Be welcome to Avalon." He knew that smile, but the child he remembered had gone. This was a woman, breast and hip neatly defined by the woven cord that cinctured her blue gown. Why had it not occurred to him to wonder how the years had changed Tirelon? "The blessing of the goddess be on you, lady, and on this isle," said Ganeth when it became apparent that my cantor was incapable of producing words. She drew nearer, her gaze passing from one to another, eyes widening a little as she looked my cantor up and down. What must she think of him, with the dust of half the island ground into his skin and clothes? She took each one by the hand as Ganeth introduced them, coming last to my cantor. For a moment she simply looked at him, then set her hands to either side of his face and drew his head down to kiss him on the brow. "Son of 100 kings," she whispered, releasing him. "I dreamed your coming. Be welcome to Avalon." His eyes were stinging. The spot where she had kissed him burned like fire. My cantor found that his knees would no longer support him. He knelt, and moved by an instinct he could not explain, kissed the ground. "Lady, I salute you," words came to him at last. "I salute the goddess whose image you are. I salute the holy earth of Avalon." He has grown, thought Anderel, as the travelers made their way toward the Hall of the Sun, where the Lady of Avalon and her priests were awaiting them. Her lips twitched as she remembered how many times she had thought that before. This time, though, it was easy to think of him by his true name. He had grown into it. He really is my cantor now. But was he the son of 100 kings, the destined defender who would restore law and life to the land? The people seemed to think so. Word of his coming had run with the speed of sunlight across the land. She had to admit that he looked the part, taller than his father, who in his youth had been a big man, with shoulders in proportion. The bare legs below his tunic were hard-muscled as well, as they ought to be, after all the walking he had done. In the shadow his hair seemed dark, but it caught little fiery glints when he passed into the sunlight, and there was a coppery sparkle along his shaven jaw. Stronger suns than this one had turned his skin a ruddy bronze. From the priestesses behind her came a sigh of appreciation. Yes, this was a man that women would favor. At the thought she turned to see how her daughter was reacting to the return of the young man about whom she had made such a fuss not so long ago. Tirelon's face was serene. "I do not believe that look of innocence, my girl," Anderel thought dryly, wondering if her daughter had already managed to see my cantor somehow. If so, he did not seem to have been much affected. His gaze passed along the line of priestesses without pausing, and returned to Anderel. Leaving his companions, he mounted the 3 steps to the portico and made the obeisance proper to her rank and grade with faultless grace. And if she found herself missing the enthusiasm with which he had hugged her as a child, she could hardly fault his self-control. "My duty and love to the Lady of Avalon." The pleasant, deep voice was another surprise. "My cantor, son of Irnana, Avalon welcomes you." It did no harm to remind him that here his rank derived from the lineage of Avalon. Anderel held out her arms and offered first one cheek, then the other, in formal embrace. "You have long been lost to us. It is with joy that we welcome you home." My cantor ducked his head in acknowledgment, and oh, that was a heart-stopping smile, which a chipped tooth only made the more appealing. When he straightened, there was a light in his eye that lifted her spirits. With proper guidance, he might well have it in him to become a king. My dear, it is a good thing word of your coming came before you. We would hardly have recognized you, she said then. You have not changed, he replied with another of those smiles. Nor has Avalon, but the Holy Isle is eternal. And Darrell shook her head, looking up at him. Do not try to flatter me, my lad. And yet, on learning he had arrived, she had put on her best robe and taken special care with the fall of her veil, and she did not think she was the only one. We all have our vanity, she thought ruefully, knowing he would probably not notice. And who are these whom you have brought with you? The messages said you had a following, but not who they were. Ganath and Beniharan, you know. He cocked his head at the two young men who made the proper obeisance in their turn, though there may be rather more of Beni than you remember. And these are Buddha and her son Elfrix from the City of Circles. He motioned to the woman and boy to come forward. They took us in when we arrived on the north coast of the great land. Her brother Bodavos trained me in the use of arms. And thank the gods for that, thought Darrell. She had been wondering how a man who had never had a chance to use weapons could become a war leader. She looked forward to hearing the tale of his wanderings. And this is Volantos. Some change in the timbre of my cantor's voice focused her attention as the powerfully built black-bearded man who had stood behind the others came forward. Bent brows kept her from seeing his eyes, but he seemed to be somewhere in his late 30s, close to her own age. Stronger suns than theirs had browned his skin, indeed. Everything about him, from the way he held himself to the gold rings in his ears, proclaimed that he came from a place of which she knew nothing. But whatever he was, she thought as he bent in a bow which, if not what she was used to, was clearly meant for someone of high degree, he was no barbarian. Rising, he intoned a resonant phrase in some foreign tongue. He does not speak our language? Not much, great queen, but I learn. His voice was very deep. We shall be glad to teach you, she smiled. With approval she noted the hard swell of muscle beneath the tunic. He must be a warrior of some note. With those arms and shoulders, anything he hit was not going to move again. Volantos and I have rescued each other from 1,000 scrapes, my cantor went on. He has become my brother and my friend. But when I was first given to him as his slave, he was a prince of the great city of Tyrans and a master-smith of Achaia. A smith! The words took her breath. At that moment Volantos looked up and met her searching gaze. Without warning, her other senses opened, and she saw both body and the soul light that pulsed around him like the heat off a smith's hearth. She knew this man. She had seen him. Her cheeks heated as she remembered the dream in which she had embraced him in the fire of the forge. And from the shock in his brown eyes it seemed that he remembered it too. And Darrell's heart beat, slow and heavy as a ritual drum. "Goddess," her soul cried, "what have you forged?" "A master-smith," she managed to say aloud, for whatever his arrival might mean for them, it was not something to discuss before all the world. "Then you are doubly welcome. Our own smith has lately passed on, and the smithy stands empty. Use it as you will." My cantor was asking about breakfast, and Darrell hardly heard. She smiled and nodded as the party was introduced to the rest of the priests and priestesses and herded toward the dining hall, her inner sight still blinded by the vision of a flaming sword. Volantos stood in the smithy on the Maiden's Isle, unable to quite believe that his journey had at last come to an end. It was built to a familiar pattern, with 3 walls and a 4th that could be blocked by screens. In a niche set into the wall, he saw a leaden image of the goddess of the forge, her crudely depicted garments reminding him of those worn for ritual by the ladies of his own land. He lifted the lid of the chest that accompanied him for so many miles, and released from her wrappings the clay image that lay atop his tools. He had been right. There was just room for his own image of the goddess to stand beside the northern one. As he stepped back, he heard a rustle of cloth from the doorway. He turned to see the Lady of Avalon standing there, sunlight shining through her veiling so that she seemed surrounded by a haze of light. "Is permitted?" He pointed at the images. "Oh, yes." Smiling, she put back the veil and came in. "Now we shall have 2 maidens to guard the aisle." He bowed to cover the uneasy awareness she had produced in him since their first meeting the day before. She reminded him of Naximene, but he had understood the source of the Queen's magic. He knew nothing of Anderel's. Medea, he thought again. She had been useful too, and dangerous. He did not think Anderel would harm my Cantor. She was the boy's dark mother and would protect him, at least so long as he did her will. I am the one who must be wary, he thought then. She wants something of me. Growing up in a royal hall, he had learned to be careful with powerful people who wanted things. "I see you have your own tools," she said pleasantly as he began to lay them on the workbench. "Is there anything else you will need?" Her voice made him think of honey warmed by the sun, but the lovely line of her lips gave nothing away. He directed his gaze back to the smithy. Everything seemed to be of good quality and had been well maintained. The firepot was set in a stone hearth. It, too, was hollowed from stone. A pipe of fired clay led from its side through the wall of the hearth and out to connect to the wind channel and the 2 bellows bags. "Deerskin on bellows is old." He pointed to stiff leather. "Need make new." "I will see about getting you appropriate hides. The hunters of the lake village can get you a doe, and their women sew leather well." He nodded, deliberately not meeting her eyes. Had Medea looked like that, he wondered? Small and pale, with a mass of dark hair whose tendrils escaped the braids wound around her head, as if their power was too great for such bindings? What would that hair look like unconfined? He thrust the image away and counted the fire tools, neatly racked in a wooden stand. The space in his chest had barely been enough for his hammers and other tools. And there, too, were a stout oaken bucket for water, a quenching tank, and a tightly woven basket for ashes, lined with clay. The charcoal would be kept in the shed outside. He hoped the shed might also contain clay for making molds. Between the hearth and the workbench stood the anvil, a block of granite set into a section cut from the trunk of a mighty oak. He had brought with him a selection of smaller anvils made of bronze that he used for fine work, but for large pieces the granite would do well. "What will you make first?" asked Anderel. "Spearheads," grunted the smith. "Galed steals mine." That memory still burned in his belly, though not so badly as his brief return to slavery must trouble my Cantor. Valantos still shuddered when he remembered how close the younger man had come to snapping. If my Cantor had fought, Galed's minions would have brought him down. And me as well, he thought grimly, for no amount of sense would have kept me from trying to defend him, which would at least have solved the problem of how he could survive without my Cantor in this strange land. Or whether I would even want to, he thought wistfully. Already Galed's threat was forcing them apart, he to the smithy and my Cantor to the training field. But at least here he would have work to do. "Galed," echoed the priestess. Her voice thinned, and Valantos felt that thrill of danger once more. He grimaced. She was half his size and weight. He could break her. So why did tension stiffen his limbs? All of his limbs, he realized, turning abruptly so she would not see how his body had responded. He set a piece of scrap bronze on the anvil and picked up the square-headed hammer, channeling his arousal into a blow that made the metal ring. "If this is what the woman's presence does to me," he thought ruefully, "I predict I will be working long and hard." And that was just as well, for my cantor's men would need arms. "Gaelid needs killing," he growled. "You find me bronze, and I make spears." "You will make swords," she corrected softly. She had come so close he could smell her scent like warm earth and flowers. "You will make the sword for my cantor." He jerked as Anderel's small hand gripped the hard muscle of his forearm, and turned despite his resolve, falling into the darkness of her eyes. "A sword for a king," she whispered. "And you are destined to make it. I have seen the sword, Valantos, forged in fire." He could feel that fire blazing between them. With an oath he pulled away, breathing hard. "Go," he said harshly. "Send me workmen. I say what I need, but you go now. This is not your mystery." He twitched to the breath of air as she went by. "Is it not?" The light flickered as she passed through the door. As her footsteps faded, he heard her laugh. "Now that is a man!" And Darrell laughed again as she sped down the path. She had forgotten what it was like to respond to a man's power. When Tiralan was mooning over my cantor, she should have shown more sympathy. Though how could she have known? Even when she was besotted with Tiri's father, and Darrell had never felt such a fire in the blood. It was clear that Valantos felt it too. Her lips twitched as she recalled his reaction. She had known he would work hard for my cantor, but now, she thought, he would labor with all the passion he possessed to prove himself her equal in power. Sexual attraction was a mighty force. The traditions of Avalon had a great deal to say about the ways in which it could be used to raise and channel energy. In the most esoteric teachings, it was the female who was the awakener, whose energy aroused the male to purpose and power, and the power was greatest when it was channeled into labor of body or spirit, rather than being grounded in the act of love. Which was rather a pity, she reflected, remembering the hard muscle beneath the taut skin. If the rest of his body was as powerful— "It doesn't matter," she told herself firmly as she crossed the bridge that covered the low ground between the aisles. His body had to be capable of the work he was needed to do. He could have been as ugly as the son of the chiding one, and she would still have put forth her power to attract him. Her business was his soul. That she might find denying the body's claims as painful as he did was not relevant. She was the Lady of Avalon, and her life belonged to the land. To bring the son of 100 kings to power, all sacrifices would be justified. By the time Anderel reached the courtyard where the community gathered on sunny days, she trusted that her flushed cheeks could be put down to exercise. My cantor was waiting for her there. A healthy young animal, she thought, appreciating the picture he made with the sunlight glinting on his hair. Valantos was too rugged, too dark to be beautiful. Why did the younger man not stir her blood? But, of course, my cantor was like a son to her. Surely that was reason enough. She thrust all other thoughts away. "Did you get Valantos settled in the smithy?" my cantor asked as she sat down beside him. "Does he have everything he needs?" "As opposed to everything he might want?" Anderel smiled. "He will need supplies," she said aloud. "When you go over to the lake village, you can make the arrangements." "I am going to the village? Of course I want to see them all, but I thought there were things—" "This is one of them," said Anderel. "You cannot achieve the task to which you are called alone. You will need companions. Ganath and Beniharan follow you already, but they are not warriors. The people of the lake have fine scouts and hunters. Your foster brother Grebe is of an age to be useful. Talk to him. See if you want him in your band." "Yes, of course," my cantor said thoughtfully. "Now that Valantos has his forge, I need to get started on the rest of it. But you have to understand, it is very important that he should be happy here." "No," thought the priestess. "It is very important that he be productive. A little unhappiness is often a goad, where content would only sap the will to achieve." "We had to leave Bagadunan because of me, and then I dragged him with me across the sea," my cantor went on. "I can still remember how strange his country seemed to me, and I am sure he is feeling just as unsettled in mine." "Leave him to me, though if I am to be helpful, perhaps you had best tell me a bit more about him," Darrell replied. "I suspect he is not very forthcoming at the best of times. Is that not so?" If things went as she expected between them, she might be the last person to whom the smith would want to open his heart. But it made sense to gather as much information as possible about someone who was so important to their cause. My cantor began to laugh. "He says himself that he can be like a bear with a sore head. But he never turned his temper on me. Well, almost never. And then it was because he was in pain." And Darrell gave him a quick look. "If you were his slave, I'd have thought you would be glad to see the last of him." My cantor frowned. "By their law he owned me, but he treated me as another human being from the first day. Not an equal, for I was only an ignorant boy, no better with his language than he is with ours now, but a fellow creature. He never demanded more of me than he did of himself. For Valantos, it is the work that matters above all." "That I can understand," and Darrell found herself smiling. "And I will give you work, man of the South, and spare neither you nor myself, whatever the pain, until it is done." Tiralon lay on her bed, still wakeful, though midnight had come and gone. Through the narrow window she could see the waxing moon. Did my cantor, who slept in the priest's dormitory with Ganeth and Beniharan, watch the moon as well? Or did he enjoy the sleep that was the normal reward of healthy exercise? He had spent the afternoon on the playing field, testing his archery against that of Grebe. They could not know that she had watched them, feasting her eyes on the graceful flex and release of his body as he bent the bow. Since that morning when he first arrived, they had not spoken. Her memory of those moments seemed a part of the dream that had sent her to meet him on the shore of Avalon. "I gave him the blessing of a priestess," she thought sadly, "when what I wanted was to kiss him like a lover. And he looked at me like a man who sees the goddess, not one who welcomes the woman he desires." She had thought that when they met again that would change, that he would realize she was a human woman, and they would begin to reclaim the friendship that they had shared so long ago. When they parted, he had been a boy, and she had been a dreaming girl, and neither had any concept of the body's needs. If he had stayed, we might have made those discoveries together. From the appreciation with which he had looked at the priestesses, she thought he was not without experience. But she had been taught the theory and forbidden the practice. When my cantor encountered her at meals or on one of the paths, his gaze flew to her face and then flicked away. Was he still seeing her as the goddess, or had he learned that she had taken her vows and was not for any man? She could not even blame her mother this time. It was the goddess herself, or whoever had sent that dream in which she was the one who must make my cantor a king, who had sent her to give him that blessing. But her mother seemed to have taken charge of the king-making as well, she thought resentfully, sending word to the other priestesses of the sisterhood, summoning men to the conference at the Tor. "It is my own fault," she admitted, "for thinking that the goddess gave me a destiny. But short of stripping naked and surprising my cantor when he went down to the lake to bathe, she did not see how she could get him to think of her as a woman now. "Lady, help me," she prayed, "because 7 years have made him a man and beautiful, and I do not know if the boy I loved is still there at all." But the moon did not reply. Chapter 18. Summer had come to Avalon, with more days of sun, or at least cloud, than rain. Only a few sections of the playing field squished underfoot, for which the young men who had come to join my cantor's band were grateful. He stood watching them now as they went through the stylized sword moves he had been trying to teach them with practice blades. "I wish my uncle had come with us," said Elfrix, who was standing beside him with a water-skin filled with tea made from the hips of the wild rose that Anderl had sent down to refresh them. "Bodavos would have made you work harder," observed my cantor. "I know, but at least we wouldn't spend so much time standing around." My cantor could only agree. He wished he had paid better attention during the endless drills Bodavos had imposed on the City of Circles Guard, but it had never occurred to him that he might need to pass on the knowledge imprinted by constant practice in his muscles and nerves. He knew how to do these things, but not how to explain them. Far too often drill would come to a halt while the instructor tried to remember the next step in an exercise. The one advantage was that he himself had recovered all his old form. He might even have improved, although without a skilled swordsman with whom to spar there was no way to know. Possibly the lack of a convenient inn at which to drink with his companions had something to do with it. With 2 pure springs to draw from, fermented drinks were only for ritual use at Avalon. Crack! Clack! The men worked their way back and forth, swinging the wooden blades Valantos had carved to have the general weight and shape of the swords he would be casting as more metal came in. In the meantime, the bronze stored in the old smithy had already been made into spearheads, so the men were not completely unarmed. Perhaps this afternoon he would switch them to practice with the spears. What he was going to do with these young warriors once he had trained them was still something of a question. Some of them, he suspected, simply craved the excitement of battle, but most came from places that had suffered from Gaelid's depredations. They assumed he would be going after the usurper to avenge his parents, but if he succeeded, what then? His aunt, the rightful queen of the Aesir, had died while he was away. Anderl said that his cousin Samara led a sad, circumscribed life on her farmstead, with the title of queen, but no power. Gaelid had killed every man who dared to court her, so she had no children either. He thought he had seen her once at a festival, but she did not know him. If he got rid of Gaelid, would she even want him as her war leader? And was the king of the Aesir what he wanted to be? He had been born in Azan, but Gaelid had kept him from growing up there. He thought of the lake village or Avalon as home. He agreed that Gaelid needed killing, but how could he help the other tribes if they thought of him as a man of Azan? They had taken a break to share the tea when Elfrix came running back with the news that 2 more recruits had reached the isle. My cantor looked around at the young men who were lounging or lying exhausted on the grass. He had tried to be honest with them, making no promises except for the training itself. One day he would want an army, but for now the number of his companions must be limited to a group that could move swiftly and that he could afford to feed. His foster brother Grebe had been the first to join him here. He was already a good field archer, but knew nothing of the sword. Akaimor and Roman were almost as dark and slim as lake folk, strong and fast. They had come up from the Iutu lands, because Roman remembered my cantor from his time in Beleriand. Pelikar, as tall as Beniharan, but fair, like him, was from the people of the Boar. He was the son of their queen, accustomed to rule, and was proving an able commander. Dun-haired Tegwes had been a boyhood friend of Ganeth and followed him. Agenar was the first of the Aesir to find the courage to join the man they hoped would deliver them from Galed. As the newcomers approached, those who had been relaxing sat up, not yet hostile, but watchful as sheepdogs. "If we can watch over each other, we shall not do so badly," thought my cantor. The young man in the lead was of middle height and as black-bearded as Valantos. In fact, he had very much the look of the smith. As he neared, my cantor held up a hand in greeting. "Be welcome, man of the south," he said in the Achaean tongue. The fellow stopped short, a white grin appearing in the midst of the short beard. "'Tis true, then, you dwelt at the Middle Sea." The accent was odd, but clearly the man had understood him. "Ach, I don't know the old speech well enough," he added in the language of the tribes. "I am called Lysandros, son of Ardanos. My grandfather came here with Brutus after Troia fell. We took land in the southeast, where the white cliffs are." Relieved to have guessed right, my cantor clasped Lysandros's hand. "You will have to talk with Valantos of Tiryns, our smith." "An Achaean?" Lysandros grimaced, and my cantor guessed he had been raised on tales of the rape of Troia. "Troia has been avenged," said my cantor. "Tiryns has fallen to the children of Heracles, and Mycenae and Corinthos as well. Your people in Valantos are equally exiles now." Lysandros shrugged and then grinned. "Very well, but do not tell my grandfather I have sat down in peace with an Achaean." "And who is your companion?" My cantor nodded toward the other man, a wiry fellow with reddish hair who hung back as if unsure of his welcome. "His name is Ulansi," began Lysandros. "And he is a filthy traitor come to spy on us for Galed," Agenar interrupted him. My cantor raised an eyebrow. "Then we should at least grant him credit for courage. You, Ulansi, come here if you please. Is what Agi saying true?" "If you mean, did I serve in Galed's band? Yes, it's so," the newcomer said slowly. "He came to our steading looking for men. If my father had refused to let me go, he would have burned us out. To agree was the only way I could save my home. But as for the other accusation, never. Even before the next year when Iushan wiped out my family and Galed did nothing to avenge them, I would have done all in my power to bring him down." "I see," my cantor said slowly. It was a plausible story, but then it would be if Galed had sent a spy. And yet there was little damage the man could do here at Avalon, and Darrell would see into his heart and know if he was true. "Serving with Galed, you would know how he likes to fight and how he trains his men." "Yes, Lord," Ulansi's eyes brightened. "It is for that I have come. If I must bear the name of traitor," he glared at Agenar, "it will not be for betraying you." My cantor nodded. "You will be tested, of course, but I am inclined to trust you. My own teacher always said that a wise man knows his enemy, and I have been out of the country for a long time. To most of us he is as evil as Guayota, loathed for what he does. But we do not know why. I need to know how he thinks, what he wants." Ulansi looked taken aback by my cantor's intensity, but he answered with a bow. "Lord, I was not in his counsels, but he has grown proud, and did not always watch his tongue before the men. I will try to remember what I heard and help you in every way I can." The bronze blade flexed as Valantos laid it on the anvil, picked up one of his round stone hammers, and began to tap the edge. "By strength and skill the sword is made. Hammer, hit, and harden blade," he whispered, timing his strokes to the spell until he had established and internalized the rhythm, moving back and forth along the blade. Being hammered made the bronze harder, as the troubles he had endured had done for my cantor. He looked back at his friend, who leaned against the frame of the open door of the smithy, watching him. "The metal we got from Beleriand was good, then?" said the young man. "Very good.
Your friend the merchant chose well, Volantos replied.
This was the second of the leaf-shaped swords he had cast since his arrival at Avalon, but the first with the new bronze. My cantor laughed.
I think Master Anaterv still feels guilty for letting me be snapped up by Galid's men under his very nose. He seemed quite happy to support the cause. You gave the first sword to Pelikar? Volantos asked.
He is the Queen's son, and had some training already. The others are working their hearts out to win the second blade. They've taken to practicing the hero feats as well. It will be a long time before we can do anything with chariots, but the playing field is large enough for races and the long jump, and the grass soft enough for tumbling and wrestling. Volantos turned the sword and began to work down the other edge. Once he had crafted ornaments in gold for queens. If my cantor was victorious, there might be time for such things once more. In the meantime, the blade had its own deadly beauty. And so, he thought as he looked at the young man again, did my cantor. There was a clarity to his features that had not been there before, as if the responsibility he now carried had stripped away the last of his boyhood. My cantor might still doubt his ability to bear that weight, but despite his ambivalence, returning here had clearly been the right thing for him to do. Whether it was the right thing for Volantos remained to be seen. It was inevitable that they should grow apart now that my cantor was a grown man. It would have been wrong for him to try and hold the lad to their old companionship. But how he missed the days when they had shared everything. Moments when they could talk quietly were becoming increasingly rare, and when the fighting was done, they would be rarer still. Though the lad might not know it, this was a true farewell. When my cantor was safe in his rightful place, the smith would leave, though where on this earth he might feel any more at home he could not say.
The men are shaping well, my cantor said thoughtfully, but they are still thinking of themselves as boars or rams or frogs or hares instead of as members of my band. Except for Agenar, that is, he added, who seems unwilling to breathe the same air as Ulansi, much less claim kinship. It was different in the Guard, where everyone was born to the city or had come in from the countryside. That will change when they face the enemy, said Volantos. When I was young there was an old man at Tiryns who had been with Agamemnon at Troia and was always ready with a tale. He said that when the Achaeans were stuck at Aulis waiting for a wind, the men of the different cities were ready to cut each other's throats. But they were all one people when they lay before the walls of Troia.
"Goddess, don't say that to Lysandros," exclaimed my cantor. "He learned to hate Achaeans at his grandpa's knee, though to him both Troia and Tiryns are as legendary as the Blessed Isles."
I know, the smith smiled. He looks at me as if I am about to turn into a Gorgon. It is a pity. I would enjoy talking to someone other than you with whom I don't have to speak like a child.
"It will come. You are much more fluent already," my cantor said earnestly. "Would it help if I sent one of the men here each day to help you?" Volantos's reply died on his lips, as a sound or a scent or some sense beyond either turned him toward the doorway. And Darrell stood there. As always, she seemed limned in light, and as always, her presence sent a flash of heat through his core. "That may be a luxury you cannot afford," said the priestess. "A man whose daughter serves in Galid's hall has come with news. The usurper knows that you are here." She had clearly come in a hurry, dressed in an old gown and without her veil. Volantos noted the sparkle of perspiration at her brow and the pulse at her throat, and looked quickly away.
"He's coming?" My cantor straightened.
"That's a reasonable assumption," Darrell said dryly. "We will have to leave. We cannot risk an attack on Avalon. This is not unexpected. Grebe and I have discussed what to do. There are places in these marshes that only the lake folk know.
we can disappear like mist in the reeds and live on the land." "That helps bind your men," said Volantos with a wry smile. "I pack tools."
"But you cannot go with them," exclaimed the priestess. "You must stay at the smithy to forge the sword."
"Swords," corrected Volantos, glaring.
This was becoming an old argument between them. The blade my cantor already bore was the best he had been able to make when they were in the City of Circles. He saw no point in trying to improve on it when what was needed was more blades for my cantor's men.
"And be taken by Galid?" objected my cantor.
"I can hide one," Aunt Darrell answered, "but not a whole band." She turned to Volantos, and her gaze was like the heat of the forge. "Swords, then. How many will you be able to make when you are skulking in the marshes?"
"But you cannot."
He looked at my cantor, and his voice failed.
"Cannot go without me, cannot leave me alone with her."
He did not know which he feared more. But he could not say so, could not cling, could not even look at my cantor, lest the younger man see the desolation in his eyes.
"Yes,"
he said, keeping his voice from wavering with an effort of will.
"Is true I need the forge. I stay here."
The new moon was sliding toward the distant sea. Soon she would sleep beneath the waves, but on Avalon there was no rest. Some were busy at the ovens, baking trail bread and stuffing into lengths of cured gut the mixture of pounded dried meat and berries that would stay good for moons if it was kept dry. Others were finishing gear and garments for my cantor's men. Tiralon had snatched up several lengths of felted and oiled wool, and the cords and wooden toggles that would turn them into rain capes, and carried them off to her cubicle, afraid that if she worked alongside the others she would start weeping, and they would ask her why. She stabbed the bone needle through the cloth to bind the cut end of the wool, and felt a tear splash hot upon her hand. Would her tears add protection? If so, let them fall. Let each tear be a blessing to keep the wearer of this cape from harm. And if the tears were not sufficient, a sigil of protection would be a more visible reminder. As she finished the last of the capes, she took up another needle and threaded it with yellow wool. In another part of the complex of buildings that housed the community, someone was singing a silly song about the adventures of a cuckoo bird. Tiralon smiled through her tears. My cantor had been the cuckoo thrust into the lake village nest, but he had grown up beautiful, powerful, and fierce as a swan. She looked down and realized that the stitches she had just put in made the beginning of the shape of the bird. Let this one be for my cantor, then. If she could not be there to protect him with magic, let her love be bound into the cloth. Stitching more swiftly now, she finished the figure and began to add more, a lightning bolt, a tree, a bull, all the symbols of strength and power she could think of, intertwining across the shoulders of the cape in a frieze of protection. Finally she added the winged sun that their ancestors had brought from the drowned lands, and the triple moon of Avalon. The young moon had already set, and the air was taking on the fresh, damp scent that preceded the dawn. At this season the sun would rise early, and my cantor wanted to move out with the break of day. Tiralon gathered up the capes and made her way down the passage that would let her take the shortcut across the garden. She stopped short as she realized that someone was sitting on the bench by the sundial, and in the next moment realized that it was my cantor. "Goddess, my thanks for this blessing." She took another step.
"Tiralon, is that you?"
She nodded. Her heart was thumping so madly she did not know if she could form words.
"Do you have a moment to talk to me?"
The uncertainty in his tone wrenched her heart. Slowly she moved toward him.
"Do you remember that argument we had here about our ages, when I found out I was not who I thought I was? Now that I know, it still seems unreal. I have learned to face my own dangers, But what gives me the right to risk the lives of others?"
He peered at her through the darkness, and when she did not answer, moved over and patted the bench.
"Will you sit with me? Or is that not permitted by your vows?"
At his words, a surge of warmth freed her, and she took the steps that would let her sit at his side. It is discouraged, she thought, lest we fall into temptation. Temptations like the solid warmth of him that made her want to clasp him in her arms. All the men had scrubbed themselves thoroughly that afternoon, the last chance they might have to get really clean for some time, and she could smell the scent of the bath herbs on his hair.
"What are you carrying?" he asked.
"Rain capes for you and your men." She found her voice at last. "This one is for you." She detached the topmost from the pile. "If you will feel along the top, you will find the sigils of protection I have embroidered there, and the images of the powers. I have put a swan on it for the emblem of your band."
"Oh, goddess, yes," he laughed. "Do you remember the time that Ioxy boy, I can't remember his name, tried to rob a swan's nest, and the male broke his arm with the sweep of one wing?"
"He went home soon after," Tiralon recalled. If she kept talking, she might be able to resist the urge to take his hand. What was wrong with her? In the stories it was always the man who made the advances. But my cantor had clearly gotten it into his head that she was as sacrosanct as Anderil herself.
"This place seems so peaceful and secure," he said slowly. "But it has its own dangers for those who are not meant to be here. Or at least that is what I keep telling myself," he added, "when I think about Galed coming to Avalon."
"My mother faced him down before," said Tiralon. "I believe in her magic."
"If he finds us here, we will fight, and blood must not be shed on Avalon. And so I am right to go, though it feels like deserting in the face of the enemy."
"You are right to go," she echoed as the silence deepened.
"And they will all look to me once we are out in the marshes. Here at least I can turn to Volantos or Anderil. But what will I do if they ask questions I cannot answer?"
"What you do already," she answered, knowing he did not realize how often she had watched him unseen. "Call the others to counsel. You are beginning to know already the strengths of each man. Living in the wilds will confirm that knowledge."
"Of course I have done that, and knowing I value their opinions seems to please the men."
He sighed.
"Thank you. To talk to you is like giving my own soul a voice to answer me, Tiralon."
She repressed her own sigh, realizing that was true. He was talking to himself, not to a living, breathing human being with needs like his own. And yet, if this was all she could do for him, she should count herself blessed. "My spirit will go with you, my cantor," she said softly. "Every day and every night my prayers will shelter you. Talk to me whenever you have need, and in the silence of your heart I will answer you."
"And so I will have my very own protecting goddess? It is you who will be the swan, Tiralon, sheltering us beneath your wings."
"Be it so," she murmured, though her heart was crying out to him to take her with him. But what use would she be in the wilds? Better by far to let his belief in her give him strength than to weaken him with her fallible reality. "My cantor!" came a call from within. "My cantor, where are you, man? The sun will be rising soon, and we must go." It sounded like Ganeth. Looking up, Tiralon saw that the sky was going gray. She could see my cantor's face. Better that she should go now, before he got a good look at hers, and realized that her cheeks were wet with tears. She rose quickly and stepped behind him, spreading the cape across his shoulders as if she were indeed shielding him with wings. He sighed again and let his head rest back against her breast. For a moment she allowed herself to hold him, breathing in the scent of his hair. Then she kissed the top of his head and let him go. "May Manoa light your way," she whispered, "and may Niterat support you, and may all the gods and goddesses of this land grant you guidance and aid until we meet once more." Before he could turn, she gathered up the other capes and sped back across the garden. Ganeth called him again, and the sky grew bright with the coming of the day. "Earth and water spread below, light and air above, food to eat, a place to sleep, and a good woman's love." From somewhere back down the line, Roman, as usual, was singing. "That's all I need for wandering. That's all I need to go. That's all I need to carry on. That's all I need to know." "Hush up there, man! D'ye want Galed to hear ye?" called Pellicar. "Water we've got in plenty, and food, if this sack I'm bearing does not lie. But places to sleep look less numerous. And as for women, where we're going, the marsh wives are all we're likely to see, and their beds are too damp for me," Agenar added cheerfully. They all seemed cheerful, thought my cantor. They sounded like a band of boys heading out on adventure, as blithe as he and Beaver and Grebe had been when they explored the marshes so long ago. "And speaking of love, that's a fine cape you're wearing," added Agenar, "all prettied up with embroidery." My cantor flushed. Even though it was not raining, he had worn the cape when they left. He had not seen Tiralan among those who waved goodbye, but he hoped that she had been watching from somewhere. He had felt her presence, and wondered if it was imagination that made him feel her near him still. "The Lady Tiralan made it," he said repressively, "and I'll thank you to respect her name." "Oh, aye," Agi answered, sobering. "And we all are grateful for the capes, even without the fancy stitchery. A good and fair lady is that one, and we are glad of her blessing." "We have it," said my cantor through a throat that had gone oddly tight. That pre-dawn conversation had left him shaken. Why had he never found time to talk to her? It occurred to him now that she had said very little to him during the time he had been at Avalon, though she had always greeted him with a smile. Perhaps her vows forbade it, he thought, with an unexpected flicker of resentment. But, absorbed in work with his men, he had not even tried to meet her. And now the chance was gone. "But I suppose sleeping places are fair game for discussion," Agi said then. "Do you have a plan for tonight, or are we to splash about until we trip over solid ground?" "That is not fair," objected Grebe, pointing to the wooden trackway that led to the higher ground to the south and west, and the path around the edge of the lake. "Are you not still dry-shod?" "Aye, well, that'll not last for long," mourned Agi, but he was grinning. "The boats had better be waiting where your people hid them," added Pellicar. "I have never learned to swim." "You don't need a boat, tall one," grunted Grebe. "You go like the heron, stalking through the reeds." My cantor released a breath he had not realized he was holding, as others joined in the joking, and they continued on. 3 crows had settled on the oak tree at the corner of the garden. Every so often one of them cawed in a demanding, minatory tone. "Galed is coming," muttered Valantos. "Yes, thank you. We know." The Lake Village scouts who had been watching the roads for the past moon had brought word that the Aesir were on their way, and the people of Avalon were waiting. Valantos hitched up the robe of undyed wool in which they had dressed him, and wondered if Galed would recognize him. When he had looked into the waters of the reflecting pool, he had scarcely recognized himself. With his beard shaved and hair trimmed short enough to release its curl, The face that looked back at him was one he had not seen since his beard began to grow. Only the silver streaks that Anderl had painted into his hair belied that youthfulness. His lips twitched in amusement as he remembered that the priests at the healing shrine in Corinthos had worn their hair this way. The only priesthood to which he had ever aspired was that of the Lady of the Forge. But if Gaeled's men searched, they would see the smithy on the Maiden's Isle, and to find him there would have identified him as the smith from whom the usurper had stolen those spearheads. Gaeled would not have left him free to make more for his enemies. And so here he was on his knees in the garden, hoping that he had not pulled up the sprouting lettuce instead of the weeds. Anderl had chosen to pretend that they had had no warning, as well as nothing to hide, and everyone had a task. With any luck, their foe would pay no attention to him at all. From the passage between the dormitory of the priestesses and the Hall of the Sun came the sound of voices and then the scrape of footsteps. Volantos dug his fingers into the soil, waiting. The clouds left from yesterday's rain passed overhead, sending patterns of light and shadow among the leaves. "As you can see, I have no army hidden here." That was Anderl's most astringent tone. Volantos felt a sour satisfaction to hear it directed to someone else for a change.
"That is quite apparent. But why this demure hospitality? At the least I expected shrouding mists or lightning. I mistrust this face of innocence, my lady, even more than the defiance with which you usually greet me."
It was the gravelly voice of the man Volantos had met on the road. Surely it would be in character to turn and stare as the priestess and her unwelcome guest followed the path into the garden. This was certainly the same man the smith had met on the way to Avalon, but he seemed older. Though his tunic was dyed a rich red, it bore old stains, and he had a nervous twitch Volantos had not noticed before. Or perhaps it was simply a response to Anderl. Gaeled sat down on the bench, and after a moment's hesitation the priestess joined him. "The sooner you look at everything, the sooner you and your bullies will be gone," the priestess said tartly.
"Who is that fellow?" Gaeled asked then. "I do not recall seeing him before."
"Do you not?" Anderl's tone was offhand, and Volantos forced himself to turn to the lettuce again. "He is a minor priest, left with speech and wits impaired by a fever, but very strong in body, as you can see."
"Is he now? Perhaps I should take him off your hands," Gaeled said pleasantly.
"That would be unkind, since, as you have seen, we are mostly a community of women and old men, and need someone who can carry heavy burdens. Besides, his illness has left him subject to fits, when no strength of men will hold him. At other times he babbles nonsense, and can only be calmed when I speak a word of power."
"Was that a sudden inspiration, my lady?" wondered Volantos, moving from the lettuce to the climbing beans, through whose screen he could watch the bench. "Or did you have that explanation planned? Babbling like a barbarian, indeed." "Enough of the fool!" Gaeled's scabbard scraped the stone as he turned. "I can see that your young cousin is not here, but it is also obvious that you sheltered him. This will not happen again."
"Will not?" asked Anderl. "You forget that I am the mistress here."
"Only so long as I allow it. Be grateful that I do not burn your temple to the ground and take your priestesses to grind my corn. As for you," his voice deepened, "you are still young enough to serve me in my bed."
Volantos's fingers closed convulsively on some plant and wrenched it from the soil. He told himself that the priestess was in no danger. Whatever happened to the others, surely she could summon her dragon chariot like Medea and fly away.
"Or your lovely daughter might do."
From Anderl came a sharp hiss, and Gaeled laughed.
"Though She is rather too sweet for my taste."
"Galed," and Darrell's voice shook with wrath, not fear, "what in the name of all that's holy do you want? Have you dedicated yourself to evil for amusement or revenge? Who could have hurt you so badly that you must make the rest of the world suffer? Do you not fear the gods?" The hair rose on the back of Volantos's neck at the usurper's laugh, and the crows began to caw once more. He parted the leaves. Galed was staring at Darrell. Still grinning, he reached out and took up a lock of her curling hair.
"Lady,"
Galed said with bleak assurance,
"do you think the world would be dying around us if there were gods? There is only this life and the sensations we can force it to yield. Your calm is death in life. I could pierce that detachment."
His grip tightened on her hair.
"They say that your bed has been empty since I killed that fool Durin all those years ago. Have you found no man to be your match? Or your master?"
His voice grew harsh, and Volantos saw that he was looking at Darrell as a woman, not as an opponent. Now, thought the smith, might be a good time to summon those dragons. Darrell's eyes blazed. Volantos felt a familiar stirring in his own flesh, knowing exactly what the other man must feel. And Galed had no inhibitions, no honor, no fear. One of the crows flapped down to the trellis where the bean vines twined, head cocked as if to ask what Volantos was waiting for. Would a lunge reach Galed before he could draw that sword? "Let me go!" snapped Darrell, and Galed reached for her with his other hand. "Help me, holy gods!" Volantos started to rise.
"Paiwan!"
squawked the crow. Volantos opened his lips to shout, but what came from his lips was "Paiwan! Paiwan!" More words followed as he fell back to his knees again, but though they sounded like babble to the others, he recognized the hymn to Avalon that he had heard at the temple in Corinthos each day, its words already ancient when the children of Heracles were exiled from their southern home. He barely understood the words, but as his lips moved, meaning blossomed within.
"Paion, Lord of light, wind and fire and the lifting of darkness. Paion, light that banishes all shadow, light in which no evil can endure. Paion, Apollon, strong to save."
The heart-shaped leaves of the young bean plants fluttered to a sudden blast of wind. The clouds parted, and suddenly the garden was filled with light as the crows swirled upward in a cacophony of black wings. "Now see what you have done!" And Darrell sprang to her feet as Galed, looking dazed, released her hair. And he was doing so well! Shaking her head, she hurried toward Volantos, muttering something that sounded like a spell. "My poor boy, be calm. He will not hurt me. All is well." Volantos looked up at her, seeing for once beyond the womanly body that had dazzled him to the brave spirit within. "Potnia," he whispered, the fire in his soul leaping to touch hers, and saw in her eyes a spark of laughter. Galed grunted.
"Is the idiot your lover? I wish you joy of him. But this I promise you. When I have dealt with your bull-calf, I will return, and no power will keep you from me, neither man nor god."
He lurched to his feet. As he strode off down the passageway, cloud dimmed the light once more. "Will it not?" Darrell hissed. Her grip tightened on Volantos's shoulder. "Could you not tell that a god was here just now?" Volantos blinked, trying to understand what had just occurred. Like an echo, he heard within his soul the voice that had spoken in his temple dream. "Indeed, did I not say you would find me in the north as well?"
Be strong. Your work here is not yet done."
Chapter 19. The gray geese were gathering on the lake, harvesting the last of the summer food. For weeks the skies had echoed with the cries of migrating fowl. The geese would be the last to go. There were still leaves on some of the trees, but Anderl did not need the birds to tell her that autumn was passing. The wind that blew across the water was cold. When the boat reached the village, Badger was waiting to help her up the ladder. Shivering, she followed him into his hut and set her cold hands gratefully around the clay beaker of hot herb tea. "We are in health here, as you in Avalon," said the headman, facing her across the fire. "I thank the gods for it," said Anderl. "It is the men in the marshes I fear for. I dare not bring them back to Avalon, and they cannot spend winter in the wilds." "True. Damp is worse when it's cold. Many islets will be under water soon." Badger added another brand to the hearth fire. His hair was all brindle now. One could scarcely distinguish the white streaks that had given him his name. "You cannot send them to the tribes." "In a settlement it would be too hard to keep hidden. In the mountains there are other peoples like yours, descended from those who were here before the tribes. Can you contact them?"
"Ah," the headman sat back, frowning. "It is so. They know places Gaeled's spies would not come. But the men of the tribes have not been kind to them. They will not welcome my cantor's band."
"Is there no way to persuade them?" asked Anderl. "My cantor cares for more than the Aesir. Given the chance, he will do what he can to bring peace to all the land." Badger leaned forward again to poke at the fire.
"There is one way," he said at last. "Very old ritual. Long ago, we who now live on the edges used it to test our chieftains. If he can do it, if he survives it, all those of the old blood will follow him."
Anderl's skin prickled with apprehension, but the destiny to which my cantor had been born was one of danger. It would be foolish to think she could protect him now. "Tell me."
"You are priests of the light on the Holy Isle, and this is a rite of blood, a mystery from the times when our people did not herd or plant, but lived from the breast of Earth our mother. I tell you this because you are also of the old blood, and because Woodpecker was our fosterling."
His voice grew softer, and she leaned toward him across the fire.
"The red deer is holy animal. The stag dies so that we live. But sometimes the mother wants blood for blood, and the hunter is the offering. When we take life, we know we owe our lives."
Anderl nodded. That blood debt was one reason they so rarely ate meat on Avalon. "But is it different for a king?" she asked then.
Badger nodded. "Hunters kill from a distance with spear and bow, but the king must be brave to fight as the beasts do, face to face. The virgin huntress calls him, calls the horned lord into him, sends him to run with the deer."
His voice was a whisper now.
"He catches the king stag, uses his tooth of flint to shed his blood, or the stag's horns find his heart. Either way, Earth is fed."
"And if the hunter lives?"
"He is given to the priestess who carries the power of the mistress of the beasts," the headman replied. "She gives virgin blood. He makes her the mother, she makes him king. They renew the land."
He straightened, perspiration beading his brow. Had he ever seen this rite done? Clearly he believed in its power. And if Badger, whose people lived so close to Avalon that they had absorbed many of their ways, believed, then those others, the dark, secret people of the hills, would surely believe as well. "Do you have a suitable priestess?" she asked then. "If not, there is a maiden at Avalon who can carry the power." She did not think Tiralon would refuse this opportunity, and when she had known the ecstasy of the great rite, goddess joined with god, she would forget her childish fantasies. My Cantor's skin twitched as Badger drew the woad-soaked leather swab across his skin, leaving a broad streak of blue. It was mixed with other herbs and had an odd, acrid scent. Whatever the deer smelled, it would not be man. After 3 days of preparation, my Cantor was no longer certain if he was still a man. The flame of the torch flapped as the dawn wind blew more strongly, alternately dazzling and dark. The lakefolk had brought him to a natural clearing in the hills to the north of the marshes, though he had had no chance to see it. He had been kept in a hut for the past 3 days. The part of his mind that still stood apart put his sense of dissociation down to the effects of a vegetarian diet and isolation. But his deep mind was increasingly ascendant, increasingly sensitive to the scent of forest mold beneath his feet, and the sound the bare branches of the oak tree made as they rubbed together in the wind. He wore only a belt that held a flint knife, but he did not feel cold. They said that sometimes the hunter lost his life in this ritual. He wondered if the hunter ever lost his humanity.
"But why do they have to paint him blue?" asked Pellicar, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes.
He had been the most protective, but also the most understanding. In his country, he said, there were special rites of test and consecration when a war leader was chosen by the queen, though not, my Cantor gathered, quite like this one.
"I suppose because they don't have a dye that will turn him green," Ganeth replied. "I believe that to the deer it is much the same." "Well, I hope the priestess likes blue, because that stuff stains."
"Maybe she will be blue as well," laughed Tegwis, who could be depended on to join any conversation about women. "Blue titties and blue buttocks and blue—" "Hold your tongue," snarled Roman, for the old blood ran strong in the folk of Beleriand. "This is a sacred thing. By rights we should not be here at all."
"Do you think we would give our lord into the power of the magic people unguarded?" retorted Pellicar.
My Cantor's lips quirked in mingled exasperation and pride. He supposed their attitude was a tribute to the bond that the past few months had created among the members of his band, but it would not do to insult their allies. From somewhere beyond the thicket came the throb of drums and a murmur of many voices. The elder folk were awake as well, gathering to see him triumph or die. Either way, the blood of a king would feed the soil. His heart raced even as he twitched in apprehension, the man in him responding, the beast wanting to flee. "My lord, how is it with you?" Ganeth's voice was low. My Cantor's head jerked around, seeing his friend with doubled vision, a thick-set brown-haired young man in a threadbare woolen tunic, and a sturdy brown bear. Now that he was looking, he could see the animal shapes that followed all of them.
"Head's fuzzy."
With an effort he formed the human words, though that did not quite describe the sensation, not exactly a headache, but a pressure within his skull. It had been increasing since the day before.
"It is expected," muttered Badger, swabbing color down his arms.
"It will pass." My Cantor hoped so. If he didn't fall over as soon as he began to run, perhaps action would burn it away. He twitched again, turning his head uneasily, and subsided as he met Badger's calm gaze. He told himself there was no reason to fear. He had been one of these people until he was 7 years old. They would not intentionally do him harm. Wild geese called above, and he took an involuntary step forward. Vision focused, and he saw their line unfurling across the paling sky. A mist had risen from the damp ground, clinging among the trees. "You want to follow them?" Badger laughed softly. "You have another race to run, my king. The stag waits for your challenge. Save your fire for him." The headman made way for an old woman who wore a wolf's pelt over her garment of deer hide. Her white hair was pulled through a circlet of bone, and a little wooden bowl filled with some dark liquid was in her hand. She reminded him of Anderel. The necklace of amber and jet that marked her as a priestess thumped her flat breast as she bent, dipped a finger into the black stuff, and drew a lightning track up the muscle of his calf. It sent a pulse of sensation through his leg, and he pawed the ground. When she did his other leg, only Badger's hand on his shoulder kept him still. Working swiftly, she daubed symbols on breast and arms and back, the sigils of all the clans. Fine tremors passed through every limb. "When?" he whispered, fighting the ecstasy. "Soon," answered Badger. "Very soon." The priestess straightened and stepped back, for the first time meeting his eyes. "Soon," she echoed. "You run for all the clans." His companions fell in behind as Badger led him through the trees. He flinched again as he caught sight of the people waiting, but the headman's grip as he led him into the circle was firm. A group of women stood on the other side of a fire whose flames were growing pale with the approach of day. The tallest wore a mask made from the head of a doe. She was swathed in a deerskin cloak, a garland of berries nodded above her brow. From the way she stood, he thought she must be young. His nostrils flared, seeking her scent, but he could catch only the reek of herbs and wood smoke. He sensed someone behind him, began to turn, and shuddered at the sudden weight of antlers. That was what his head had been missing. He stilled to let them lace the leather helmet that held the horns firmly under his chin. He swung his head back and forth, learning how to shift his shoulders to balance the weight. Badger was speaking. "Osprey has found the trail of the king stag and his wives. When you sight them, run and bring him down." He scarcely heard. The priestess was approaching. A voice like music intoned a blessing. His gaze moved from her to the forest and back again, striving to pierce the mists that veiled the trees. Beyond the trees lay the other world. The priestess anointed him with the musk of a stag, and that last scent drove out awareness of the human identity. One of the old humans beckoned, and the strong hand that had held him let go at last. Powerful muscles launched him into a harmony of motion. The forest was waiting. The king stag was waiting. His rival. His destiny. The horned hunter runs, fleet-footed, sure of step, touching earth only to spring forth once more. Supple and strong he weaves among the trees, head lowered to keep from tangling his antler crown. Dim in the distance the other hunters bay like hounds. Only 2 of the elder folk keep pace with him now, and all run silently. But the deer they have startled into motion crash through the trees. The trail opens before him. The growing sunlight catches drops of mist collected on bare branches, coating fallen leaves and sere grass. Everything glows with a radiance beyond that of the human world. He breathes light, is one with winged ones that flutter among the branches, with burrowers snuggling beneath the soil, with 4-footed, bounding over the leaf-strewn ground. He runs with the deer. He does not know how long he runs. The world is bright now, though a glimmer of mist still hangs in the air, and gradually the air grows golden, charged with expectation. His steps slow. Beyond a screen of beeches, brown shapes are moving. A sudden roaring shatters the silence. The king stag is there. The lips of the hunter open, and his own cry echoes against the trees. "I come! I come!" The deer are gathered in a clearing. Some 20 does, still fat from the summer's grazing, mill at the edge of the trees. In the center stands their master, neck ruff bristling, winter coat the color of oak bark. His body, longer than the hunter, is heavy with muscle. The stag huffs and lowers his crowned head, sharp hooves scoring lines in the fallen leaves. The horned hunter steps forward, arms poised, head a little bent. It is a wrestler's stance, though he no longer remembers where he has used it before. "I am the king," roars the stag. "Who comes to challenge me?" "I am the son of 100 kings," comes the reply. "I have seen you before." Into the mind of the hunter comes an image of the clearing atop the Isle of the Wild God. He remembers does in red-brown summer coats, and the stag with his antlers in velvet, and a golden-haired child who danced with the sunbeams. "I have grown up." "Now you are worthy of my horns," the stag huffs again, with a sound that is very like laughter. "Are you the same one I saw?" "We are always the same," comes the reply. "Always in our prime, always the king." "Then I challenge you." The hunter springs forward, dances aside as the antlers swing, darts in again. The stag rears, striking out with sharp forehoofs and driving the hunter to one side. Back and forth they weave, attacking and defending in a deadly dance. An unexpected twitch of the antlered head lets a sharp tine score the thigh of the hunter. Blood spots the fallen leaves. Around once more the hunter leaps in, grapples, and is flung away. His blood continues to flow. He is growing a little dizzy now. "Generation follows generation, and each time we fight, the weaker one must fall. The blood of the old king feeds the ground, and the young king gives his seed so that our mother may bear anew." The hunter's time is running out. He crouches, breath sobbing in his breast, waiting as the stag swerves back and forth, waiting. The crown of knives plunges toward him. At the last moment he swivels on his haunches, uncoiling as the antlers pass. Powerful hands grip the antlers at their base and force the great head down. He hooks a foot around a foreleg so the stag cannot strike, and holds. For a long moment they strain, neither giving way, until at long last the hunter feels the force that opposes him falter. In some other lifetime, someone asked if he was willing to die for the land. "Do you go consenting?" He asks the question now. The stag heaves, loses balance, and goes down on one knee. "I am the offering, as one day I myself shall be." The hunter's grip tightens. Muscles flex and ripple as he wrenches sideways. Bone cracks. He holds as the mighty body of the stag convulses, holds until the last twitchings have ceased, and the light fades from the dark eyes, and time begins once more. "Cut his throat, my king. His blood must feed the ground." He blinked, turning, and saw beside him a man with dark eyes and grizzled hair. Presently memory supplied the name. Badger. He realized that the flint knife was still hanging at his side, and drew the blade. The wooden hilt and bindings were new, but the stone was darkened by use and age. He wondered how many times that knife had tasted the blood of kings. It was very silent. He pulled back the heavy head to stretch the throat and stabbed just beneath the angle of the jaw. Another wrench pulled the knife through skin and veins and the rubbery windpipe and feeding tube. The air filled with a hot metallic tang as blood flowed in a red tide. Senses still attuned to the other world noted the shimmer of energy above it, dissipating gradually into the forest as the blood soaked into the ground, and from the forest itself a grateful sigh. The golden light of late afternoon shafted through the trees. The mist had gone. "Go in peace, my lord," he whispered, "and leave your blessing on this land." Badger dipped a finger into the blood and drew a red line between my cantor's brows, more across his cheekbones and another upon his breast. When the flow of blood had almost ceased, the other men came forward, heaving the stag over onto its back and making a careful slit in the belly. He had seen the grollicking of a deer 100 times before, but never had each moment held such solemnity. One man pulled away the skin so that another could reach in and draw out the offal to leave for the scavengers of the wild. While the hunters bound the stag's legs and passed spears between them for transport, Badger sluiced and bound up the gash on my cantor's thigh. He could feel it aching, but as a distant thing. Some of the power that had borne him through the hunt remained. One of the hunters unslung a cow's horn and blew 3 long blasts. In a moment the call of another horn echoed from the distance. From hill to hill his triumph was proclaimed. "The king is dead. The king returns." That same serenity bore my cantor back along paths he did not remember having seen before, back to the clearing where the people waited to hail a new king. There the women set the king stag's head upon a pole and swiftly stripped off the hide. The heart and other choice portions were grilled above the coals, while the rest was disjointed and cast into cauldrons to boil. "The king feeds his people," thought my cantor, as they draped the wet hide across his shoulders and led him to a seat before the fire. The priestess was waiting to crown his antlers with a wreath of red berries like her own. They brought her a platter with the roasted meat, and she cut off pieces to feed him, beginning with the heart. With it came a beaker of honey mead. My cantor felt dizzy, and did not know whether it was the ale, or the shock of eating meat after so long, or the presence of the woman beside him that made his head swim. Most of her body was hidden by her own deerskin robe. He could see one bare leg and a round arm. Her hair was done into a multiplicity of tiny braids. His flesh stirred at the thought that beneath the deerskin she must be as naked as he. Through the eye-slits he caught the gleam of eyes. Her hand brushed his as she handed him another piece of meat, and he felt the pulse of power between them. This was not quite like the morning's dissociation, when the spirit of the deer had overwhelmed his humanity. Once more his consciousness was being pushed into the background, but this time what was replacing it was a power at once fierce and benign, the power of a god. As his awareness shifted, his perception of the woman by his side was changing as well. Overlaid upon her mask he saw a multiplicity of images, human and animal, fresh maiden and opulent mother. He desired them all. Even the deathly hag called to him to pour out his life in her embrace. As folk finished eating, the drumming began once more, supporting a bone flute whose shrilling touched the nerves with sweet pain. The hunters circled the fire, the deer hooves strung around their ankles clicking out the rhythm as they danced the story of the running of the deer. More drums added to the thunder as others joined the dancing. Women bent and swayed before him, loosening their garments to reveal a round breast or a flash of bare thigh. On this night he could have any woman he asked for. He was the king. But my cantor had eyes only for the woman who sat beside him. The need to possess her was becoming a torment. He grasped her wrist and stood, pulling her against him. Around him the people were laughing. "This way," said someone. "A bed has been prepared for you." He found his balance again as he followed the priestess along a path where the bones of the earth reared up through the soil. Beside a dark gash in the hillside, a torch was burning. The priestess slipped from his grasp and disappeared into the opening. His escort unlaced the antler crown. Light-headed, he let the stag's hide slip from his shoulders and followed her. In the flickering light of an oil lamp set on a ledge, he had an impression of a womb-like space just large enough for two. A bed of hides and furs covered most of the floor. The priestess had paused at the edge, as if for the first time uncertain. A step brought him up behind her, gripping her shoulders, pressing his body against hers. Her deerskin robe was in the way. He reached around to pull out the pin and drag it aside, hands closing upon her breasts before she could move. He strained against her, felt her nipples harden beneath his fingers, heard her sigh. She twisted within his arms and slid free to face him, her swift breathing an echo of his own. She pulled off her mask, but the lamp was behind her, and her face was in shadow. His eyes fed on a landscape of rounded white breast and swelling hips, painted as he was painted, with sacred signs. Seeing her beauty, the frantic lust that had consumed him a moment before vanished, though his whole body was still one ache of desire, and he remembered that he had been trained at Avalon. "Blessed be your lips that speak her holy words," he whispered, and leaning forward, gently set his lips to hers. They were soft and sweet with the taste of honey. He could spend an hour worshipping her lips alone. But the ritual carried him on. "Blessed be your hands that do her work." He took first one, then the other, and set a kiss upon each palm. "Blessed be your breasts that feed her children." He cradled them in his hands, felt her shiver at the touch of his lips. He kept his hands upon her, sliding them down her silken sides and legs as he knelt to bless her feet that walked in the lady's ways. He remained kneeling, moving his hands upward again to clasp her hips. "Blessed be your womb, the source of life," he whispered, drawing her against him. "You are the goddess," he said hoarsely. "Let me serve you." Her hands closed hard on his shoulders. He felt a tremor pass through the warm flesh between his hands. "You are my beloved." Her voice held more than mortal sweetness. "Be welcome to my arms." Tiralon woke from a dream in which she had fallen asleep with my cantor cradled against her breast. For a moment she thought she was still dreaming, for the furs on which she lay had never covered any bed in Avalon. A little gray light filtered through what must be a doorway, and from outside she could hear a bird's first tentative morning song. From somewhere closer came a snort and a sigh. She jerked upright, reached out to touch tousled hair, and then the smoothly muscled shoulder of a man, stilled as he muttered and then subsided into sleep again. A flood of images overwhelmed memory. A knowledge deeper than thought told her that this was indeed my cantor. She had held him in her arms, and more, to judge from the unaccustomed soreness between her thighs. And yet it was not she, but the goddess, who had given herself to the god. As a priestess, she rejoiced in the success of the ritual. As a woman, she could weep that she recalled so little of its joy. How much, she wondered, would my cantor remember of their joining? And Darrell had told her whose right she would be blessing, but he would not have known she was to be his priestess. Soon someone would come to escort her back to her mother, who waited to return with her to Avalon. She fought the temptation to throw herself on my cantor and cling so that they could not pry her away. She would not so profane the rite. And yet she refused to let this become no more than a shining memory. The goddess had her due, but what was there for Tiralon? This was a gift, and a great one. But it is not enough, she thought, bending to breathe in the scent of the man, mingled with the scent of the herbs. I can expect no more help from others. Tiralon herself will have to act to achieve her desire. From outside came the sound of a footstep on stone. She began to feel around for her deerskin cloak. Her hand brushed stiff fur, and then something harder, a knife in a leather sheath. That was all my cantor had been wearing when he entered the cave. "My lady," came a soft whisper, "my lady, you must wake. It is time for you to go." Tiralon pulled the deerskin cloak around her and fastened it with the bone pin, then reached down once more to draw the flint knife from the sheath. Holding the cloak closed with her other hand, she got to her feet and eased out through the passageway. Darrell was waiting by the fire outside the hut where Tiralon had undergone her preparation. She still shivered from the scrubbing that had washed away most of the ritual paint, as well as the scent my cantor had left on her body, for at this season the water of the sacred spring was bitter cold. They had taken away her deer-hide cape and restored her thick cloak of natural gray wool and her robe of priestess blue. But she had managed to retain the flint knife, wrapped now in a strip torn from her veil and hanging between her breasts beneath the gown. "You are glowing, my child. I take it that you passed a pleasant night." Tiralon's gaze flicked to her mother's face and then back to the fire, showing, she hoped, a confusion that was at least modest, if no longer maidenly. "I have reason to believe that the goddess was pleased," Tiralon said softly. "As for me, I feel like the slave who carries the steaming meat to the master. He can smell its savor, but his belly is still empty." "Do not try to tell me that your body still aches for the man," Darrell said tartly. "I know the effects of such rituals. The power rushes through mind and body and leaves a great peace behind." "And what of my heart?" asked Tiralon. "I want to hear my cantor's voice and see his face. I want to make sure that he has enough to eat and clean clothes to wear. And I want him to take me in his arms and know that it is me he holds." The two women had kept their voices low, but one of the clanswomen coming back to the fire received a glare from Darrell that sent her scuttling away. The priestess turned back to her daughter. "He has a band of men to take care of him. As for your heart, the goddess has first claim on that. At Avalon we are spared the burdens that make a woman of the tribes old before her time. In return, we give up the daily companionship over which you are sighing. What makes you think that he would want you? I don't recall him seeking you out when he was at Avalon. You will come home with me and be grateful for what you have had." Tiralon felt herself flush and then go pale as her mother's words hit home. "You may be right," she said in a low voice. She had always believed that her mother knew everything, and Darrell had ruled Avalon for 20 years, after all. "You usually are. But I don't believe you know anything about love." And Darrell shook her head in exasperation. "I arranged this for my cantor, but also for you, knowing that you were lusting for him like a doe in season. I gave you this opportunity to get it out of your system and be done." "Is that all the act of love means to you?" Tiralon exclaimed. "You scratch the itch, and then you both go your ways until next year? Was my father no more than a means to get you with child?" "Of course not," said Darrell, but her rejoinder lacked conviction. "I don't believe you," Tiralon said flatly. "And I am not going back to Avalon. And if I am making a mistake, at least it will be my own." "And your vows?" "I will not tell him any temple secrets," she said sweetly. "As for my other vows, I gave myself to the king as the goddess required. If he desires me, I will lie with him again. If he does not, still I will serve him. And unless you have been lying about my cantor's destiny for all these years, Thus I will serve the gods." "You will serve as a drudge in camp with all those men," Darrell began, but Tiralon interrupted her. "If you try to stop me, you will put the validity of the rite in question. And I think you want to secure my cantor's future, even more than you want to impose your will on me. There have been many who were called Lady of Avalon, after all. But there is only one son of 100 kings." Others were gathering now. Tiralon faced her mother defiantly and saw the other woman shut her mouth with a snap, eyes glittering. "Do not ask my blessing. You are my child no longer." "My lady, I have not been a child since you sent me out from the chamber of initiation to climb the holy Tor," Tiralon said softly. As her mother turned away, she bent in the full obeisance due to the Lady of Avalon, wondering whether she would ever do so again. "My cantor, you need to go back into the hut. Someone is waiting for you." Hearing an odd tone in Ganeth's voice, my cantor turned. His friend's expression was strange as well, a mingling of consternation and amusement. But at least it was not the superstitious awe with which everyone, even his companions, had looked at him yesterday. All around them, the folk of the old blood who had gathered for the ritual were packing to return to their homes. The space beside the fire pit was heaped with gifts they had left for him. My cantor was still trying to understand what their allegiance would mean. 3 clansmen were packing the gifts onto the sturdy ponies that roamed the moors. They had promised guides and supplies and a dry place to shelter over the winter for him and his band. He started to say that he had no time, but the look in his friend's eyes deterred him. Yesterday he had been limp with exhaustion from the hunt and the night that followed. But he could afford no more self-indulgence, and especially no more time trying to remember exactly what had happened in the cave. Few men received such a blessing even once, much less remembered or repeated it. The cure was to keep busy until the longing went away. "All right, but you will have to keep at the men to get ready. Our guides must not be kept waiting." Limping a little from the wound in his thigh, he crossed the clearing and ducked through the door of the hut they had built for him. A woman was sitting beside the fire, wrapped in a cloak with a woolen scarf over her hair. He stopped short, eyes widening as she rose to her feet, and the scarf fell away to reveal a pale face and curling golden hair. "Tiralon, what are you doing here? Did you come to see the ceremony? I did not see you there." His babble failed as she unwrapped the thing she had been holding and held it out to him. "I came to return something to you." A flint knife. The flint knife that they had not been able to find when the elders came to take him from the cave. He took a step towards her and staggered as his stiffened leg lagged. "Does the wound trouble you?" she said swiftly. "Have they tended it properly? Let me see." No, it's fine. Just stiff." "Tiralon." He caught her hands and held them, trying to sense truth through the contact of skin to skin, as he was trying to hear in her voice the sweetness that he half remembered. "Does Darrell know you are here?" "She knows." "Did she send you?" "She did not send me here," said Tiralon. "It was you in the cave?" he breathed, beginning to understand, though he was not yet quite ready to believe. "In the cave it was the goddess and her chosen," Tiralon said softly. "I believe that it is her will that I stay with you. You said I might pray for your protection. I will do that better where I can see you." My cantor shook his head, exasperation, pity, and an odd excitement struggling for mastery. "You don't understand. I am only a man." This was not one of the maidservants who had so cheerfully shared their favors. This was Tiralon. She shrugged. "I know that. I remember when you were a snot-nosed brat." But I also remember how you called the thunder. When you do not believe in yourself, I will believe for you. When I look at you, I still see the god." An unwelcome thought came to him. "Has your mother cast you out?" Tiri grimaced. She was not pleased. "You do not have to take me," she went on, "but I promise I can walk as far and sleep as rough as any of your men, and I am trained as a healer." He looked down at her and did not know what he felt, except that despite her brave words, just now she needed his protection. So. He put an arm around her and drew her against him, simultaneously disappointed and relieved that at this moment his chief response was a rueful affection. "You shall come with me, then, and may the gods help any who would stand against us."